All right. All right. So with that out of the way, I'll just deal with a few housekeeping issues. First of all, you're not only seeing one of us as hosts, you're seeing three of us, and in fact, there will be a fourth individual who will join us later. So let me introduce our co-hosts for the day. We have Beth Barbary, who is ED of our Alberta branches, and Nicholas Baudin, who is ED of our Ottawa branch. Hi, guys. And David Miner will be joining us a little bit later, and he's from our Vancouver branch. And this is a way for one to kind of relieve the burden of hosting from any one of us, but also more importantly for you guys to get to know not just me, but the other staff and executive directors at our other branches, because they're doing some great work and they deserve for you to know it. And I'm sure they'll tell us a little bit more about what's up at their communities during their portion of the day. So that will be part of the schedule as well, these changing hosts. I also wanted to let you know that we will have Q&A opportunities throughout the day. We're going to be moving pretty quickly in this conference. We're trying to squeeze a lot in, but we will do our best to keep 5 to 7 minutes or so for Q&A. Speakers have been asked to hold on to, again, a 5 to 7 or 10-minute block of time at the end of their presentations so that we can provide time for folks to ask questions. Keep your questions brief, and presenters, I'll ask you to also keep your answers brief. That does mean that if you come on to ask a question, you will be at least heard, if not seen, in the recording. So if that's an issue, we won't be able to edit out all the questions later. So please only come and ask questions if you're comfortable with your question being part of the recording and being put up online. As I mentioned earlier, I'm not sure everybody was there to hear it. You ask a question by putting your hand up, and there is a raise my hand button. I believe in most versions of Zoom, it's at the bottom of the app. It may be elsewhere, so you'll have to find that. When you put your hand up, there should be a little icon beside your name. At least we see that as hosts and panelists, and then we can provide you with the ability to talk and to actually interact directly with the speaker, at least during your portion or your Q&A interaction. So I believe those are the key things that I wanted to get across in terms of housekeeping. Just a few kind of plugs for what's been going on. First of all, we're continuing to operate all of our online programs and services. Some of the branches have also begun to roll back in-person programs, so you can contact the branch about that. But in terms of online programs, and I will put these links in the chat bar very soon, but you would go to menandfamilies.org. That's our homepage, of course. If you do /online programs, you will get a list of all of the online programs. That page has been active since the beginning of the pandemic, but we continue to update it so that it's current for today's programs. So you can check that. We have, I think, as many of you know, also very excitingly opened the first of its kind family shelter for men and children who are escaping family violence and domestic abuse. The link for that, by the way, is menandfamilies.org/family shelter. So you can get up-to-date information, and if you need to, or you know somebody who needs to register for that, you can do it on that website. In addition, it's been a busy year. We have been involved in various outreach campaigns. I'll just kind of remind you, earlier, or late last year rather, we started our billboard awareness campaign focused on suicide prevention, raising awareness of the stats of male suicide and trying to help men get the support that they need. Just a little bit under a year ago, we were interveners in our first Supreme Court case. This was R.V. Langan, and we talked about how male stereotypes can lead to wrongful convictions. We've, as I mentioned, opened the shelter. We continue to be active at centers across Canada in Toronto, Ottawa, Calgary, St. Thomas, our virtual center in Vancouver. And just a few months ago, we opened our new center in York Region in Richmond Hill, just in the northern greater Toronto area. So it continues to be a very busy time for us. And the last word from me before we get into it is, of course, my obligatory fundraising spiel, or whatever you want to call it. We do all of this largely thanks to your support. This is a largely volunteer-run organization and donor-funded organization. At the year end, we often make an appeal kind of once a year to try to keep our programs free of charge. And in particular, this year, we really want to keep our shelter open through to 2022 and beyond. It is not a cheap initiative keeping a facility open, and again, with no government support, which makes us pretty unique in this business. To date, we've only been open 8 months. We have supported almost 30 families in this facility. And in many instances, these are fathers and children who otherwise would have been separated, but they're together because of the safe space we were able to provide them. We don't want to have to close that just 1 year into this unique facility being operational. Also, we're trying to continue to expand. So we don't just want to sustain, we want to expand our programs. As I think many of you know, we're very, very close to opening our newest center in Vancouver. We're only like $10,000 or $12,000 shy of what was a $130,000 capital goal. So we're very, very close. We've got these matching campaigns right now. If you donate now, it will be matched. That is to say, it will be double dollar by dollar for dollar. If you become a patron, and for Vancouver and Alberta as well, actually, there are Patreon campaigns running, then the value of your monthly gift, Patreon is a monthly gift platform, will be matched 6 times over. So you make a $10 a month pledge, and our sponsor kicks in $60, but that's only on now. So please help us expand to the West Coast and make our operations a truly national outfit. So you can do that by visiting patreon.com/CCMF Vancouver. That's to set up a patronship for Vancouver and specifically. And if you want to be a donor to the organization at any level nationally or support any of our projects, you would go to our Canada Helps link. And I think rather than just giving you a long URL, I'll just put that in the chat bar. So I know it's tiring hearing me give these announcements or these fundraising appeals, but it's really the only way we can do what we do. So if you've benefited from our programs, if you think others, could benefit from our programs, please pitch in whatever you can. Help us expand and help us to sustain our centers and our shelter. Really appreciate that. So with that, I'm just going to breathe for a couple of moments, and I'm going to then pull in our first speaker, and we will get started. So give me about 30 seconds to do some of the logistics around that. Okay, so we should have Naz on the line. There she is. Hello, Naz.
Hello. Hello. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for having me. My name is Naz Gadrati. I am Domestic Abuse Training and Coordination Manager in England, Greater Manchester. I am part of a team that we are specially funded to work with government, with local authority on safeguarding and learning. We work with children safeguarding services, adult safeguarding services, health and education, and implementing what we believe is the right quality of standard in terms of working with all different types of victims, including male victims. I have a little presentation just as a point of focus for us to kind of share with you. That comes my second challenge to share my document with you. If you just bear with me for a second. It seems like my file is not coming forward. I'm sorry about that. I don't know why my file is not showing. Let me just try one more time. Sorry for the...
Do you see the share? There we go.
Yeah. Okay. Can you see this? Okay. So just to give you a bit of background about where we're coming from and who we are. my experience that I'm going to share with you about a male victim journey throughout our process is based on our area of work, and that has actually created our challenges, but also our learning opportunity in there. We are part of Greater Manchester. Greater Manchester is in Northwest England. We are made up of 11 local authorities. And by that, there are different small authorities. They have their own policies. They have their own strategies. They have their own different priorities based on their demographics, who they're serving, and what's the makeup of the population.
Naz, I'm sorry to cut in. Do you see a presentation? Because we just see your folders.
Oh, I do see a presentation.
So if you click back on the share screen icon, I think you may have other window options that you could share.
Um, is that making a difference?
There it is. Yes.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you very much. Sorry, in England, we work with Teams, so I'm not very familiar with Zoom. So learning experience for me too. Good. I'm glad you can see that now. So this is our local authorities, the 11 authorities we work from. And just to give you a bit of timeline, because what I'm going to talk to you about is that what happened significantly in the last 10 years and how it affected our service delivery in terms of supporting male victims. So around 2012, we started to see services talking about delivering services to male victims. And by services, I mean predominantly domestic abuse services that were traditionally made for and commissioned for women victims. In 2013, we had an update on the legal definition of domestic abuse, which within that, there was an emphasis about domestic abuse can happen to anybody, regardless of their gender, sexuality, heritage, background. And with that, we had new guidance coming to local authority. Around 2013, 2014, our commissioners were asking us to confirm whether we deliver services to domestic abuse victims who are male, which all we had to do essentially is to say yes. Around 2015, Serious Crime Act in England included coercive control as part of definition of domestic abuse. And shortly after that, we started to see male services shaping, that there were male-led, delivered by male services to address the need of the men who were victims of domestic abuse. Some of you might already know in 2019, a new bill was introduced to our government. We have our first legal definition of domestic abuse since Domestic Abuse Act 2021. And as part of that, lots of new conversations have been added to the issues that are affecting male victims specifically. Just going forward, what happened as a result of that? Back then, just to give you a bit of history, I was a service provider, and by that, I was director of services in one of the largest domestic abuse service. And after that, I was CEO of a multifaceted domestic abuse service, which we were offering accommodation services, all different kind of services to different risk process. And as a service provider, on surface, we were feeling like, yep, we're doing everything we're supposed to do. We had an allocated funding by our commissioners, very small amount. It was proportionally the percentage that the services were saying and sharing they're having male victims. So something around 5% of our budget was dedicated to male victims. And what I'm saying by dedicated, essentially, we had a women worker that was part of our wider workforce, being the designated officer, very limited service offer, and that person was the named person to kind of accept the referrals and work with male victims. We were offering to male victims services in a women's service, and what that meant was that a lot of our buildings were women-only buildings, so it was a lot of group work that men were excluded from. They couldn't access. It was very limited support that we could offer on one-to-one basis, and the knowledge that we were using to address those things was very much around what was learned through supporting women, and it wasn't really focused around responding to the need of the men. It was obviously superficial service delivery to some extent. We had a reluctant engagement by men, obviously, understandably, to our services, and that was leading to a lack of accurate data in terms of what is the need of male victims. We had very limited investment and we had very little progress. And it was mostly due to not knowing, really. We had a patchy service offer, and by that, what I mean was, as we know, quite a lot of victims of domestic abuse, for safety, they might have to move from one area to the other. And the service offer from one area to other area could have been completely different. And that continuation of support that it's needed was lacking. And what was, to me, a very questionable practice was that because there was one service and one team attending the need of everybody, a majority of cases when the male victims were referred to our service, we also have another member of the team supporting their female partner and counter allegation as part of the same team, and that was creating a very peculiar dynamic. And then we also had, we still have very little accommodation-based service for male victims who were fleeing domestic abuse. So as we were all happy as service provider that everything is fine, the felt experience of that for male victims was that the service offer was only to high-risk victims of domestic abuse. So in England, England and Wales, also to some extent in Scotland and Ireland, we have the same risk assessment tool. The risk assessment tool is designed based on a heteronormative relationship when a woman is a victim and men are the perpetrators. So the indicators that we assess is not really designed to capture the risk of men. So we were not only having an accurate risk assessment, but we were only using that tool, offering services to men who were deemed to be in very high risk, imminent risk of homicide based on that process. We had an alienating narrative in terms of all our literature was based on her and she and moms, very rarely mention of men. We have posters and leaflets that were mostly covered by photos of women being hurt by men, and that was kind of really off-putting. I do remember one of our male clients told us that, he went to a police station that he heard that they're saying they have open access for domestic abuse victims, and he talked to the front desk and they went to get someone to talk to him. And while he was sitting and looked around with all the posters with women pictures on them about domestic abuse, he felt really, really scared and intimidated, and he thought he's not going to be believed, and he walked out. And then really men become almost like invisible from the front-facing services because our language and narrative was relatively excluding them. And as I mentioned before, our risk assessment was not really appropriate and designed with the correct indicators to assess the risk of male victims. The turning point, I was happy delivering services naively in that way for a few years, but the turning point for me was Liam's case. Obviously not his name. Liam was victim of high-risk domestic abuse. He had 14 incidents of non-fatal strangulation. He had ongoing intimidation and threat coming through text messages, from social media, from all different sorts of connection that could have been possible. And how I got to know about him, he was a multi-borough case. And what I mean by that was he was living with his partner and a 5-month-old baby in a different area to where I was working, in a different borough, different local authority. So even though we had some sort of training, some sort of awareness and a lot of willingness to support male victims, the other areas were working from a different model of practice. I was CEO of service. We had about 700 or 800 clients a year, so I wasn't really attuned into every single case that was coming through our practice. But what happened was that our front outgoing email, that was the public email, received an email from Liam saying that I want to submit a complaint because I was referred to your service 4 weeks ago. I am a high-risk victim of domestic abuse and nobody's been in touch with me. And that was really unusual practice from our side. So I did a bit of investigation with our independent domestic violence advocates, which they are the practitioners who work with high-risk victims of domestic abuse. And they said they've attended a multi-agency risk conference, MARAC meetings that we have in England. And the police is chairing those meetings, implied that he is a perpetrator of domestic abuse because he was arrested after assaulting his girlfriend and he's not really a victim. That didn't sit right with me. I contacted the person from the police who was chairing the meeting, and she said, this is not exactly what we said. What we said was that he's got a history of family violence, being the aggressor towards his family, and whether you want to help him or not is your decision to make. So I asked our team to ask him to phone me. I talked to him and he explained to me that he has been victim of domestic abuse, severe controlling and coercion, non-fatal strangulation multiple times, and he felt that he really needs to leave the house because things were escalating. And one of the techniques that was being used was his partner was holding the baby and saying that if you hurt me, if you push me away, I'm going to stand on your way and not let you leave. And if you try to move me, the baby's going to get hurt and I'm going to phone the authorities and say, you've hurt me. And that was something that was really stopping him from taking any actions because he was really scared of that. And he always believed that she will be believed over him. He tried to free his jacket to leave the house because she was holding onto the jacket. And he just said, I just left the house and then I got arrested. He was in our authority because his family was living in our authority and he was bailed to the address of his mother. So I've talked to him. I just said, I'm kind of compelled to ask really about your history because that's what the police has told us. And he told me that he grew up witnessing domestic abuse, severe domestic abuse from his stepdad to his mom and himself. And he said it was an incident when I was 17. I wanted to leave the house and a fight broke up and we ended up kind of having a bit of an argument. My stepdad got a hammer, I got a knife, and then they called the police and nobody stood up for me. I kind of was left with people kind of assuming that I instigated everything, and he was sentenced to 10 months suspended prison, kind of what behavior change. He was 38 when the incident happened. That incident was when he was 17. He had no other history of violence, but nobody really shown that professional curiosity to sit with him, ask his history and ask about what happened. I asked whether he wants to talk to a practitioner today. He said no. It was a Wednesday, I remember it vividly. And he said on Monday, I'm due to go to court because I want to show the evidence of harassment, threats, and intimidations I've had since I've been bailed to my mother's house, and really talk to Children's Services about my right to see my baby because, you know, they've kind of prevented me to see my baby because they assume I am perpetrator of domestic abuse. On Monday, he didn't contact us. I asked my practitioners to phone him. And on Tuesday, he said, well, everything is fine now because I can see my baby. I went to court yesterday and my solicitor told me, do you really want to contest what they say? If you plead guilty, it's going to be a quick finish. You can go and see your baby. The most you have to do a behavior change program. Don't drag it because if you contest them, they're a powerful organization. You could not see your baby for at least another year. And I pleaded guilty. And that was such a significant moment for me because I thought, now you do have a conviction of being a perpetrator of domestic abuse when it was really, really unfair with pages and pages of evidence of intimidation and text coming through during the short 3 or 4 weeks of being through that separation. So for me, that was really the most significant point of we need to change how we work. This is not working for me. We had a multi-borough case. We had complex history and childhood trauma. We had lack of professional curiosity, poor risk assessment. We had the system issues that was kind of immediately assuming things without doing a thorough investigation. And that didn't work for me. So some of the changes we started to really put in place in our work was we started to do massive training with our workforce about understanding of how the nuances are different, about how the experiences are different. We included men in our local strategy. We offered all supportive services to men, including refuge, which is our safe house accommodation to male victims. We started to add screening questions to assess the risk of men that was different to the risk assessment that we had for women, to make sure that we're assessing the risk correctly. We offered to commission male practitioners to work as part of our team. So we were one of the first organizations who actually employed male workers to work with male victims. We had male independent domestic violence advocates, IDVAs we call them, and we had male independent sexual violence advocates, which were ISVAs. Our posters started to change. We had to make sure that we kind of don't treat it as a zero-sum pie. Everybody's issue were important to us. And we started about a couple of years ago to include fathers through our child protective services as a statutory assessment, including fathers in all the assessment after the incident. So we don't kind of immediately include one person and exclude the other. Having said that, I really think that we haven't done enough. One of the biggest challenges that we have is a really lack of specific policy for male victims. So the lack of specific policy is leading into lack of strategy. This year, after the Domestic Abuse Act, government is updating Respond to Victims of Domestic Abuse, and the only strategy that the government is having is Violence Against Women and Girls strategy. We have a very strong voice and body of evidence to produce to government about the experience of male victims, and the Home Office, our police force, kind of chosen the positioning to say we look at the experience of male victims as part of the Vogue strategy, which is something that is an ongoing discussion we have. Because we don't have a specific policy, we have really limited framework for commissioning and then subsequently service delivery. We still believe that the whole thing needs to come as part of the same parcel. There are so many funding complications around that. There is not specific commissioning for male victims. So there is a less solid process to kind of develop the services the way it needs to, and there is less accountability when this doesn't happen. Lack of policies leading into operational efficiency and clarity of implementation issues with different organizations, for example. Decision making about what services people kind of developed in their services, what model of practice they're using. It's very different, it's very patchy. So people don't have the same access to services everywhere. There is lack of consistency and a lot of postcode lottery. In COVID really affected a lot of kind of starting process in lots of different areas. I acknowledge that. However, there is really different service offer in different areas, and there are very different service model in different local authorities, even within Greater Manchester. And one of the worrying issue is that the impact of lack of policy on really formation of the new legal definitions. In last 10 years, we really tried hard to kind of really shine a light and really important nuances of domestic abuse, which is about coercive control, it's about post-separation abuse, it's about psychological abuse, and not having those specific data, those specific policies and those specific strategies for men and boys is bound to affect how the services are growing, how the funding is allocated. And Justin mentioned funding to begin with. Funding is a really important part of developing any services really, and making progression there. Having said that, not to all be doom and gloom, we also made some positive points. We do have a huge body of research about male victims, and we're having lots of clear evidence coming through. We are creating evidence in policies and gaps. Mankind Initiative is a national organization in England, which they are specialist support advocates, and they kind of put all the researchers and support together. Men and Boys Coalition was created a few years back, and they kind of try to really influence how government is approaching. They're doing a lot of research, a lot of practice. We have a lot of new men-led organizations coming forward. Again, funding is an issue, is a challenge, but they are working in national, local areas. They are highly specialized to very specific issues affecting men, which is really important to develop and listen and try to implement them. And we started to see some changes appearing in our criminal justice system. In 2018, we had our first ever case of coercive control against a male victim by a female perpetrator, which got a very specific kind of conviction coming through, and that was really through perseverance of police with collecting evidence the way they needed to, but also kind of rely on their experience to feel that there is something not right in the narrative that's put forward, and trying to show perseverance to kind of support Alex to disclose domestic abuse and support him through the court. As part of Domestic Abuse Act, we have coercive control now being embedded into our into the legal definition of domestic abuse. The new DA Act itself has got some specific issues, and we are having post-separation abuse recognized as part of domestic abuse. So what it means for us is that these new criteria are generating new evidence and new discussions. By that I mean post-separation abuse. We know that it's quite prevalent in kind of affecting men. We have economic abuse as part of that, which is it started with a vague organization, but I think is one of those things that it's going to really affect how shine lights about how men might experience domestic abuse after separating from partners in terms of post-separation abuse. There are lots of recommendations about a separate strategy for men and boys. We are hoping for better funding allocations. I know services that are supporting male victims to sexual violence and sexual abuse are having a boost in funding. Our court system are due to have a review of how they addressing family issues. As part of our new Domestic Abuse Act, children are victims in their own rights, and that has really shone a light on this lack of strategy on supporting boys. Girls are predominantly supported by Vogue strategy, rightly so. Children needs to be supported when they're part of, when they're affected by domestic abuse incident, directly or indirectly. We don't really specifically respond to the need of the boys and kind of approach them to facilitate and support understanding and making sense of what's happening in the families. And our current framework of statutory support is around safe accommodation, which that has kind of led into lots of conversations about what do we offer to male victims who are victims of domestic abuse based on the recommendations and the statutory duty to respond. There's also a new strategy that is coming on, which I think, again, in an indirect way is going to affect policy making in England, which is, for the first time ever, we're having perpetrators strategy. We've never had that before. And I think there are lots of discussions about female perpetrators, a lack of discussions about who do we label as perpetrators. So there are lots of new conversations locally and nationally happening. And this is really was a whistle-stop tour of last 10 years to say we tend to stop when we feel that there is a service to offer the need of the person that we try to support. We were content that we are offering services to male victims, but through lack of policy everything is quite fluid, everything is quite loose, and we saw the impact of pandemic on that. Was actually lots of people kind of went back from doing anything creative, anything new, and went back to the traditional service offer. And I really grow to understand, without having a policy and a government strategy around how to respond, everything we do is really effective at the point that we're delivering it, but that system change that we need to implement, and that connectivity between different organizations to really understand what is it like to be a man and experiencing those fears, those threats, those anxieties of false allegation, all of that. What would that feel like? And we kind of don't have that, and we miss the opportunity to create a changing system and for future generations, for children. That's really my kind of experience of sharing with you what we've done in Greater Manchester, our achievements and some of our challenges. And I'm going to stop sharing now. Hopefully I can manage that. And if there are any questions, I don't know, Justin, what's the plan on question? I can see something is in the question box, but I am, okay.
Just do that. Okay, very good. Well, thanks so much, Naz, for really kicking things off with a bang. I'll just say I'm really excited that Naz Godrati, who's a superstar in the UK, had agreed to open the conference, because we really wanted to showcase the amazing work being done, not just in Canada, where we're mostly located, but internationally. And you are really a role model for me personally and for our agency more generally. So fabulous presentation. Yeah, we do have some time for questions. I think I saw some in the chat, but I really love it if people wanted to put their hands up and speak directly. So, okay, there is one. Let's start with William. Go ahead, William, you're on.
Hopefully you can hear me.
Yes. Hi, William.
Excellent presentation, Naz, and delightful to hear a fellow Mancunian's voice in a Canadian conference, which I didn't expect. I volunteer for a Welsh charity, which is a specialist provider of support to male victims. So I was particularly interested in what you had to say. And I have to say that your case history, Liam, we hear that story literally hundreds of times per year, so it certainly hit a nerve with me. Now, I've got two questions really. One is fairly technical questions. Do you, and I hope you don't, but do you use the Respect Toolkit for use with male victims? That's the first question. And the second one is, do you use the Safe Lives Risk Indicator checklist with male victims?
Okay, so to the first one, no, we don't use Respect Toolkit. And I know in Greater Manchester, there are colleagues who use it, there are other organizations who use it. And that's one of the, if I just want to give a bit of explanation to people, Respect was started with the idea of male victims could be perpetrators. So they had a questionnaire to kind of check to see, do we really believe you or not? And gradually they've changed their questions, but that's not the issue. We don't use that, and we don't believe is the right risk assessment for us. We use some of the questions for Safe Lives, and the reason is because we still have to go to MARAC, so we need to qualify our referral to multi-agency risk management conference, but we ask our own specific questions, which is around false allegations, is around loss of status, is about expectation, is about controlling social media. So we had an advisory group with our male victims to ask us what sort of questions to ask, and we introduced those questions as our own agency to support our male victims to be referred to wider services. It's a bit of a struggle, as I said, because there is no universal policy. Other people tend to accept the national policies, and introducing our policy needs an ongoing conversation with people.
Yeah, that's interesting. We actually do use Safe Lives. The only question we change is the one on pregnancy, of course.
Yeah.
And that we use that simply because we feel it's what's known and accepted.
It's universal language, absolutely. We use part of it, but not all of it. We have additional questions to ask.
Excellent. Thanks very much. We do have data, of course. So if you're interested in collaborating or exchanging information, then I'm up for that.
Fantastic. Thank you, William.
Thanks, William. Okay. Let's see if we have maybe time for one more question. Okay, I saw Scott's hand first, so let's go to Scott.
Hi, Scott.
Good morning, Naz. Thanks
Morning.
thanks for your presentation. I'm curious, talking about looking at changes to the family court. I'm kind of wondering what kind of changes are you looking at? You know, is the presumption of 50-50 shared custody one of the things that is being looked into?
It is very complicated in our courts, and what might surprise you is that our family court judges are not to be questioned, and what they do within the court is what goes. So what we had to do, actually, we have a separate government consultation at the moment going about overhaul of family courts, because we believe for any victim it's very, very nerve-wracking to go to the court. What we've done is actually what we need to do before people go to court, which is really spend some time with fathers to try to understand everything around that and really include the voice of fathers in our assessment. This is something that's been accepted by our child protection services. We created new forms, new assessment, and in January we're actually launching a big service around fathers need to be included in all our assessment to fully understand what do we need to recommend to the court. So changing court systems and family courts, it is going to be a long process because they're very well established in hundreds of years. But we are changing the step before that in order to influence the outcome of the court.
Thanks for your answer.
Oh, Justin, I believe you're on mute.
Apologies. Yeah, sorry. I was just saying I know we're running late. Let me give David the last word though, and we'll try to squeeze in one last, if it could be a brief question and answer. David, go ahead. Sorry, 1 second. There we. Oh, I'm sorry, David. Actually, it's saying I can't give you allowance to talk. You're using an older version of Zoom. So I think we are going to go to the next speaker, but I will ask David if he wants to put a question to the chat bar. Then Naz, you should be able to see that, and if not, I can get that to you, and we can deal with it that way. But
absolutely.
Naz, thank you so much for joining us, and it was so great to see you and to have you be our kickoff presenter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
Applause from, I guess, just me. Thank you but I'm sure others join me and hear it. Okay, thanks again, Naz. Bye now. We're going to bring James on now, so another moment while I attend to that. And bringing James on as a panelist. Okay, while he comes on, I'll just read his brief bio, and then we'll get into it. Okay. So James Shelley is the director of the Men's Resource Center at Lakeland Community College in Ohio. I was really excited that he accepted the invitation to join us. There aren't a lot of men's resource centers or men's centers at all at universities and colleges. He founded and continues to run one of the few. It was founded in 1996. As I said, one of the few dedicated programs in higher education to support male students. And because of his vantage point over these 25 years, he's been interviewed very widely, especially on the challenges faced by college men. So we're going to hear all about that from James Shelley. Take it away, James.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Justin. Pleasure to be participating, and very heartening to know that an event like this is taking place. My presentation is going to be follow two strands, kind of a micro and a macro. Going to look at, give you an overview of the Men's Center at Lakeland, along with some of my reflections. And then I'm going to broaden that discussion out, looking at equity issues men face at U.S. colleges and universities. So I am now going to attempt to share. Hopefully you can see that. Okay. Firstly, a little background on Lakeland. We're in Kirtland, Ohio, an eastern suburb of Cleveland. Lakeland enrollment is 4,791. That's full-time equivalency, largely middle-class student body, 12% minority. And Lakeland awards 2-year degrees in the arts and sciences, business, engineering, and healthcare. Male enrollments have ranged in the 25 years that I've been here from 36 to 42%. Generally, male enrollments are lowest in community colleges and 4-year liberal arts colleges in the US. Tend to be a little bit higher at the 4-year public universities like Ohio State, which I believe is 46% male. Okay, so the center was founded in 1996, and that rather jaunty looking fellow you see was our marketing mascot. We liked his quirkiness and I guess his attitude. And Lakeland really didn't know what they want in a men's center. They knew that there were benefits from having a women's center and wondered if that could be duplicated through a men's center. So didn't really have anything to go on. I spent the first week on the job in the library looking through databases, looking to see if there were any articles on men's issues in college, called a number of colleges and universities. And what I found out was the consensus at US colleges and universities seemed to be that men are the problem. A corollary of that is that men are behaving badly and need to be fixed. We didn't want that to be the premise for the men's center. Firstly, we felt that a negative premise like that would give us trouble rallying students to the men's center flag. But we had also done focus groups with men, with students, and then men in the community. And we found out from that, lo and behold, that men have problems too. What a radical revelation, right? So that has been sort of the what we have built the center around, that premise. There was some initial pushback. I do remember some lengthy, energetic voicemails from female faculty. The center has had 2 positions, mine as director and then a program coordinator, plus we've had some grant funded special project positions as well as student positions. And we assist about 1,000 students a semester, and that can range from one touch to multiple services rendered to a specific student. Early days, again, we only had the Women's Center to model ourselves after, and we learned to do some modifications along the way. I remember that the Women's Center had a breakout session that they incorporated into the new student orientation. They would take women aside as a group and ask them, what are some of your fears about coming to college? I tried the exact same thing with men. A group of 15 men the first time, and that question was met with absolute silence. And I learned to reframe that to what you perceive as challenges or obstacles to your achieving success here at Lakeland. Turn it in away from weakness professing to sort of more of a group problem-solving challenge. Initially, our focus was community outreach. The president of the college wanted us to get men from Lake County on campus, whether they matriculated to the college or not. So we offered a slate of non-credit continuing education courses. We knew that men would seek help if their livelihoods were under duress, if they were out of work. And we had a large amount of success with those programs. We also offered a high school equivalency preparation class, father's rights activities, and support groups, which are a little bit of a challenge on a commuter campus, but we found that we often had to start with sort of provocative topics often appealing to male anger. We know that it's probably easiest for men to express anger. Using that as the starting point to get men into these support groups, and then sort of working with that anger. Use special events to attract positive attention to the program. We brought on some leading authors, Warren Farrell, Michael Gurian, brought them in for 2-day workshops. They met with faculty, counselors, students. But probably what has brought the most positive attention over the years to the center is the Whitehaven Theatrical Performance. Whitehaven is a residential recovery program for men suffering from addiction and homelessness. They collaborate with a local theater on an original play collectively written by the men and acted in by the men in the program. And they take that on the road, and we host them every year. I can shout from the rooftops that men have problems and no one will listen. But when students, faculty, people from the community see a Whitehaven performance, they can see that men have problems too. We shifted to retention probably about 15 years ago. We're not social workers, but we're along with the Women's Center, we kind of have that moniker, and mainly because we also get involved with issues students face outside campus that can negatively impact their academic performance, financial, legal issues, homelessness, transportation issues. We find that when two of those areas go wrong at the same time, that can really create problems for students, and usually it's school time that is sacrificed. Samples of some of our formal programming: Pathfinders, leadership professional development program for Black male students. Now, this is an area where there has been development, has been growth on US campuses, particularly at four-year colleges, four-year public universities, all of whom seem to have some kind of programming for Black male students. We also work to get men in non-traditional careers such as healthcare, so we sort of serve an enrollment function in that respect. And a lot of what we do is as a drop-in center. We get referrals from faculty, from other students, other parts of the college, and any kind of problem can come through the door. If it relates to the college, it can relate to financial aid issues, problems with an instructor, and of course, the outside issues I mentioned. But we always coach students to try to problem solve the issue themselves, and then if needs be, we will advocate on their behalf. A few lessons learned. Men do notice when something is for them. We sometimes think men will shun an extended hand of help. But over the years, hundreds of men have wandered into the center just out of curiosity, sort of a little bit stunned that there is such a program for them, and in that respect, it is sometimes sad to see that they should have that stunned reaction. Men need to know what the payoff is in order to become involved in a program. I joke with the director of the Women's Center, if they build a program, the women will come. To get men to participate in our services, we really need to let them know, what is the concrete payoff, what problem will be solved, what will be gained. Side door approach, and I gave an example of that in the reframing of the orientation question. And a similar example, we're involved in date rape prevention, sexual misconduct programming at the college. And rather than, kind of take a sort of accusatory approach, we borrow a page from the mythopoetic men's movement and we look at male archetypes, the archetype of the warrior, the good warrior who protects and defends the realm with his skills and physical abilities versus the shadow warrior who abuses and bullies because he can, and that seems to be effective again without any sort of implication of the men themselves. We've learned men will seek help, but usually at the 11th hour. And one solution has been to build relationships before the semester starts. Men are most receptive at that time. They're a little bit nervous, and we reach out, we introduce ourselves, and we go into the system and find out what issues they may still have, if they have any loose ends in terms of financial aid or enrollment. And we start to solve those problems for them. And we find that if we begin the relationship by helping them, then they'll be much more likely to circle back to us if needed once they become students. Okay, Ken, shifting here to the broader stage, reasons men are not coming to college. As seen earlier, at four-year colleges, 40% of undergraduates are men. It was about 45% when I started 25 years ago. Might have been 46%. Men also have lower GPA, lower graduation rates. Some reasons for that. In the early days of the Men's Center, I used to see a lot of young men used to come into the office who, driven by boredom, they were home, they weren't working, and one of the reasons they weren't working is because of career decision paralysis. They didn't know what to do with their lives, but they didn't have anything to do at home except watch TV, and they would come in and say, "I'm going crazy. What can Lakeland do for me?" Now young men they have their devices, and it's a lot harder for them to get bored. We also know that Generation Z, those who entered adulthood over the last decade, and predominantly males, are very entrepreneurial, and principally through their computer, create a YouTube channel, make money, e-commerce, buying and reselling on the internet. These are all things that attract young men, but unfortunately, as you might guess, some do very well, and most do not in terms of reaping income. In a similar vein, in terms of cryptocurrency use, 43% of men ages 18 to 29 have used cryptocurrency, and that is across all income levels. It's kind of the modern day gold rush, and we know from history that it is predominantly young men who participate. Okay. No more teachers, no more books. If a young man graduates from high school or doesn't graduate and it hasn't been a good experience, it's unlikely that he's going to jump into the frying pan again by going to college. University of Michigan study indicated that the number of boys who didn't like school increased by 71% between 1980 and 2001. Possible reason for that, things like recess have been curtailed to allow time for state proficiency testing. We also know that boy behavior is under siege, and with the implementation of zero tolerance policies in schools beginning in the late 1980s, that boys are vastly more impacted by this than girls. Boys are suspended at 5 times the rate of girls, including preschool. Boys also have a much higher diagnosis for ADHD. We know that boys prefer a kinesthetic classroom environment where there is some movement allowed. And when that isn't allowed and they're restless, then the preferred alternative appears to be to medicate them. And I believe the US has the highest prescription rate for ADHD medications such as Ritalin and Vyvanse. Aversion to reading and writing. I'm going to pull up a separate slide for this. We know, and this is universally acknowledged, that when boys and girls enter kindergarten or first grade, that the boys' verbal skills are lagging behind the girls, sometimes by a year. And of course, I'm generally speaking here. And a problem with that is we know when boys, for instance, go out for a sport and they're not considered good at it and they sit on the bench, they'll lose interest in that sport. And so you have a lot of boys who are bench warmers, in effect, on the literacy team as soon as they start school. And that gap continues through to graduation. I see it here at Lakeland. We have a much higher percentage of male in developmental English classes. And of course, there's a lot of implications for that in the working world when they enter it. We know those who possess very competent writing skills are more likely to advance in their professions, regardless of what that profession is. By the way, I believe the UK has done more in terms of closing that literacy gap. Nothing has been done in the US, but I recently read that the Scottish government has a goal in 1930 of reducing that gender literacy gap by 5%. Title IX, and the way Title IX works, if a college or university has 60% female enrollment, then 60% of the intercollegiate sports participation must be female. And as admissions directors for colleges and university, will not publicly admit this, but they really feel handicapped by this in terms of recruiting more men to college campuses. Now, esports is a new phenomenon. Gaming teams, intercollegiate gaming teams form at colleges or and universities, have dedicated spaces, and it's 90% male. And this has not yet come under Title IX, and it's believed that it will eventually. And right now, admission directors love it. It's a carrot that they can hold out to male students. But again, once it comes under Title IX, then other sports will have to be eliminated. Male sports, as it is, wrestling has almost been completely eliminated, and I think baseball is following on its heels. Okay, so what are the implications of having fewer men in college? Lack of personal economic growth, earning power. More and more jobs require at least a 2-year degree. We know that educated people tend to be healthier, and there is now a dating gap that is forming. We know through dating apps and online services that the two criteria most highly ranked when women are seeking men are financial security and a college education. Non-degree jobs are harder on the body. There are still more opportunities for non-degree jobs for males, I believe, than for females, particularly in the construction and the trades. But again, this can be tough on the body. I see a lot of men ranging from their late 20s into their 50s who have been injured or their bodies, just can't keep going at that rate. It's difficult for small liberal arts colleges to survive. Their main concern is if the male headcount gets long enough, that will in turn deter female enrollment. Less gender diversity in professions. In 1972, 11% of veterinary students were female, 75% 2007. I believe it's now as high, closing in on 90%. And you might think, so what? But I think of a young man graduated from high school, looking to get into veterinary science and perhaps perceiving it as a female-dominated profession, decides not to go in that direction. More young men failing to launch, living at home as adult children. We know in the 24 to 32-year-old age group, a much higher percentage of young men still living at home, and very, very high percentage of these men either no college degree or dropped out of college. Obviously, I'm a big advocate for college, but I also know that men prefer quicker, short-term pathways to jobs. We do have a number of certificate programs at Lakeland that satisfy that purpose. The good thing about that, and I'm going to use welding as an example, we have students that come in, get their welding certificate, they get a job, and then their employers will pay for them to come back and obtain that associate's degree in welding. Right now, the federal financial aid favors colleges over vocational and technical schools. That may possibly change under the current presidential administration. I still think the best way is an associate's degree. As an example, we worked with the local energy company to provide had an associate's degree program for men who were to become linemen or substation managers for the energy company. And I actually taught a humanities class to that group every year. And they could not understand why they needed humanities, and I couldn't. I argued that, well, think of the critical thinking skills you're going to learn and such. But what really got them was that if they're going, I told them, if you're going to advance in your career, or if you want to change careers, you're probably going to need a 4-year degree, and you're going to be halfway there. And I think my time's just about up, so I can end it there.
Okay, thanks so much, James. Appreciate your wealth of experience, and you're sort of a veteran here in terms of providing these services to men, and certainly at the college and university level. So it's great to have an eye into what that's been like, and I'm sure others will likewise be intrigued enough to ask questions. So if there are perhaps one or two, I think we have time for a couple of questions. Please put your hand up. Okay, we got William. Go ahead, William.
James, excellent presentation. If a bit depressing at times, but I have to say, very similar situation prevails in the UK, with the exception of Title IX, anyway. My question is, in respect of boys and young men not doing very well at school, which is what leads to them not going to university in such great numbers as women. What do you think in terms of the possibility of single-sex education between the ages of 11 and 18 being a possible way forward?
Yeah, I know that the author Michael Gurian is a great advocate for that, and has something called the Gurian Institute in I believe it's in Colorado, and he brings in K through 12 teachers to talk about teaching methods most effective with boys, but also the same sex, same gender education. And I believe absolutely in that. In terms of literacy, we know that, for instance, we know that boys favor nonfiction over fiction. If you have reading groups focusing on nonfiction, and then structuring it in ways that keep the boys engaged. I read somewhere where someone had a same-sex English program for boys, and they were reading Lord of the Flies, and one of the assignments was to ask the boys, based on their reading of the novel, to create a map of the island. That's the kind of thing that engages boys. So both in terms of different teaching approaches and actually separating boys, I think that absolutely has benefits.
Thank you.
Thank you, William. Thanks, James. We have time for maybe one more quick question, if we have one. Okay. I think hopefully, James, you're not running off anywhere just yet. So we're going to go to the next presentation, but please use the chat feature to continue to engage with presenters after their presentation. James, again, thanks so much for joining us here at Momentum 2021. Excellent presentation.
Thank you, Justin.
Okay. Let us just pause for a moment now. I'm going to bring Monique in at this time. Okay, I think Monique, are you ready to go? Yes, there you are. So Monique is here with a special announcement. I've asked her to take a few minutes to introduce us to a new project that she is running called Parental Alienation Canada. So Monique, if you're ready, time is yours.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we hear you fine. Go for it.
Okay. So I'll just get started then. Hi, so I'm Monique, and I'm just going to talk a little bit about the project I'm working on. Parental alienation refers to the experience of a child who has been influenced to reject and hate one parent by the other parent, and to parental behaviors that poison the child's relationship with the other parent. And that definition is by SANAAL 2016. Parental alienation is characterized as a form of programming of a child, an unjustified campaign of denigration against a parent, resulting in the child's own unjustified rejection of that parent. And that definition is by Brene Baker, 2013. Parental alienation is closely tied to intimate partner violence as an issue. Long before the term parental alienation was coined, domestic abuse research documented coercive control and use of children as weapons. This is a very old form of child abuse. So I created a national support group on Facebook called Parental Alienation Canada, or PAC, and it is growing every day. If you visit the PAC group, you'll see that any parent can be targeted. We have moms, dads, the LGBT, non-binary, and even transgender target parents. The sexual orientation and gender identity of the parent is irrelevant. This is intergenerational abuse, not gendered abuse. And Justin Trottier notified me that the Canadian Centre for Men and Families doesn't discriminate with their legal clinics, and they accept any gender identity or sexual orientation. And that's great because parental alienation doesn't discriminate, and we need gender neutral services for target parents. I hope the CCMF legal clinics will adhere to this policy and accept any target parent into the legal clinic. PAC is just over a year old. Over the course of the last year, I've learned that my main opponents are the lobby groups. Certain lobby groups profit off the adversarial family court system, such as custody battles, and they claim that abuse is gendered so they can continue the status quo. These lobby groups are engaging in a very aggressive misinformation campaign to discredit parental alienation. The lobby groups put out false studies and emotional claims to make default equal shared parenting and PA awareness advocates look like an abuser's lobby, when in fact we are the exact opposite. That's why PAC offers gender neutral education and support to target parents, other family members, professionals, and the establishment. There are many honest professionals who are honest about parental alienation, but they're being silenced and threatened by the lobby groups. PAC has a team of volunteer admins that offer educational Zoom calls about shared parenting, self-care, and we have parenting tips for target parents. CAFE has officially sponsored and endorsed the PAC group, and I'm thankful to CAFE for supporting our efforts. We've been hosting regular Erasing Family screenings, and we have an increasing number of francophones in the group. I've been working with Ginger Gentile to get French subtitles for Erasing Family. Please contact me if you'd like to help with this effort. And I'm going to be starting a nonprofit dedicated to combating the misinformation campaign by the lobby groups. It will be based on the concept from the Eeny, Meeny, Miny, Mo Foundation in Australia. The main purpose will be to run conferences for professionals and the establishment to counter the misinformation campaign that seeks to discredit parental alienation. It will be named after the children's choosing rhyme because in the case of alienation, children have to choose a parent. For the Eeny, Meeny Canada nonprofit, I'll need donations to cover the web hosting costs to start a fundraising website, as well as donations to cover future costs of conferences. We'll need volunteers to run the board and conferences. And thank you. I hope to see your support for Eeny, Meeny Canada. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much, Monique. Let me just let me do some processing here. Okay, thanks again, Monique. So as Monique indicated, she has started a really worthwhile project. CAFE is proud to sponsor it. Just as backgrounder, Monique was on our board for many years, so she's very close to CAFE, and I see some fruitful collaboration between CAFE and Monique's upcoming foundation. I think it's a really exciting collaboration. With that, we are just a couple of minutes late, which isn't bad for a CAFE conference. If you've been to these before, 2 minutes or 3 minutes late is actually pretty good. But we are going to have our first break now. Before I do, actually, let me introduce you to David Miner. Didn't get to introduce him earlier. David is the recently hired executive director for our Vancouver branch. So he will be taking over hosting duties from me coming back from the break. Later, you will meet Beth and Nicholas as well. I guess this is a good time for me to do one more plug before I disappear on you. We are hoping to open our new center and complete our kind of national expansion in Vancouver early in the new year. We are very close financially to doing that. We have this matching campaign on for a short time now. I'm sure you'll hear more about it from David, but please go to the link we provided and make a charitable gift. Today would be great if we could actually finish that campaign today. I think we can do that. So I appreciate your support on that. I will leave things with David, and we are going to take our break, come back in about 7 minutes or so, and resume things at 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time. Thanks, everybody. See you later today.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back from the break. My name is David Miner, and I'm the Executive Director for the Canadian Centre for Men and Families in Vancouver. And it's a pleasure to be here with you all. So next up, our next speaker is Courtney Ginny. Courtney Ginny is a police constable, community partnerships in the Community Partnerships and Engagement Unit in the Toronto Police Service. She served in a variety of investigative and specialized units, including the Criminal Investigation Bureau, the Family Services Unit, School Resources Officer, Crime Prevention Officer, and Community Relations Officer. Courtney is currently assigned to the Community Partnerships and Engagement Unit, where she is a co-chair for the Focus Toronto Situation Tables. So I'll pass it over to Courtney and let you take it from there.
Awesome. Thank you so much, David. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Awesome. Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm Courtney Ginny with the Toronto Police Service, and I'm part of our Community Partnerships and Engagement Unit there. Just before I start, you're going to have to excuse my headgear here. It's very ancient, but I think you'll be able to hear me a little bit more clear. So I'm a part of the Community Partnerships and Engagement Unit, and within that unit, we have a program called Focus Toronto. And that's actually how I met Justin, who was previously talking this morning, as the Canadian Centre for Men and Families are actually a partner within the Focus Toronto program. So today I'll be talking a little bit about the program, kind of the background to it, the history of Focus, get into a little bit of like the Focus process and when clients are brought to the table, how that kind of what it looks like, then a few stats on it. So let's see if I can share my screen. Okay, give me 1 second. Sorry. Okay, here we go. Can everybody, David, can you see that?
Yep, looks good.
Okay, great. Let's do this. Okay, so Focus Toronto. So Focus Toronto, what it stands for is Furthering Our Communities by Uniting Services. It's a joint partnership between the City of Toronto, the United Way, and the Toronto Police Service. Together, the three of us run these tables. It originated in Scotland, and it was under the Prince Albert Saskatchewan hub model. So sometimes you'll see the tables be called focus or situation tables. They're one and the same. Our first Focus Rexdale table was launched in 2013, and that was actually the second table in all of Canada and the first table in Ontario. So that was pretty awesome to have Toronto be a part of that big number there. Currently now in Toronto, we have 6 different situation tables. So we just added our 6th one this year. So we're expanding. And the Focus Toronto model has been replicated in over 100 communities across Ontario. So it's not obviously just Toronto, it's worldwide. They sometimes might operate a little bit differently, but the whole premises of it is relatively the same. So our mission statement, Focus Toronto will collaboratively leverage diverse resources and innovate the parties' business practices to improve community safety and well-being, and to see an innovative, adaptable, and collaborative risk-driven service delivery system that is responsive to the needs of Torontonians across to make Toronto safer as a whole. All right, so Focus is a collaborative risk-driven approach to community safety and well-being. So all community partners and police operate together within the Focus model in the risk interventions space. So if you look at this kind of bullseye sort of picture, within the yellow zone, that's where we target. So many other social programs, different programs like Boys and Girls Clubs, sports programs will usually operate under the prevention and social development phases, servicing youth who may not be showing any sort of risk factors, but would benefit from additional programming. So what we've noticed is Focus is not one of the few, but there's very few programs specifically for the risk intervention sort of phase where a high level of risk has been identified and that person is requiring a wraparound support by multiple agencies. So we found that when Focus intervenes with certain clients, either there's no connections to supports at that time, or there may be a single connection and they just need more supports, more of a wraparound support from agencies. And that's where Focus comes in. So if you kind of think of Focus as the safety net to ensure the client doesn't go back into the red. So if you look at the red, that's like our 911 call, the critical, non-critical incidences, high emergency in the red. So when a call is completed in the red zone, police will then refer or start explaining Focus, ask for consent, make some referrals, hoping to push that client or family into the risk intervention stage. And then from there, trying to push to the blue, to the green, and that's the hopes. Here's a map of where Focus is targeted. So if you look into the red to the left-hand side here, Division 23, Focus Rexdale was our first one in 2013. And then our downtown tables came 3 years later. So we started with Rexdale, we dropped down to our downtown east was first, then downtown west table. Then we went up into Scarborough. You can see the orange on the top right, our Scarborough tables. We have Focus Black Creek and Focus York. So Focus York is our newest table. It was just opened up in October. And the city, you can see here by this map, you're hearing me say Division 23, Division 31. And the reason why we divided the Focus tables kind of around the police boundaries is we noticed that the City of Toronto is already divided into boundaries with the divisions, and the majority of referrals come from police, as we see those 911 crisis calls 24/7. So we would start, for an example, like 23 division. It started off as Focus Rexdale, but we noticed the agencies that were servicing that division also were able to drop down into 22 division. So we were able to add that division on to Focus Rexdale. If you look in the middle, the gray, these are the divisions in the city right now that we do not have a table. So 33, 53, 54, and 55. The plan is to have the whole city of Toronto connected to a table. If we did find a situation, say in Division 33, we would still present it to the closest table to still try to provide supports. So even if that community did not have a table, we would still try to work Focus into the model and see what best agencies would be suited. 2021 was a huge expansion year for us. We expanded to 41 division in Scarborough. Black Creek, we expanded out into 32 division. Rexdale, we added 22 division. And then, like I said, our newest table was in 12 and 13 division. Focus Toronto is comprised of over 154 different agencies all across the city, anything and everything you can think of. The majority of our community partners that are a part of Focus are our community and social services. As you can see to the right here, we have over 59 agencies there, a lot of different organizations within the health realm, justice, housing, education, children and youth. We are constantly, that number is constantly growing. We're constantly trying to onboard more agencies. Obviously, the city of Toronto is very different. So a need for clients in the downtown core area may not be the same need up in the northern part of the city. So each table kind of runs are very unique. So if we find in downtown we have a service gap, we will outsource. We will start looking for different agencies to onboard them to ensure that we're trying to service all community members, languages, cultural, anything and everything you can think of. So that number is constantly growing. Okay, so just a little bit about the situation tables and kind of the process. So the Focus situation tables is a 4-filtered model. So like I said, there's over 154 different agencies that sit at this table. These tables used to run in person, so they would happen in person each week. So we have 6 tables right now for the City of Toronto, and they would meet once a week for a meeting. Now that's all done through WebEx. To be honest, with COVID, when it hit and we moved to WebEx because of that, I wasn't sure how successful we would be with providing clients and families support. But it is phenomenal, the work that's still being done, and kind of, if anything, it's picked up, and the agencies are still being able to intervene and provide services. So it's amazing the work that's been done since the pandemic. So any one of those 154 agencies can bring a situation to the table. So like I said, the majority of them do come from police or Toronto Community Housing, but anybody can bring a situation to the table. And the types of situations that can be brought to the table are individuals. It could be a family, or it could even be a neighborhood where we've, if there's been a shooting or some sort of traumatic event that's happened within a community, we're able to bring the neighborhood as a whole and present it at the situation at the table to provide wraparound supports. The neighborhood piece doesn't happen as often, as it's very complex, but we definitely do see that. So anybody can bring a situation to the table. It's identified within their agencies, and they're going to present a situation on acutely elevated risk. That's the main term pretty much that comprises all of focus, AER, and de-identified mass language. So AER, really the best way to think about it is when our community partners are working with a client or a family and they notice that there's certain things being presented that's maybe out of their realm. Maybe they need mental health supports, but then there's also need assistance with employment, finances, maybe grandmother's living with them and she's not doing well and needs some health supports. So we're starting to need several different services or agencies. That's when focus would step in. Where if you need one or more agencies, that's kind of that acute nature. Also things that might be escalating in behaviors. If maybe we have a mental health client that was apprehended by officers and taken to the hospital on Monday, but then it happened on Wednesday, and like there's an escalation in any sort of behavior, those are prime examples of what would come to the table. What we're trying to do is we're trying to catch what we see at the table are kind of those clients or family members that have kind of fallen through the cracks within our system. And we're able to kind of highlight it and follow these situations at the table and make sure we provide a wraparound support immediately to provide supports. So it will be identified in their acutely elevated risk situation would be identified in their agency, and then they would bring that situation to the table. So if we use the example of bringing it to the downtown east table, they would come to the meeting on do a WebEx meeting. They would present the case in de-identified language because we have maybe over 50 to 60 people in one meeting at a time. So for privacy laws and reasons, it's presented in de-identified language. We then open it up to the table for clarifying questions because there's so many different professionals sitting at the table. So something that might be acutely elevated risk to me may not be acutely elevated risk to you. And I might need to ask certain questions in order to see if my agency could assist with that. Then once that's done, we actually open it up to the table for a vote. Is this case a situation of acutely elevated risk? And collectively as a whole, the table votes on yes or no. The majority rules for that. And if it does get accepted as AER, it gets numbered and the focus table will now follow it. Then at that point, we're able to add a lead agency and assisting agency. So this is where we now take a look at the situation. What is the most imminent risk? Make an agency the lead on that, and then start assisting agencies, like I said. So the example with the mental health, we might have a mental health agency as the lead, and then follow up with financial, Ontario Works, some counseling supports for grandmother, unemployment supports, and we just start building the team to make sure that we're taking care of all the needs within that situation. Once that's done, then that portion of the meeting's over. That's everyone sitting at the table, and that portion of the meeting's over. Then we're able to put that whole group, the intervention team, in a meeting or a separate room privately, and then that's where they can start using identifying information. The person's name, the date of birth, what is the plan, what's the best course of action, who should intervene first. I'm just gonna go here to show you guys. So as you can see by this diagram, it's very much, or it used to be when we were a person like this, where it's a big meeting with a group of people. It moves over into a smaller huddle group. And in that huddle group, that's where identified information is provided. The team intervenes and they'll actually report back to the table the following week. So the intervention is usually within 24 to 48 hours. So when we were in person, I would even see a situation presented, the meeting would be done, and agencies would be literally leaving that meeting and driving out to the address, doing a door knock and starting the ball rolling, which was pretty phenomenal. So we're providing wraparound supports, and then we're reporting back to the table. So situations deemed to merit risk mitigation and intervention because of a high probability that they are or will eventually become emergencies involving social disorder, crime, harm, or victimization. So it's the AER situations, that imminent risk, that imminent need. We're trying to either bring that red zone into the yellow or keep the yellow from moving into the red. That's the whole goal. Now, if there's a situation where that it was presented and the table deemed it to be not acutely elevated risk, it's not that we just drop it there at the table. It's called a direct referral. So we'll definitely connect with whoever brought it to the table and make sure that there's at least someone stepping in to help. And we find that more, maybe the client's already connected to ABCD agencies and just needs another support on another piece, and it's just one agency that needs to intervene. That's maybe why it wouldn't be followed at the table. So that's kind of the filter 1 to 4, the intervention on how kind of focus works at the table, a broad sort of stroke with that. But I want to show you a few stats on kind of what we're noticing in 2020 and what we have noticed for this year. So 2020 focus, our total numbers of situations across all of the tables from January 1st to the 31st, December 31st, was 683 situations. And that's only with operating under 5 tables, because the 6th one was just opened up this year. The originating, if you look to the bottom left, 2020 originating sector, the majority of it, like I said, comes from Justice, Toronto Police at these tables. And then the next one, kind of the big one, is Toronto Housing. But if you look at the responding sector, and I think that that's really important, is that we were at 64% originating, but then it drops down to 15% Justice in regards to responding. So police will present at the table, will bring a client or a family to the table, but once it's there, we're backing off. There might be some situations where maybe police wouldn't be a good idea. If there's no criminal aspect to it or even any sort of safety issues, police are usually not involved. We're trying to limit those 911 calls, limit that sort of police contact, and get it into the hands of the professionals that are best to deal with it. So responding sectors are usually our health agencies and our community and social agencies. Those are our big ones. The resolution of situations. So overall, we're seeing an 80% overall risk lowered once focus is involved. So it's a pretty high number, which is pretty amazing. We have a 9% that's still at that acutely elevated risk, even though it was brought to the table. Those can be some of our complex cases, as well as, sometimes police may ask, if police get a radio call, they attend the address, they realize that, there's nothing criminal here, but they could use some social supports. They'll say, do I have permission to take your information and present it to a focus table? We have these services here. Do I get your permission? If they give consent, then we can bring it to the table. Now, sometimes maybe people might say yes just because it's police asking, right? And then once it gets to the table, we send out agencies and they're like, no, I'm not ready for services. We obviously can't force services on anybody. It's consent based, but we will try. So that's kind of a lot for that 9% number. And then we have an 11% other. We have it a lot in the downtown areas where we a homeless person may be presented at the table and they have no fixed address. So we'll devise a team together and, we'll spend weeks, we'll keep it open as long as we can until we locate that person. But if we're unable to locate, we will close it at the table until we're able to pick up that person again. And then we could bring it back to the table to reopen. So that allots for that 11%. 2021 focus and TPS focus highlights. So it's anticipated that focus tables in 2021 will surpass over 1,000 situations. So we're almost doubling our numbers from last year, representing approximately 50% increase over 2020 situations. Since January 1st of this year to October 31st, we've had 812 situations presented. So we have noticed since the pandemic, we're seeing a lot more cases come to the focus table by a lot more different agencies as well. The success rate of focus continues to exceed the 80% over a year. And there's a total of 13 TPS divisions. We also added additional units. Our sex crimes unit, our human trafficking unit, and our gangs prevention task force as well is now members of focus. And throughout 2021, the TPS has referred over 70% of the situations to the focus tables. So who are we serving? If we look at, we're just going to compare 2020 to 2021. So age range, if you look to the top left into that pie graph, the majority of people that we're serving are 40 to 59 years old. And then 30 to 39 is the next age category. And if you look at 2021, those numbers are relatively similar, 40 to 59, 30 to 39. When we speak of gender, it's almost a 50-50 split. Females in 2020, we had 52.5% female, and males, we had 51%, and we had trans 1%. And that's relatively, if you look to 2021, very similar number. So it's almost a 50% split from male to female at the situations that we're seeing at the table. Now, if we just look at the numbers for men and boys at the focus table, the age range, again, we're seeing the majority of it between the 40 to 49 range in 2020. And then the next age category is the 12 to 17 range. And then 2021, we noticed a little bit of a difference. So we're still, again, that bracket 40 to 59 within men and boys, but now the age range of 30 to 39 was increasing a little bit more for sure. And we're noticing a lot more homelessness cases coming to the table due to the pandemic. So that was definitely something that over the last year we've had to switch gears and highlight and try to get more agencies to assist with that piece. So I think that allots for that age bracket kind of increasing a little bit more this year. In focus, we track a lot of stats. It's obviously, Ontario-wide, worldwide. So within Toronto focus tables, we're tracking stats. So we have risk factors and study flags. So if you think of risk factors, their risk or risk categories are characteristics of a situation that contributed it to being identified as acutely elevated risk. So the more risk factors that a situation might have, a client or a family, the more we're pushing it into that realm of this is acutely elevated risk. We need to step in and provide supports. So some of those things are missing school, sexual assault, elderly abuse, gang involvement, negative peers, housing. There's tons there. And what we're seeing within 2020 is the mental health piece is the biggest portion that we're seeing as a risk category. And if you look at 2021 is relatively the same. It's mental health. And then the next sort of study flag is our antisocial negative behavior. When we look at the study flags, are specific issues and trends in communities that are critical points of consideration for effective intervention, but may fall outside the scope of individual risk factors or individual risk factors. So study flags are particularly important for intervening agencies as they guide to effective interventions. So knowing these study flags before these agencies get involved is hugely helpful. So we have sex trades, homelessness, recidivism, recent escalation, and again, 2020 to 2021, the recent escalation study flag is the one that we're noticing. That's the one we're seeing the most, followed by homelessness. And it goes from there. So that all of those stats are tracked here at Focus. Okay, so situation tables and its research. So situation tables, the Toronto model and Hub's model have been researched and evaluated 12 times over Canada. Specifically, Focus Toronto has been evaluated 3 times so far. In 2013, Dr. Hugh Russell piloted the project for Focus Rexdale. That was the second table in all of Canada, first one in Ontario. So they started piloting it to see how its success would run and if it should be brought to Toronto. Again, they took a deeper dive into it in 2015 and it was very successful. So by 2016, we were able to open up the downtown east, downtown west, and start expanding and really bringing the Focus program to the city of Toronto. In 2020, Dr. Thompson also did a study developing Canadian partnerships and countering violent extremism. So they took a look at that's another piece to Focus that we've actually added on. My boss within Focus, he actually deals with a lot with the violent extremism, and that's another piece that we've added to some of our programs, specifically specialized for those situations. And in 2016 to 2020, there was a Toronto Police evaluation done over Focus Toronto and Toronto Police's data. And they noticed when they took everything together, they noticed once Focus was involved within the situations, there was a 68.75% reduction in police contact, which is exactly what we're looking for. If it's not something that's criminal in nature where we need to get involved, we're hoping to put clients and families connected with agencies and kind of police backing off that. So that was an evaluation done over a 3-year period. Again, so this is just, we have steering committees under
Hey,
City of
Courtney,
Toronto.
if I can jump in.
Sure.
We just have a couple minutes to our next speaker and we have some questions coming in. Do you think we could switch to Q&A?
100%. I was right there anyways, but there's my
Okay.
contact information. Go ahead.
Perfect. So the first question is, how do you filter out false allegations?
Oh, yes. We follow through with everything. So yes, that's at the agency level. It will start there, something that's brought to an agency. And if the agency, we get a lot of calls too, like as co-chairs, people will call us and let us know, what do you think? Should it be brought to the table or not? So we just kind of have to follow through with it and kind of intervene as best as possible. And just, it's a like step-by-step process really, until we know what kind of is going on. It will still be heard at the table, and we kind of just, it's kind of like a filter process until if we really find out, okay, no, they're just, you know, it's just the financial help or whatever, then we might close it at the table. So we have seen it sometimes at the table. It just, we kind of put it through a filter process. And once we get to that point where we're like, no, this is not an accurate portrayal of what's happening, we'll end up having to close it at the table and kind of flag it on that agency's end.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Good answer. The next question is, imminent risk and imminent need have been well stereotyped as to who is the likely perpetrator and who is the victim. Is there anything being done to educate the system to a more accurate assessment of the reality? And is there any support for denial of access?
Sorry, can you just, as I switched over, can you just say that one more time?
Imminent risk and imminent need have been well stereotyped as to who is the likely perpetrator and who is the victim. Is there anything being done to educate the system to a more accurate assessment of the reality? Is there any support for denial of access?
Right. yeah, that's definitely one thing that we've seen, obviously, in police as well, but even our focus tables, we're constantly within our focus tables doing information sessions all the time within our agencies. So during COVID and stuff, we would allow agencies to come in and do Fridays. We run our tables Tuesday to Thursday. So on Fridays, we would have those information sessions to ensure everybody at the table are on the same page and equally as informed of what we need to do. So we definitely, through focus, trying to educate there. Yeah.
Awesome. And lastly, what strategies do you use to engage assisting agencies to participate in this process? Is it a local level agreement or a statutory requirement to engage?
It ended up being like word of mouth. Like we're constantly getting out there doing presentations within agencies, or if we find that, like, even as a co-chair, if I'm running a table and I notice, oh, like we're looking at this and we don't have an agency that can support this client, I'll actively go out, connect with that agency, the ED, have conversations about focus, get into some training, and try to onboard them as much as possible. So it's becoming bigger and bigger, even within the Toronto Police Service. I've noticed within the last couple of years, it's definitely becoming used by a lot of people now.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And really appreciated your talk. I, as a service provider and also with the Men's Center in Vancouver, I'm really intrigued about this focus group. And so I might be emailing you later to ask some more questions. But thank you so much and for joining the panel. And yeah.
Thank you so much for having me, guys. Thanks.
Awesome. Bye, Courtney. Okay, so next up on the panel, we have Robert Whitley. And Robert Whitley is a professor of psychiatry at McGill University and a research scientist at the Douglas Research Center. Whitley has published over 150 academic papers related to social and cultural psychiatry, and he is the author of a forthcoming book, Men's Issues and Men's Mental Health, an Introductory Primer, which is devoted to various men's issues, including male suicide, substance abuse issues in men, ADHD in boys, low educational attainment in young men, and the impact of divorce on men's mental health. So I'll pass it over to Robert.
Yes, thank you so much, David. Can you see my PowerPoint?
I can.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much, and thank you for this great invitation. And I would like to commend CAFE for all the work that they've been doing over the years on this topic, especially Justin Trottier, who is an unsung hero of men's health and men's mental health in particular, and the amount of effort that's gone into this Momentum conference and all the work CAFE's done. I'm so grateful to be part of this organization. Thank you so much for the introduction. I'm going to talk for about 20 minutes, leave some time for questions. The title of this presentation is Men's Issues and Men's Mental Health Book Launch. When I sent the blurb to Justin a few months ago, I said the book was forthcoming, but I'm pleased to say the book is now published, and here is a copy for those of you who can see me on the camera. It's 255 pages, and I'll talk about it later. And in this short presentation, I wanted to talk about the impetus behind the book, and then give a few details about the topics that the book covers, and then some of the key themes. So the impetus behind the book, and I think I'll be preaching to the choir here, is that having looked at the men's mental health literature, both from some of the clinical professionals like the American Psychological Association, from some of the important figures in Canadian culture, lay people who are active on Twitter, there are many myths and misconceptions about men's mental health. And one thing I wanted to do in this book was to try and address some of these myths and try and demystify men's mental health. The first myth that I wanted to address was the idea that all of men's mental health woes lie in the concept of masculinity. I feel many existing approaches to men's mental health put an undue emphasis on the concept of masculinity. It's a very one-dimensional approach, and that these approaches often take a blaming and shaming approach, where they blame men for having their own mental health issues and use victim blaming language, for example, admonitions for men to man up or to cry more, to talk more. And I think this is very unhelpful in my book. Like I said, it's really giving an alternative paradigm to the issue of men's mental health to this one-dimensional approach. A second impetus behind the book was that there are many simplistic and unempathetic understandings of men and boys in society, if we're talking about mental health or just about men and boys in general. And I've got a few examples later to show what I'm talking about there. But I find this willfully ignores the social context in which men live their lives. It's an error of inference to blame a mental health issue on masculinity for a man who maybe was failed by the education system, who has had some issues with drugs, for example, who lives in an area where there isn't many opportunities for unskilled men to find work, so they end up unemployed, which we know in certain areas of Canada, this is a general pattern. And I feel it's important to talk about the social context and how this does influence men's mental health. And the third impetus is how we are talking about mental health services for men and how we are talking about the best approaches to address men's mental health. And one thing I'd like to say here is that some of the discourse, and not all of it, but when you hear some people talking about men's mental health, what they're implying implicitly is some kind of like conversion therapy. We hear about conversion therapy for trying to convert gay people into straight people. Well, what I say sometimes is that some of the discourse about men's mental health, which I'm trying to change, is a conversion therapy where we're trying to get men to be more like women, which is almost a form of demasculinization. And sometimes we're framing men as, in terms of their mental health, as defective women. I find this is very unhelpful. It doesn't recognize there are different modalities of healing when we talk about mental health. And it doesn't recognize the failures in the health system, which typically offer a one-size-fits-all solution and are not necessarily very sensitive to men's needs. So this is, like I said, the impetus behind the book. I've been in the field for many years, and to be frank, I'm just fed up of reading about these amateur approaches and people talking about these opinions as if they're facts, and my book is trying to address that. Here are a few examples about the things, like I said, which I'm trying to address and overcome. This is a headline from CBC. Toxic masculinity may be quadrupling the suicide rate for Canadian men. Completely unscientific statement. We do know that suicide is never the cause of a single factor. It is typically caused by a web of causation with multiple interacting factors coming together to lead someone to a position where they feel suicidal. This often stems from things that happened in someone's childhood, things happening recently in their life, maybe in the workplace, in the family. We know that chronic illness and mental illness are risk factors for suicide. So this is exactly the kind of simplistic explanation that needs to stop, frankly, and my book talks about the alternative approach. Here's another example from the student newspaper at my university. So you might be looking at this and think it was an April Fool's joke, but it's not. And in this article, the writer says that Movember, the campaign for men's health, is a microaggression, and that we should stop Movember because it's misogynistic and it promotes male privilege. And I've chosen a few extreme examples, but you hear kind of variations of this discourse just in everyday conversation, often with well-meaning people who might not necessarily know what the reality is of men's mental health. So again, this is something which I'm trying to overcome. I talked earlier about the lack of empathy for men and boys and how that needs to change both in society and in the mental health system and in the health system per se. This is an example that many people on this call know about. We do know that Aboriginal men are murdered at a higher rate than Aboriginal women. We do know that there are more missing Aboriginal men than missing Aboriginal women. Yet many people have lobbied the government when the inquiry was occurring to include men in the missing and murdered Aboriginal women inquiry. But those calls fell on deaf ears. And it just seems that there was a lack of empathy for these Aboriginal men. So my argument is that it's time for a new approach, and these are the kind of three underlying factors that I talk about in my book. First of all, is the examination of wider social context and social trends in areas such as education, employment, and family issues. We know the education system has changed radically in the last 30, 40, 50 years. We know that boys are more likely to drop out of high school, less likely to go to post-secondary education. We know that employment trends, especially, like I said, in rural areas, in small towns where there was a reliance on a single industry, whether it was car manufacturing, fishing, factories, and these have been decimated with the changes in the economy. How are these affecting men's mental health? And the answer is in my book. Investigating the proximal determinants of men's mental health. So what we do know, for example, is that undergoing an unwanted life transition is a risk factor for many men's mental health issues, such as substance abuse and suicide. So going through an unwanted divorce, suddenly losing your job without any kind of prior notice or warning, dropping out of school, or to be more frank, sometimes being kicked out of school against your will. But these are all risk factors for mental health, and I talk about this in the book. And the third one is assessing official mental health services and common clinical approaches with a focus on promising male-friendly programs. What I do in the book is I talk about the different approaches to healing and to recovery and to caring for people with mental health issues. And I basically argue that the healthcare system takes a kind of one-size-fits-all solution, which isn't necessarily very male-friendly or male-sensitive. There are exceptions, and I talk about those exceptions. And I also talk about some of the initiatives that are coming more from civil society than from the healthcare system. So coming from churches, coming from communities, small community organizations, coming from a variety of organizations, student organizations, for example, who are producing kind of male-friendly programs. And many people on the call will know, for example, about men's sheds. Men's sheds are like a youth club for older men, where older, isolated, lonely men will go to this men's shed, which is usually a small building, often in a kind of medium-sized town, where the men will engage in woodwork, metalwork, cookery, gardening, other activities, mentoring other men. So it gives people camaraderie, it gives people a purpose, it gives people peer support, and they don't necessarily have to talk about their intimate feelings or their mental health per se, but it allows for kind of an angular approach to mental health, where people come together and over time trust is built, then there can be talk about those issues. And we know that that's a kind of modality of healing that many men prefer, compared to sitting across a desk with a psychologist talking one-on-one about their intimate feelings. So in the book, I'm really arguing that we need to acknowledge that there are different modalities of healing, and that we need choice in the healthcare system, and we need to look at the civil society initiatives, and if necessary, fund them somehow through the public taxpayer while maintaining the independence of the organizations. And these are the kind of initiatives that men tend to prefer. Like I said, the book has been published. It was published last month, and I've got a copy here. Just a few details about the book for those of you who are bookworms or who are on the fence about whether this is something you would enjoy. It's 255 pages, split into 10 chapters. So the average chapter is about 25 pages, so it's in digestible chunks. The book is split into two parts. The first 5 chapters are focused on kind of the traditional men's mental health outcomes, such as there's a chapter on suicide, a chapter on substance use disorder, a chapter on ADHD in boys, a chapter on male depression, and a chapter on health service issues. And the second part of the book looks at more kind of overarching factors, social factors, and looking at the trends and how they affect men and boys. So there's a chapter on the educational system, looking at primary, secondary, and tertiary education, and how basically changes have not necessarily been very friendly to boys. a chapter on employment and trends in employment, looking at many areas, including manufacturing, workplace injuries, changes in the economy in rural areas, etc. And a third chapter looking on the family. I talk about the difference between children raised by single mothers and single fathers, and how that relates to mental health outcomes. I look at the impact of divorce on men and their mental health, and various other explorations of the family. The book is available on the Springer website, springer.com, and there is actually a 20% discount for the next few weeks to anyone who goes on the website and enters in that code. If you are interested in the book, I recommend you take a picture of that code if you have your cell phone handy. And if not, just drop me an email and I can share it with you. And feel free to share that code with anyone who might be interested in the book. It's basically a kind of Christmas discount by Springer that they gave me. Here are some of the key overarching themes in the book. I feel I've kind of talked for quite a lot, and I can't actually access the chat and the questions while I'm talking. Well, I can, but it will distract me. So I might just...
We'll hold the questions for the end, Robert. So I'm keeping track of all the questions, and so I'll pose them to you in order, so you don't got to worry about that.
Okay, that's good. I'm not terribly good at multitasking. So I'll just very briefly go through these, the key overarching themes in the book. One is what's known as male gender blindness. This seems to be very common in Canada, like I said, when all over the world, where the government will release a report which says gender and mental health. And I would get excited because that's one of my areas of expertise, I guess. Then I'll read it and there'll be 500 mentions of women and girls and 0 mentions of boys and men and boys, which is not an appropriate use of the term gender. If those of you who are interested in what's happening south of the border, there was a White House Gender Council that was recently started, and I did an analysis of their launching document, and it had about a dozen references to men and boys and hundreds of references to women and girls. And I'm arguing that we need to be sensitive to the preferences of women and girls, and also to men and boys, and that's an overarching theme of the book. The second is the gender empathy gap. So I talked about that a bit in the beginning. I talk about how there appears to be a lack of empathy for men and boys. I don't just talk anecdotes, but also look at some of the scientific studies which have used vignettes or observations to see how people differentially display empathy to men and boys in real or imagined situations, and show that this is actually a scientific fact. And this has consequences for men's mental health, because there isn't a lot of funding for men's mental health interventions. There seems to be this, like I said, this mentality of like man up, cry more, talk more. These simplistic solutions are not going to solve very complex issues. Negative stereotypes of men. So I talk about this. I give some examples. I did a study myself of media coverage of people with mental illness. And what I found in this study is that when the media cover a woman with mental illness, they use much more sympathetic language. They use a much more positive, recovery-oriented tone. They use less stigmatizing language. Whereas when the media portrays a man with mental illness, they use much more punitive language. They use more stigmatizing language. They use less recovery-oriented language. So we see these stereotypes of men, and that's the context people have to live their lives in. I talk about what I call a male-unfriendly educational system and failure to launch in young men. I've already talked about that, so I won't expand on that. The influence of economic change on factors such as substance abuse and suicide. So I already talked about that, how it's particularly affecting people in small towns and rural areas where there used to be a lot of economic opportunity and honourable professions and trades for people who were maybe less skilled, or for blue-collar men. And this has changed radically with changes in the global economy. I talk about workplace issues. So we know that men are much more likely to be involved in workplace accidents, around 80–90%. This is especially in men working in manufacturing, law enforcement, security, transport, mining, fishing, in the military. And what often happens, which I talk about this in detail in the book, is that these men will be prescribed painkillers because they've suffered these accidents and they're suffering acute and chronic pain. And these painkillers have biologically addictive properties. People can then get addicted and then take more and more. These painkillers also have significant side effects, and this can lead to a really thwarting, to lower the quality of life, can make people addicted, and in some cases can lead to overdoses. The negative impact of unexpected life transitions, I've already talked about that. Divorce, severance, losing your job, bereavement, people who are released from the military is another life transition, or released from another job where there's a lot of camaraderie, like law enforcement and the police. The lack of male-friendly and male-sensitive programs and supports. I talked about that. One thing I emphasize in the book is the different modalities of healing, that the typical mental health system takes a kind of one-size-fits-all solution, or two-size-fits-all, which is either medication or seeing a psychologist talking face-to-face over a desk. We know that there are very many different modalities of healing. Canada's a multicultural country, and we also have a great Aboriginal population. We know, for example, certain elements of traditional Aboriginal healing can be useful for Aboriginal men with mental health issues. Getting involved in traditional activities like hunting, fishing, being mentored by elders. What we know from some minority communities, aspects of religious healing can be helpful. So there are very many different modalities of healing, but in men's mental health, a lot of the discourse seems to assume that it's all about going to see a psychologist and talking about your feelings, when in fact, there's many modalities that I talk about in the book. And the final thing there is the importance of what I call a strengths-based rather than deficit-based approach. I feel the men's mental health literature is overwhelmed by what I call a deficits-based approach, where we're looking at what men are not doing, and we're blaming men, and we're pointing fingers at them because they're not talking, they're not crying, they're not going to see psychologists, they're bottling things up. And instead, what I think we should talk about is what I call a strengths-based approach, where we look at the strengths of men, and in individual men in particular. What are they doing well? What have they been doing over their lifetime? They've been a leader in their church, they've been in the military reserve, they've been volunteering for the Scouts, they've been a good parent, they've been a good son, they've been involved in the community, and they've built up a lot of skills in the process, and that we should kind of build on those skills in our mental health interventions rather than point fingers and shame and blame. So I feel I've spoke very quickly. That's the book's conclusion. Like I said, anyone who wants to email me to talk about the book, feel free. It's available at Springer, Amazon, Barnes & Noble. The discount there is only available at Springer. And I think that's it. So thanks, David. I'll go over the questions.
Thank you, Robert. That was really great. And I also have a lot of questions in my mind, but I'll get to the participants' questions first and see if we have time for those. So the first question is, what do you think of the notion that men compartmentalize their emotions, setting them aside in order to deal with their daily responsibilities and also to protect against emotional abuse? This is portrayed as being cold.
Yeah, it's a good question. So I deal with that a lot in my chapter on depression. So we know that women suffer depression at a much higher rate than men, a ratio of about 2 to 1. And some people argue this is actually an artificial finding, that men actually have similar rates of depression, but because of measurement issues and disclosure issues, that we have full statistics. But another argument is actually that men's typical way of coping with certain stressful events and issues is actually quite resilient and quite helpful to mental health. So if you think about depression, if a man is undergoing a stressful event or stressful life circumstances, he might be able to compartmentalize it, might engage in some form of escapism, whether it's pursuing hobbies or getting really involved in his work, will not ruminate on the issue. We often say we often hear in society people say escapism is bad, but there's a strain of thought in psychiatry that this is actually very good and a very adaptive response. And some people have argued that the reason women have more depression is that they're more likely to ruminate on issues. They're more likely to get kind of lost in the negative emotions of an event, which some men are able to kind of block out, compartmentalize. So there's two different kind of schools of thought about that, and it's hard for me to say in a few minutes, but the chapter on depression that in my book really goes into that kind of, and it's not necessarily cold. It's sure it could be quite adaptive to some people.
Awesome. Thank you, Robert. Next question is, through your research into men's mental health, you must have run across what I call pathological feminism, where the accepted practices for women leading the support groups for domestic violence in children most often support women's claims over men's without proper investigation in the factors leading to then intervention. How can we combat this approach and make the need for men and men's rights public equally important, and finding ways to stop or at least acknowledge a societal bias and that pathological feminism exists within the organization and healthcare system?
Yeah, I think a lot of this all goes back to what I call the gender empathy gap. So I think there is a lot less empathy for men and boys in society compared to women and girls. And like I said, a lot of people talk about this in kind of anecdotal or even embittered kind of terms. What I do in the book is I show that this is actually based on hard scientific evidence. So for example, people have studied empathic responses to people who have been put under physical pressure or strain, or who have been injured or have been attacked. And what we actually find is that there's a relationship between height, weight, muscle mass, and empathy. So basically, to summarize very simply, a small child will elicit a lot of empathy who has been injured or in pain, but a tall, muscular, young middle-aged man will receive the least empathy. And we see that also in women, and it's in evolutionary psychology, it's been related to the presence of childlike features in adults. There's a scientific phrase called neoteny, which relates to this. But if you're someone who has large eyes, small head, a high-pitched voice, your suffering will elicit more empathy than if you're a kind of man, tall, muscly, middle-aged. And older men and very young men elicit more empathy than kind of middle-aged young men. So in short, we need to look at the use of biopsychosocial model to understand the lack of empathy. There's biological, psychological, social reasons. And I think documenting a problem is the first way to solving a problem. And this is something we rarely talk about, and I'm putting it out there. And it's in many of the chapters in my book, but especially the chapter about mental health services.
Thanks, Robert. It's interesting that you mentioned about the vulnerability categories, because as a director in Vancouver, I get my volunteers to do a criminal record check for if they're having direct client contact. But if they want to do a vulnerable sector check, they say, well, they need to be either elderly or, a child or something. They don't recognize that adult males can be vulnerable, right? So you're inherently saying, oh, this group can be vulnerable. They're, adult aged male.
I mean, it's also related to perceived threat as well. So that when there's studies of perceived threat, people see that that group, young middle-aged men, are the biggest threat. They perceive them to be a threat, regardless of the actual circumstances. It's a stereotype and framework, which can be very negative. I mean, I used to have a black graduate student who was a great guy, very capable. He was tall and muscly, and he used to tell me when he was walking up the road, he would hear the car doors just locking, because they saw him and they saw him as a threat. And that's what a lot of black men have to deal with, and some muscly men in general.
Yeah. Awesome. Thank you so much. I do have one question since we've gone through all the participant questions. I've been reading this book called San Francisco by Michael Schellenberger, and it talks about how homelessness and addiction issues have become more rampant in cities like San Francisco, Vancouver, LA, and how in Europe they've used approaches which have more of a carrot and stick approach, whereas in North America, we just offer services, but if people aren't accessing them. And so I'm wondering what you think about the role of coercion is with getting men to access services, because especially for people who are homeless or dealing with addiction, 80% of the men overdosing are, or sorry, 80% of the people overdosing are men. So how much, I think like our system, and I went through school, social work, it's very offering services, and we should never, have anything contingent like housing first model, and people don't have to go to treatment as contingency for getting housing. So I wonder what your thoughts are on like, having contingencies or having requirements for people to motivate people to access services, especially men who are often, higher numbers of men are the ones who are dealing with these addiction issues.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a bit of a distracting discussion, because what I would say is go back to first principles, and the first principle is that there are different modalities of healing. And if you look at the interventions that have helped people, the interventions for homelessness and homeless men that have helped people, they're ones that really tap into these different modalities of healing, and aren't offering like the traditional like homeless shelter where you come in at 2 p.m. and you get kicked out at 8 a.m. and you just get a bed in a corner. So I know some of the interventions in like Vancouver and Victoria have built on kind of Aboriginal, because many of the homeless people are Aboriginal, have built on like traditional Aboriginal healing, having traditional Aboriginal activities at the interventions that are trying to help people, and these have been successful. I've also seen this in the field of veterans mental health, where you have organizations like, Wounded Warriors Canada, which are led by veterans who know the military ethos and veterans lifestyles. They're going out onto the streets trying to help veterans get into accommodation and get jobs. And from what I see, they've been more successful than the kind of professional, well-paid social workers who, are certainly well-meaning and trying to help, but maybe have less skin in the game or less knowledge of what veterans will respond to and how veterans are kind of thinking about their life and the solutions to their life. So I think choice is a great thing. The more choice we have, the better, and the more we fund, like I said, these like bottom-up civic society peer support organizations who often have like who are streetwise and they know the community they're serving. But that's more helpful than thinking about putting more money into traditional health services, which in a way are a bit like a leaky bucket. The money goes to the directors and to the infrastructure and the secretaries and the admin, but how much is actually getting into the trenches?
Mm-hmm. Awesome. Thank you for your response. And thank you so much for your presentation. I really liked, all the themes and the issues you brought up are so relevant in my own research and experience working with these issues. And I think this book can really help us, find a way forward and not stigmatize men, but really help them and identify what's harming them. So thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you so much. Thank you everybody for for listening and your time.
Okay, so next up, we have Alexandra Lysova. Alexandra is a researcher at SFU, and I actually know Alexandra because she's partnering with the Vancouver Center for Men. We're doing a study on men who have been experiencing domestic violence, and it's been wonderful to work with her. I did some interviews of men earlier this week, and I'm really looking forward to the report that gets generated and see how this can help us better serve men who are experiencing this. So Alexandra Lysova, she's a PhD and an associate professor in the School of Criminology at Simon Fraser University in Vancouver. She's going to share an overview of several major research findings related to the rates of male intimate partner victimization in Canada and internationally, men's experience with help-seeking, issues involving children in these relationships, and some preliminary findings related to spousal homicides against men, the subject of her current research. So without further ado, I'll pass it on to Alexandra.
Oh, great. Thank you. Thank you so much, David. It's great to see you. So the only thing is I cannot see myself. And when I try to share the screen, it says that you cannot share the screen because somebody else is sharing. the
Oh,
screen.
okay. Robert, can you stop screen share? And then Alexandra should be able to
And
do
just
hers.
do it now. Yeah. Okay, great. Hope. Can you see me? Can you see my
Yeah.
screen? Yeah, great. Okay, so I'll probably be in my cell here. Okay. Let me see like this. Yeah, great. Okay. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure and honor to be here. Before I'm presenting on intimate partner abuse against men, specifically mostly in Canada, I will be discussing this. I would like to thank the students who worked with me and helped me with this research, Kenzie Hansen, a MA student at SFU, and Eugene Deem, a PhD student at the University of Toronto. We published together a number of papers and reports resulting from our research. Okay, wait, let me see okay. So in this presentation, I would like to discuss several issues. There are many problems in criminology that could be discussed in the relation to male victimization, but several issues that I will discuss an overview here in this presentation. First of all, men's specific experiences of intimate partner abuse. What I find is that there are still many people who cannot imagine how violence against men may look like. They still ask me questions. Why can they just, if they are abused, why can they just defend themselves or leave the relationship? And how can men be abused physically or sexually? So there is this hard understanding of how men actually experience abuse. And this is really important to continue doing research on the specific experiences of intimate partner abuse. And I will be reporting some of the findings from our research in Canada. And also what I think is important in this area is to look at the differences from and similarities to the abuse that women experience in the relationship. Because if we see more and we examine more these aspects of violence, then we can be in a better position to help men with their gender-specific issues, and also simply share resources that are available for women already if men and women experience specific types of violence similarly. Another big issue is children in the abusive relationships when men are primarily abused. So what happened to the children in this relationship? How do they experience abuse? How do men try to help their children in this abusive relationship? And what are the challenges they face when they try to get help? So I will be discussing this as well today. Another big topic that I'm currently turning more attention to is intimate partner homicide, IPH. So this is the topic that is particularly difficult to study. Why? Because we know that the majority of those who killed in the intimate relationship are women, about 75 to 80%. And that is why whenever we discuss men as victims of this abuse, or even men as perpetrators of this abuse, but we look a bit differently on them, this causes some kind of a response, not always positive. So I think this is the topic which is difficult to study, but this is a very important issue. If we want to develop better ways to prevent intimate partner homicides, we need to acknowledge the entire complexity of these situations. And then finally, representation or portrayal of men's experiences of intimate partner abuse and intimate partner homicide in the media and also governmental reports, what I believe is extremely important. This is how the general public knows about what happens, and many professionals are educated based on what they read in the news, what they read in the reports. So I will just give a couple of examples how and what we know about male victimization from the media and governmental reports. So in terms of the data, I will just mention several sources that I use in my work, and also that are very important for us as criminologists, sociologists to know about male victimization. So the first thing that comes to mind is the police report, of course. We need to look at the police data, but the police statistics is very, very limited when it comes to men's experiences of abuse and intimate relationships. Many men do not report their incidents to the to the police, and that is why the police doesn't have record of male victimization. So that is why there are other sources that we mostly use in our work. The first is the population self-reported surveys. And in Canada, there is, in fact, a very important study that is done every 5 years with a focus on victimization component. It's called General Social Survey, GSS. And from 1999, every 5 years, this survey asks questions to the representative random sample of people in Canada about their experiences of use in intimate relationship. It's a hybrid design, I mentioned it here. What does it mean? It means that while the study itself is portrayed or presented to the participant as the crime survey, which is not a great thing for the participants, because many of them do not see family issues as crime, so they are likely to underreport them. But while it comes to the victimization component, to the component of violence in the intimate partner relationship, on that survey, they actually change the language and they talk about family issues. So which is, again, we believe may give more opportunities for people to talk freely and more fully about their experiences. Again, that's a great source we use in our work. Another source of information is news media articles. We specifically use them to study intimate partner homicide and also to see how male victims of abuse are represented in the media, and also interviews and focus groups. This is something what David mentioned. Yes, this is what we do right now in Vancouver. We talk into men, and that's a great source of information. I also did focus groups in 4 English-speaking countries some years ago, and I will be reporting some of the findings here. But again, it's important to say that these are very important sources of information about men. We would like to talk to them. We would like to hear their voice, the way how they see abuse, and explain it. So men's experiences of intimate partner abuse. What I show here is one of the pictures that captures what is known as power and control will in the intimate partner relationship directed against women. So what is it acknowledged in this model is that women experience a lot of types of abuse. So it's not only physical, it's in many cases, it's psychological abuse, it's financial abuse, sexual abuse, and there are use of children, and there are all other different types of aspects of victimization related to the immigration status and sexual orientation and so on. So what I find in my work, because in my career, first I've studied particularly violence against women and children. Now, when I turn attention to men, I see a lot of similarities. So yes, many men we talk to and we examine the responses of men on the surveys, we see that many of them experience psychological and financial abuse. And interesting enough that in Canada, in 2014, GSS data from 2014, 10% of men in the current or continuing relationship reported that they actually experienced any of the forms of psychological or financial abuse. And that's compared to 6.8% of women. And this difference is statistically significant. There is more men who reported experiencing some of the forms of psychological and financial abuse in their relationship, which translated to around 180,000 men in Canada in 2014. When we looked at the specific issues, where exactly men reported more victimization compared to women, we found that the men reported more demanding your whereabouts, jealousy, limiting contact. So these are the types of controlling behaviors we typically thought that women suffer in the relationship. But once again, on the victimization surveys, both partners are actually asked, both men and women asked about the experiences of victimization. We see that, in fact, many men experience this controlling abuse. When it comes to, there is another form, legal and administrative abuse, LA, shortly. So this is a very interesting form of abuse, not actually studied on the GSS in Canada, and that's the next step. We would like to, for the Statistics Canada, to actually include some of the questions that would measure this form of abuse against men in Canada. At this point, some studies in the United States measured this type of abuse. What is this? It's a manipulation of the legal and administrative resources to the detriment of the partner, female or male partner. But what we see is that many male partners experience this abuse based on the US data. So around 2/3 of the male respondents in the large study conducted by Denise Hines and Emily Douglas said that the partner falsely accused them hitting or beating them. About 1/3 of the respondents in the large study in the United States said that the partner filed restraining order against him under false pretense. Around 36% of the male respondents said that partner falsely accused him of physically abusing the children. So these are the forms of abuse that should be studied more in Canada, so we understand the scope of this victimization of men. But we regularly hear the stories that men report to us that this is what they experience in the relationship. Terroristic violence. So sometimes also known as intimate terrorism, and for a long time believed that only women can experience intimate terrorism. In Michael Johnson's typology, in his book, he clearly says it's mostly women. Maybe there are some men. Actually, when we started to do research on that, we find that it's not just some men, it's actually many men. And GSS, General Social Survey and Victimization, allows us to examine that. So what we did in the paper we published in 2019 on experiences of abuse in Canada by men and women, we found that around 35% of men reported or could be seen as victims of intimate terrorism compared to 34% of women. So it's a very, very similar number for men and women. And if we look at the most severe forms of abuse, when men are severely physically abused and severely psychologically abused, it's around 22% in the sample among all victims in the current ongoing intimate relationship, which translated to about 28,000 of men in Canada. So that's a big issue, and we need to look more into the experiences of these men. And then physical and sexual abuse. Physical and sexual abuse, around 2.9% of men in 2014 reported to have experienced some forms of physical violence in the intimate relationship. And interesting enough, this difference was statistically significant from women. 1.7% of women in Canada reported experiencing any forms of physical or sexual violence in the ongoing intimate relationship in 2014. When we looked at the specific forms that men experienced more than women, it was kicking, beating, being kicked, hit or bit, being slapped, something was thrown at them, they were threatened to hit. And when we looked at the focus group, when we talked to men, so some of the forms that the men reported to us was that she kicked me, punched me numerous times. I had a laceration on my eye. Somebody said she knocked me unconscious with a wine bottle, and I was left unconscious on the ground when she was trying to light matches on my bed. Somebody says I was pushed down the stairs numerous times. So these are the exact examples from our participants who reported the experiences of physical abuse, which is very real, right, and very frightening for men. So some people who still right now don't know much about this issue, they actually ask the next question, okay, they may experience these forms of abuse, but does it really hurt them? So there is this argument that violence has more negative effect on women than men. So when we looked at this using the General Social Survey on Victimization in 2014, what we found is that indeed there are more women who experienced injuries, around 27% versus 12% of men on the random representative sample of Canadians in 2014. But when we look at the numbers, we see that since the number of male victims in general was larger in the sample, so we see that around 30,000 men reported some type of injuries on the GSS in 2014 compared to 39,000 women. And then if we look at fear, yes, men less likely to report fear. It looks like it's a more gender-specific short-term consequence of abuse, which tells me that we need to look at the different forms of the consequences. They may be more gender-specific for men. They're just not on the GSS at this point. That is why we may not know about them. And then when we look at some of the forms of long-term consequences of the abuse, which are measured on the PTSD scale, post-traumatic stress disorder, what we see is that we don't see the significant differences in these experiences between men and women, which suggests that men actually experience violence quite seriously in a long-term perspective, in a very much way similar to women. Another important topic that I'd like to discuss with you here, something that we're preparing for the publication at this point, is the poly-victimization. This is an important term, particularly in the literature, affecting children's experiences of abuse. But now it's very important, we think, to apply this to understanding the experiences of men. We know that men becoming victims of stranger abuse more often than women do. We know that men are likely to experience abuse when they're children in their families, more likely than women do, particularly if we're talking about physical abuse. So what if and how, what is the link between poly-victimization that men experience in their lives before they even enter intimate relationship? And how can it affect the experiences of abuse from the partner in the intimate relationship? So what we did, we actually looked at the different types of victimization, non-intimate partner aggression, so violence outside of the relationship. And this is the representative data, the representative sample are the men, those men who were only in the relationship in 2014 at the General Social Survey. And what we see is that about a third of them reported being physically assaulted as children. Some of them were sexually assaulted as children. Some of them were stalked. 13% reported property crime or physically assaulted by a stranger, or cyberbullying was another type of victimization we identified in the sample. So there are very, very different types of victimization. So we were wondering how all of it actually may affect the experiences of abuse in intimate relationship. So what we did first, we simply looked at the association between poly-victimization and severity of experiences of intimate partner abuse. So we created 3 groups of men, depending on the severity of intimate partner violence or intimate partner abuse. That group that experienced almost no intimate partner abuse or very little, in fact, there were about 11% of poly victims among them. But once we go up the severity scale of the severity of intimate partner abuse, we see that in the group of men who experienced controlling abuse, there were around 20% of poly victims. And when we go up to the most severe forms of emotional and physical abuse, we see that around 29% of men in this sample were poly victims. We clearly see a significant association between experiences that men had before even entering a relationship or experiencing abuse and aggression outside their relationship and what they experience in the relationship. Something very important to consider, there are many different pathways here to take to examine what it means. But I think this is a very important area of research for male victimization. Another important area I'd like to mention here in this presentation is our study on children's exposure to domestic violence, CEDV. So why is this topic important? Because the studies consistently show that when the children are exposed to domestic violence, that has very detrimental effect on their health in a short perspective and a long perspective. So what we did, in our focus groups, we did in 4 countries, we actually identified that many men talked about children in a relationship. And that's interesting because we never asked that question directly. Men just reported on what happened to the children in those relationships. So many men reported that children experienced physical violence, various forms of psychological aggression. They were neglected and they were kidnapped in several cases. And this is all perpetrated by the abusive female partners that also abused the men in our sample. When we identified what the effects of abuse on children were, we found several different categories. So we did thematic analysis of the interviews, and we found some of these themes. So first of all, men reported that children mirrored abusive behavior. So what very much concerned men is that the children basically very much copied what the abusive behavior of the mothers was. So his first words were, "Daddy had a small dick." And so this was the kind of stuff that would go on. One of the participants would say, "We found that men reported emotional scarring," as we called it. He started developing emotional problems that started to become apparent because of the hate my son was starting to exhibit against her because of her constant abuse. Estrangement. My son is a straight A student and he's going to be a doctor and he won't do anything with me. And I'm just trying to get something through to the next people or to the courts or whatever, so they can start watching for this. So these are the effects or consequences of abuse on children the men in our samples were worried about. And men try to help their children, and there are different ways. So one of them took the role of the protector. I'm not going to argue with you in front of the kids. I would disappear. But you're sort of trapped. You can't protect the kids, but yet you want to protect the kids. So this is the repetitive pattern that we've heard in the responses of men in our sample, that when the men actually felt very much thrown into different direction, they want to help children, but at the same time they can't stay in those violent relationship. And some actually decided to stay. I knew what was happening was abuse, but by then I had a beautiful son and I stayed in it because I couldn't possibly take the thought of leaving an innocent child who would now have no other frame of reference, alone with this abusive person. I've stayed in it 10 years. So these are the decisions that men make when they deal with abuse and when the children are involved. Many men reported that there was no help out there, so there was nowhere to turn. I left my kids here because we had nowhere else to go, and I ended coming back because I had to. Another participant from the UK said there is not a shelter for an abused man and his children anywhere in the country. And in the US, a participant said no way to take them out. So this is, again, a repetitive pattern that simply help was not available to men. And interesting enough that men linked their own victimization with victimization of their children. So what they told us, what the abuse often happened in front of children, if the children were in the relationship, the kids are really the Achilles heel. I never felt that she was able to penetrate my armor until the kid came along and she was able to embarrass me, humiliate me in front of my own child. And that was when I really began to suffer. And that's interesting. This is exactly what the many men say in different words, that they actually start experiencing abuse when the children are abused. Use of children as to abuse victim. She has just denied all contact with the children on a whim, just using them as weapons. I can see them on Father's Day, talk to them on the phone, on, you name it. Parental alienation, another big issue that we see that that happened with men, those who have children in the relationship. She took her and was separated with false claims of domestic violence. I opened her to abuse. I don't feel like a survivor, which is a politically correct victim, which is interesting. Many men really resist using this the term victim. But when you are in the fight for your children, you adopt the template that they are using against you. And you have to start to understand that you are a victim. So this is extremely interesting. We can do a separate work on how men call themselves, how they come to realization that the abuse is happening, and how they find a way to talk about this. Continuation of abuse after separation, you can leave, but nevertheless, this abuse will follow you. If you have children, you can't escape. And that's another very important theme we identified in the narratives of men who have children in this relationship. And now let me turn briefly to the intimate partner homicide. I've published a couple of works recently on this issue, specifically with the focus on male victims in this book chapter, and also in the paper in 2021 on the representation, portrayal of male victims of intimate partner homicide in the news media. So what we see, what I'd like to say here is that intimate partner homicide in majority of the cases affects women. So women are killed in the intimate relationship. So this specific table from, I think, WHO shows that around 82% who are killed in the intimate partner homicide are women. However, what is interesting is Then we look at the male as victims of abuse. This is very rare. First of all, I'd like to say it's very rare. And I think this goes to what Robert mentioned before with this gap in empathy. It's just not the interest to look at men who are killed. It's just not the topic of research. It's not something that causes interest. So when I looked at men who are killed and whatever was available to me, mostly based on the media reports, we see that, yes, male homicide is very often so as a female self-defense and violence resistance. So in other words, when men are killed, the main narrative is that women had to protect themselves from the abusive men. However, we know that in many homicide situations, it is a situated transaction. So in fact, there is a lot of bidirectional violence going in both ways. And there are very different additional factors involved, like alcohol, guns, and many other different factors. So it's a situational transaction, and we need to look more at the role of both partners in this very difficult interaction and how it leads to violence. And then male homicide by controlling and violent women, it's almost not discussed really when men can be killed by partners who are violent, possessive, and when men look for help and they cannot find it and they stay in those relationships also for different other reasons, and they actually finally are killed. So this is really important. And I also think that the looking into this and also at the situation when men actually are perpetrators of abuse, but it's not always the case that the men are just abusive and controlling, that there are so many different pathways to that situations that could be prevented. But at this point, I don't see much research on those very difficult, complex situations that may lead to homicide. When we looked at the portrayal of male victims of intimate partner homicide in the English language literature in 2020, so we actually tried to identify all the papers we could find in English. And what we found is that the prevalent narrative, the prevalent representation of men who were killed, who were victims of intimate partner homicide, was doubting the victim. So who is the victim? There was a lot of victim blaming going on. The men were represented as the one who would meet the traditional gender role expectations. They failed as fathers or providers, that they use substances. And then there was also reducing of perpetrators, females' culpability in this homicide. And then there were actually also many papers that recognized men, and they recognized men as human beings, as the one who had families, who were good providers, good people, and also recognized the role of the female perpetrators in this. So what I'm saying is that it's very interesting still that the prevalent one narratives is doubting the victim at this point. And very briefly, when I've mentioned in the beginning that it's important to study the representation of male victims in the media and also in the governmental reports, it is important because this is what most of the professionals read. They use it in their work. Many people see that as well. And this is where they get this kind of general frame of understanding what this issue is about. So this is the Statistics Canada report from 2019 about family violence in Canada, in spousal violence in Canada in 2014. So what they did, they reported that there were equal proportions of men and women reporting being victims of spousal violence. However, the table in the same report showed a very different story. It showed, in fact, that there were many more men who experienced abuse. The difference was statistically significant. However, the summary of the report said equal proportions. So when we pointed this to the Statistics Canada, good thing is that they actually very recently, just on December 7th, put this banner before the report, and they actually corrected that. They mentioned that what was the equal prevalence was not right and was corrected to reflect that there were in fact differences to statistically significant degrees. So it's just a minor change, but it's very important at this point. So some things can be done. The language in the report itself is still very much focusing on female victims. Whatever men experience more or issues with, let's say, help seeking is not highlighted. So some of the highlighting only relates to female victims. So it's still a long way to go. And then just recommendation or some kind of final thoughts. So first of all, yes, more empathy towards men. And again, I see that Robert mentioned that before. And this is what we hear from men. It's just there's no empathy. It's just no warmth. And now we're also talking to service providers for men. And this is what they say. It's just men are treated with approval or disapproval, but not with empathy that much. So that's lacking. There should be more screening for intimate partner abuse against men and their children whenever men try to get help. It's very important to develop and offer services for men more, for men and also the children, shelters and help centers. So that's great work that's done in Toronto, great area with opening the first shelter for men. This is extremely important. And I hope this is just the beginning of what is being provided for men in Canada. Training for healthcare providers, justice officials, very important to do that and to inform them about the experiences that men have. And of course, general public education. When we asked men, what would you see happen differently? And they say, yes, it should be more understanding what the men experience. And also interesting, there was also one more thing that I didn't say here, but many men said to us that men should treat themselves with more love. Men should see better, understand better what happens in the relationship. And if the partner doing some things that you don't like, you need to really look at that critically and think maybe it's not love, maybe it's just indeed abuse, and you recognize it early and just get out of that relationship much, much early. So yes, thank you so much. Any questions I would appreciate, and thank you for your attention.
Awesome, thank you, Alexandra. So there's lots of questions. So first, Robert has his hand raised, so I'll give him a chance to ask his question directly. So Robert, if you want to ask your question and you're still watching, you can go ahead right now. I'll give him a few minutes. If he's signed out, then I'll go on to the next question. All right. I'm going to disable talking for Robert, but we can come back to you. If you have a question, you can put it in the chat. So the next question was, is there any consideration or action to include male suicides that are caused by the various forms of psychological abuse and violence along with homicides?
Oh, yes, that's something that I consistently push together. When I talk about homicide, I actually mention homicide, suicide as well. Particularly in this context, homicide, suicide, we know that about a quarter of spousal homicides ended with the men killing themselves after they kill the family members. So that's a very high percentage of these cases. There's something definitely very bad going on in this relationship. And knowing right now more about the experiences of men in intimate relationship, I think that men indeed experience a lot of depression. Men do not get help earlier. Men do not recognize the signs of abuse, and something could be done to prevent these cases from happening. So yes, more in the context of homicide, suicide. At this point, not suicide as a separate phenomenon, but more in a homicide, suicide component. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Alexandra. Is there a possible relationship between the false allegations of domestic violence, removing men from homes, children scorned in the community, and suicide and murder being addressed or researched? So it's a similar question, but.
Yeah, but that's a great question. I think that's what it is. I haven't seen many research on linking those facts, but that's exactly when I mentioned intimate partner homicide. This is exactly our focus, to see how all these forms of abuse, including legal administrative abuse, false allegations, related to the homicide. We do believe it is related. Men experience a lot of anger, a lot of frustration. They find themselves in a situation, then nobody's there to help them, so they take justice in their hands. And at this point, we still collecting the data. It's not, homicide survey is not always, study is not always an easy topic, because we need data, and we in the process of collecting it. All the cases we can get in the past 10 years when the men were involved as victims, and also in some cases as perpetrators, to examine this dynamic, but we think it's related.
Okay, thank you, Alexandra. Next question, out of the 4 countries which are have the highest rates of male domestic abuse, or are they pretty much equal? Do you find that the mainstream media in all 4 countries are avoidant of the seriousness of abuse against men?
Good question. We find that at this point it's relatively similar presented. We see, I think in Canada, Canada was kind of probably a very unique country in 2014. We saw there were more men on the general social survey on victimization experience and abuse, because in other countries in the United States, it in different reports. It's between it's close to 50%. Sometimes it's lower than 50%. So it's sometimes similar to experiences of women, but sometimes lower than experiences of women, again, depending on the report. But in Canada, the major survey found that there were more men. So I think Canada was very unique in this case. There's a lot of, we did also Australia and United Kingdom. We see a lot of similarity in abuse, in the rates of abuse for men and women. In terms of the representation of abuse, I think actually Australia right now and the United Kingdom are doing a great job in talking more about male victims. We see regularly blogs in the UK about men's experiences of abuse. Yes, I think these are the countries that are leading in the discussion on male victims. We don't see that much discussion in other countries at this point, but hopefully it's just the beginning.
Is there any consideration or action to include male suicides that are caused by various forms of psychological abuse and violence along with homicides? Okay, I think we already answered that question. The next person, Robert McGuire, has his hand raised. Robert, I'll give you the permission to talk if you want to ask your question directly.
Yeah, I would love. So my question, that was my question, and actually, I'm not talking about homicide accompanied with a suicide. What I'm referring to is actually considering suicides unrelated to a previous homicide due to depression and no way out and the psychological abuse often from a female partner about denial of access and all those components. So is there any consideration about looking to add those suicides resulting from denial of access and all the psychological abuse and hardship with the courts, partner, et cetera, along with the, a general heading of intimate partner death instead of just homicide?
I think this is what you're saying is a very important issue, and I think it should be added. Intimate partner death. I do think it's a very important area to do. At this point, I'm focusing more on, I would say in my research, more on the interaction that may lead to the crime happening. So to the killing of the partners. So that's more of my focus at this point. But if we look separately on suicide as possibly resulting from the lack of resources and the treatment of one partner and another, I absolutely agree with you. This is what should be done. This is where we have to look for the potential causes for the homicide. So I agree with that. However, in my work, I'm more focusing on the violent dynamic before actually the killing happens of one partner by another.
It was very clear in the bullying, young girls in British Columbia and resulting in a suicide, how they were held accountable. It strikes me that that doesn't extend to other gender and into adulthood, where there's a lot of evidence that females are very good at that, cutting people out of the group. And so thanks.
Oh, yes. This is what we know in terms of the expression of the aggression by men and women. Women are indeed more skilled. Evolutionary psychologists are quite clear about it. Women predominantly use psychological aggression, predominantly use indirect aggression, focusing on alienated people from the circle of people who can support them. Yes, this is very valid concern. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you everyone for all your questions. And thank you, Alexandra, for your important research. And even though I'm aware of your research, I found it really interesting and just such an important area that's overlooked. So thank you again for your presentation.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. Thanks.
Awesome. Okay, so next up we have Vancouver's very own Warren Zinkowski. He's the host of the Perspectives on Men podcast. where he has different experts in the field come on to discuss issues related to men and masculinity from a curious and open perspective. And I know Warren personally because he's a volunteer with the Vancouver Center, and he's an awesome guy. He really cares about helping men find a way through this minefield of, you know, lack of supports and victim or stigmatization of men and masculinity. He really is wanting to widen the conversation. And I'll allow him to introduce his guest that he's going to be doing a live interview with over the next hour. So without further ado, Warren, you can hop on.
Okay, can you hear me, David?
I can, yeah.
Okay. I think we might just need a couple minutes break because I'm waiting for my guest, Brian Ledmer. He's coming from another event, so he hasn't joined the recording platform yet. So I just might need a couple minutes.
Okay, sure. In the meantime, if anyone wants to post any other questions or comments, you know, we could have like a general discussion while we wait for Brian. There was a comment for Alexandria, but I didn't include it because it wasn't a question, but since we have some time, I'll just mention it. Someone mentioned, this is not a question, but it's a comment. I know 2 men who are abused by their wives emotionally and physically, and I think they just take it because there's much cultural pressure that they deserve it. A child is involved in one of the situations they needed, and the men do not see any support for themselves. I don't know how you reach these men. I'm sure everyone knows of at least one abused male by what I call a predator woman. And I find I'm warning my son's oldest 19 about predator women. So yeah, it's not necessarily a question, but you mentioned, I don't know how you reach these men. I think it is challenging when the person in the relationship doesn't acknowledge or see the abuse as what it is. And I talked to in the co-partnership research study interviewing men, they said how in the early stages, sometimes there's a justification that like I'm stronger or I can take it or I can't hit them back, and so I just have to take it, or some in certain instances it's just sort of laughing it off, almost like, oh, it's just like, yeah, we hit each other, but when it's not more serious they can kind of laugh it off or say it's a one-off. In terms of how you reach them, I think directing them towards resources like CCMF, having conversations with them, frank conversations about what abuse is, what it entails, because a lot of men who we talk to also say that they didn't know what was abuse. They didn't know there was financial abuse. They didn't know, all these terms and categories. So I think sometimes even just knowing that it is abuse and having conversations with them can help them to be more open to getting help and accessing other people. Alexandra, I saw you turned your video back on. Did you want to comment on that or?
Yeah, thank you. Yes, this is what we hear. I think another issue is that this is the question actually asked to men who experienced abuse. Why didn't it happen earlier? Why didn't you see it coming? And the men said that we just not trained, I would say, to love ourselves, to see the way how we treat it in the relationship. And I think that comment is just great because I'm also talking to my son about the potential that there are very different women out there. And I don't think there is enough literature on women's aggression and how it can be very predatory and very damaging and sometimes very indirectly humiliating people and hurting them psychologically. So we need both sides. It's not only men experiencing abuse and kind of telling men how it is important to appreciate what they have and also value the relationship and find help earlier and get consultation early. And this is where we find men actually get a lot of help. And they say, if it helped me contacting CCMF or some other organization, they say it's just helped me to see my relationship in a different light. And then, of course, to do the discussion on females' aggression and that women not always victims, women not always the one who experience abuse, but women can be quite controlling, quite dominant. And in many relationships that we had, we actually what found is that many men were staying home. They were part-time employed or not employed. And when women are the only providers or the main providers in the relationship, this is where they become very dominant and very controlling and very abusive. So yeah, it's just to keep an eye on that dynamics going on. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And when you mention that, I think of, because I'm also a counselor with a private practice and I work with a lot of young men, and one of my clients is feeling he's 23 and he's feeling disenchanted with the dating scene, and he wants to have a partnership, but he's been in so many negative relationships that he just doesn't know if there's any quality women out there that he can get into a relationship with. And one of his earliest experiences and the most traumatic was having a false allegation against him, which the girl posted on a Facebook group of like men to watch out for in Vancouver. And so luckily he had a good support network of friends who saw the post and notified him so that he could do damage control. And, he had a lot of like social support to be able to deal with that false allegation. But I think a lot of the men who experience false allegations who don't have that, it's just, if the woman has a bigger social circle, it's just, he said, she said, and then the person with more friends and the more witnesses to come to talk to police, to talk to people. So I think that's something that needs to be looked at more as well, is that, we have a support group for men who've experienced false allegations, which is more of a peer support, but I think there needs to be more awareness and discussions about how do men deal with false allegations in the very early stages to try and limit the damage and contain it. Because yeah, it's really damaging and there's no legal consequences for making a false allegation. That's probably why you see so many of them, is that there's, in the situation with him where he prevailed and getting the post taken down, the girl, there was no negative consequences for her. She just looked, silly basically of making a false allegation, but there was no ramifications for her doing that. Okay, someone raised their hand, Silvano. So go ahead, Silvano. You can say your question.
I just wondered if indirectly changing the family court system in such a way that women do not feel, and rightly so, that all the cards are stacked in their favor, while men feel exactly the opposite, and rightly so. If that were to change such that neither one of them would have cards stacked in their favors, and could feel that they do get justice when they go to family court, wouldn't the result of that, likelihood lower the amount of bitterness and therefore domestic violence before and after separation?
Alexandra, do you want to comment, or?
Yeah, I could briefly comment. I agree with the comment. It's just a lot of bitterness, and the system is stuck against men in the first place. And this is what this is our men we talk to mainly report. And yes, the system should change and should treat men and women equally and with empathy, whoever needs help. It needs time. It looks like the entire system was based, first of all, to help women. And that is why it needs change to really turn more attention right now to men as well. So I agree with you. And we see it everywhere in the police response. We see it in the family violence services response. Men just not seen as appropriate victims very often. And again, this is what I liked very much in Robert's report. It's just empathy is not there for men. Mm-hmm. So yes, change is necessary. Change hopefully will come. It's just sad it's coming too slow. It's happening too slowly. Yeah.
Thanks, Alexandra. Thanks, Silvano. So Warren has notified me that he's ready to go. So I'll pass it along to Warren. Oh, Warren. So Alexandra, Warren, are you muted? I'm not able to hear you. When you share your screen, Warren, it's important that you do share computer audio so that we can hear you.
Okay, can you hear me? And is there an echo?
No, I can hear you and there's no echo. Okay.
Okay, Brian, how is it for you?
I can hear you very clearly. How do I sound to you?
You sound good enough to me. I think you might want to speak a little bit louder just because of your microphone, but other than that, it's pretty clear.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to start the recording here and we will go into our podcast. Okay, so if everything is good, then I think we will begin. So Brian, I'll do a little intro on you and then we'll have our conversation.
Sure.
Okay. Brian Ledmer is the owner of a law practice in Toronto focused on family law and parental alienation, as well as corporate law. He is an advisory board member to the Parental Alienation Awareness Organization and the International Support Network for Alienated Families, as well as co-founder of Lawyers for Shared Parenting. Brian was one of the drafters of Canada's proposed Equal Shared Parenting Amendment, Bill C-560. He also co-authored the book, The High Conflict Custody Battle. Brian, it's a pleasure to have you here on the podcast.
Pleasure to be attending.
Welcome. So this is a special episode of our podcast. Obviously, we're here in the midst of the Momentum Conference, which has been going this morning, and we've had a lot of interesting guest speakers so far. I'm really excited to chat with you today, given your legal background and also your advocacy background on issues such as equal shared parenting here in Canada. So I believe we have 3 topics that we want to get into during this time. We will get into equal shared parenting, from a family perspective and a legal perspective and policy, as well as therapeutic interventions in family matters, and then also parental alienation. So if that sounds good with you, then we'll move right into the first topic.
Sounds great. They're all great topics.
Okay, so just to set the stage, for equal shared parenting, in the last decade, we've had basically 2 major pushes, efforts at the federal level to change the law in Canada, which is the Divorce Act, is the main law, I believe, that governs child custody after divorce. And it was C-560 in 2014, where you were a principal drafter of that, and then C-78 in 2018, where you were a witness who spoke to the committee, I think that was considering the bill, the hearings in Parliament. And unfortunately, we didn't have either of those pass a rebuttable presumption of equal shared parenting. But we did a lot of efforts and the effort continues. So another thing I just want to say to set the stage is that both in the US and Canada, there's been a lot of public opinion research. So the polling on shared parenting shows that there's a lot of support across all demographic groups, men and women, wealthy and poor, various racial backgrounds, etc. Basically, there isn't a lot of public opposition to equal shared parenting. At the same time, there's also a huge body of scientific literature by researchers such as Linda Nielsen and others on the benefits to children of equal shared parenting time following separation. Children do better in school, they're better socialized, fewer conflicts and problems, better mental and physical health, etc. Yet at the same time, we face a dilemma, which is that this is an issue where people seem to want it, children benefit from it, and yet it is not reflected in the law. So what's your take on this dilemma that we face?
Well, firstly, I think you summarized it brilliantly. There are paradoxes all over the place here. Perhaps it's best to just share briefly my experience in Ottawa. It was quite an eye-opener to see the political process unfold.
Sorry, can I just interject? Some of the participants are saying they have a hard time hearing you.
We gave a presentation
Brian?
to the House of Commons committee that was studying Bill C-78. So this was a government.
Brian, can you hear me?
To Bill C-560, which was a private member's bill from a conservative backbencher. That
Brian, some of the guests are saying that they're having a hard time hearing your voice.
Okay, so I should speak up a bit?
Speak louder, yes.
Okay, so I was indicating that my attendance at the House of Commons committee studying Bill C-78 was a bit of an eye-opener. It was a completely different process from Bill C-560 in 2014. The latter was a private member's bill, conservative backbencher, and we eventually got about 80-something votes, which was not enough to get it into second reading, to get it into committee. And in large part, unfortunately, it was because the conservative government at the time instructed all the cabinet members, about 39 of them, to vote against. But for that, it would have been very, very close. Bill C-78, conversely, was a liberal government bill, not a backbencher bill, and it did not include anything on equal parenting. So there were a lot of presentations at committee in support of equal parenting. A lot of different groups presented and gave really detailed and thorough backgrounder papers, and generally met with a very good reception. There was some pushback in terms of domestic violence concerns because the bill was strengthening protections there. But the point that I had made was that we've had the maximum contact principle in our federal legislation for some 30 years, and it has lived harmoniously with the previously existing provisions dealing with domestic violence, and continues to live harmoniously with the enhanced domestic violence protections in the revised legislation. All a rebuttable presumption of equal parenting is an enhanced version of maximum contact. So there's really no conflict between the two. I was invited back to speak to the Senate committee studying the bill. And at that point, that particular parliament was winding up. There was obvious an election was being called. And basically, the government told the Senate committee that if you make any changes to Bill C-78 at all, so that it has to go back to the House of Commons, we won't be able to push it through that particular parliament. So they weren't really open to changes. However, back at the House of Commons committee, we were successful in getting the conservative members of the House of Commons committee to bring a motion forward to add our equal parenting proposal, but it was outvoted because that committee was dominated by Liberal members. So that's the recent history of our attempts in Canada. If we look across the border, you have Kentucky, Arkansas, and we're on the verge of having Ohio, which is the 5th largest state by population, adopt rebuttable presumptions of equal parenting. And Arizona has something that, using different language in practice, is winding up with something very similar. So there definitely seems to be a trend there, and in part that's due to the great work of the National Parents Organization and other organizations. So I think the trend is clear. You indicated the social science literature. I'm on the scientific committee of the International Council for Shared Parenting. Last year was chaired by Ed Kruk of UBC, who's well known to many of you. Currently it's chaired by Jennifer Harman, who's a professor at Colorado State University. And the scientific committee has amassed 300 or 400 international papers that support the concept of equal parenting. It's a fairly robust and overwhelming body of social science literature. So it's really at this point a matter of how do we sell it? How do we sell it to governments that are afraid of the issue? They're afraid of the issue because the more vocal elements of society don't want equal parenting. And yet, as you pointed out, 20 years of public opinion polling across all demographics show that the public as a whole strongly supports a rebuttable presumption of equal parenting. So in part, that's our fault for not being as organized as the various groups in the states have been, where they've had a definite organized platform of targeting each of the legislators over a one-year period and building consensus before they push to the final step of getting something introduced. So I think we need to do a better job here. We are in the process, myself specifically, of commissioning an update public opinion poll. And when that's done and we anticipate a similar result, we'll start a process of broadly disseminating that and making the point that the government isn't listening to the people. One other reason for equal parenting requires a bit of a rhetorical explanation. So I made the point in Ottawa that we have a very, very expensive family law litigation system funded by taxpayers. And the vast bulk of the cases are not extreme cases. They're not cases about domestic violence. They are cases where people are simply fighting over who is to be the primary parent in a parenting plan, but the background is that both are capable parents. That is the vast majority of the cases clogging our system today. Is it going to be a 50-50 split, a 60-40 split, a 70-30 split, or some variation thereof? Now, to spend the many, many billions of dollars that this system costs, clogging the system and delaying resolution for the families who have major issues that would benefit from judicial focus. And these are the parental alienation cases, the cases where there's substance abuse issues, the cases where there really is failure to parent in a normative fashion, and the domestic violence cases. If you take the bulk of the cases out of the system and state those can be resolved on the basis that equal parenting, absent some extraordinary fact, is going to benefit those families, we will have the judicial resources, the therapeutic resources, the parental coordination workers, and the therapists who can therefore devote their time to these troubling cases that really do need the attention. And I got a lot of nods when I explained that. But at the end of the day, politically, this was not going to happen. Another point that I made was that the current system provides no protection for children right on separation. Because today, right on separation, it's kind of the law of the jungle. There's no rules. Somebody can just grab control of the children and dictate the other parent's terms and not release the child unless a paper is signed saying that you're going to return the child by 6 p.m. And it's just not an appropriate way to assist families at the time of separation. And I got a lot of nodding heads in Ottawa when I explained that as well. Indeed, in Kentucky, they first tried a rebuttable presumption at the time of separation, but not for purposes of any final adjudication. And when that went well, and they saw that it was helping, they expanded it to the full gamut of family law decisions. So that's kind of where we are right now on equal parenting. There's a major disconnect between the public, the science, and the statutory laws. In practice, it's easier to make an argument for equal parenting today, just jurisprudentially. But the problem is you get unequal results, different chance of success between provinces, between urban and rural centers, between having a judge in his 60s and a judge in her 30s. So this arbitrariness doesn't assist families. There's no predictability, and you do seem to get uneven results. So that's pretty well a description of today's landscape.
Thank you very much. And it's a complex landscape and fraught with problems, I think. One of the problems being this classic phrase, the best interests of the child. Like most judges are not properly trained in child psychology or developmental issues. They're trained in the law. And a lot of them are not aware of the research. And so they think that every single family needs its own custom solution and needs to be decided on a case-by-case basis, which is partially true, but they don't understand that the starting point for that negotiation or for that judicial process should be assuming that both parents are equally capable at taking care of the children, and also that the default 50-50 is, other things being equal, that is the best starting point.
Yeah. So I think some training in child development and the science would definitely benefit. But judges just seem to think that they know that. And depending on their experience when they were in private practice, they may or may not be up to speed on the latest social science understanding.
Mm-hmm.
So I think to go the rest of the way, we are going to need a statutory change. And that will involve the various elements that I've already spoken to.
Okay, so just before we move on from this topic, I have two questions for you, which is, how can we improve our strategy for the next round of changes to the Divorce Act so that we can have more politicians across the spectrum on board with this proposed amendment? And also with the legal profession. So you're a lawyer, so you understand how lawyers think. How can we change their incentives so that they profit from family harmony instead of family conflict?
Okay, those are two very deep questions. In terms of doing a better job, I think it's a matter of more resources so that a kind of script and briefing binder would be prepared, and then local groups within each federal electoral district would sit down and try and teach and lobby and explain their local MP. Because that is maybe one of the principal differences with the successful campaigns in the United States. They had really done their homework with all the elected legislators before they pushed the proposal through. And I think that's what we need, and it is going to call on a lot of resources and a lot of organization right across the country.
Right. So we do need that broad grassroots movement. And one thing that I've noticed spending my whole life in Canada is that this issue doesn't really get a lot of media attention or political coverage. It's usually way down the list after economic issues, environment, etc. So even just getting it on the radar for politicians, I think, is an important step.
Correct. And if we stress the public opinion polling, and we're going to expand our list of questions to ask people whether this issue would be influential in where they place their vote, and publish those results, we may get some more traction, because you're 100% right. This is not a high profile issue. and it's our job to make it that.
Exactly. So let's go to the topic of therapy. So you had some views on therapy in a family context and the outcomes or consequences of that process and how it works differently for men and women. Do you want to share maybe your thoughts on this?
Sure. In a typical high conflict case, at some point along the way, the family will either self-refer to therapeutic services or it'll be part of a court-ordered referral. And in the particularly high conflict situations where children are aligning with one parent as opposed to the other, and there's all kinds of psychological reasons why that happens that I can't get into here, but it's very common. The typical therapeutic intervention is not only going to fail, but it will often make things worse. And that's obviously quite sad. It's not what anybody's intending. And there are structural reasons in terms of exactly what therapy is, what the premises are, and the foundational concepts of therapy that predict that these alliances will not be appropriately resolved in traditional therapy. And simply stated, the type of intervention that's needed in these circumstances. So we're not talking about a child who has problems with their peer group at school or is exhibiting anxiety generally or is disruptive in class. We're talking about a child expressing relational issues with one or perhaps both parents. You cannot solve relational issues in a siloed individual therapy session with a therapist and a child. And it's amazing how many therapists don't realize that. In addition, you have parents shopping the child around until they find a therapist who is prepared to meet with only one parent and child and do therapy involving relational problems and write a report for that instructing parent to use in court. And there's so much wrong with that in terms of breaches of professional standards, both substantive standards and ethical standards. And yet it's remarkably common. So you may have, for example, some sort of other court intervention like a parental coordination process happening, which has as its goal supporting compliance with a court-ordered parenting plan. And then in parallel, the child is seeing an individual therapist whose work is undercutting the other process. And that is also remarkably common. So what is actually required is not therapy, but a outcome-defined, directive psychoeducational process where the patient is actually the entire family system as opposed to any one member. And we say effectively to that practitioner, here's a broken family, work with them all to achieve the objective set out in the court order, and you can be forceful. You can push people out of their comfort zones. You can demand changes in behavior. Ultimately, you can write a report for the court if people are not complying in good faith and surrendering past narratives. So it's an entirely different process from therapy, even though it may be called reunification therapy or reconciliation therapy or family therapy, all of its elements differ from what is traditionally understood to be a therapeutic relationship. So in a nutshell, those are the pitfalls that will be present in a typical high conflict family situation where the family system just doesn't settle down into a healthy pattern post-separation.
Right. Well, I definitely know one thing you mentioned, which is suggesting changes in behavior in a typical psychotherapeutic process. That is not something that therapists do. It's against their MO for treating patients. So if you have an activist, well, maybe not activist, but a therapist that's more comfortable with intervening in a family and suggesting, hey, you should do this in order to improve your family dynamic, that's definitely a different approach. It's a different model.
Correct.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that therapy, as it's currently structured, are there any biases against fathers or men who are trying to heal the family dynamic, or perhaps, keep good relationships with their children? Have you seen any differences in how it treats mothers and fathers, or men and women?
The gender-based concerns may be based on the same kind of residual concern that there's an inherent bias that mothers are nurturing and fathers don't come with the same natural skill set. But beyond that, I think it's more the therapist getting embroiled and being used by one parent, even unknowingly, because whoever can control what the children are saying to the therapist is eventually going to get the therapist on that side, because the therapist is generally not going to challenge what the children say, because if they do, they know the children are just not going to come back. And they wind up inadvertently personalizing the whole thing. Many members of the helping professions, they're there for a reason. They like to help people and they feel they can help people. And once they establish relationships with the children, they don't want to let them go. And they stay with a case far longer than they should. Most professional standards, so be it social workers, psychotherapists, psychologists, their professional standards require them to resign if the work they're doing is not going to be effective within a reasonable period of time. It's kind of an extension of the first do no harm principle. And that is also generally observed in the breach. So it's less so a gendered concern than it is they don't think forensically in terms of what they're being told by the children. And so who controls the children's voice in those circumstances? Quite often the parent who has had the primary responsibility for the child care, or who got out early in trying to co-opt the children onto their side. So if statistically there's a difference between the genders there, that will ultimately reflect itself in the therapeutic process.
Right. Okay.
Hey, Warren,
yes.
We have some attendee questions. I was wondering, since we've got about 7 minutes left for the interview, do you think we could answer some of those?
Yes, we definitely can. I want to ask them. I just wonder if we want to give Brian a moment to talk about parental alienation. We haven't come to this topic yet. So do you think we can cover this, Brian, in just a couple minutes?
Sure, I can just give people an overview where we're at.
Okay, great.
So the ultimate high conflict situation is where one parent is entirely losing their relationship with the children. And the term parental alienation goes back hundreds of years. That you'll find US and UK case law from the early 1800s that use the term. So Dr. Gardner, who was a child psychiatrist and in the 80s proposed a construct that he called parental alienation syndrome, really didn't invent the term. For example, it's fairly well known that Albert Einstein complained bitterly that he was being wrongfully alienated from his children. And that's just one example. These cases are intractable, very, very difficult to solve. They require an intense focus and an understanding of psychology, family therapy, family systems, the law, the structured programs that seem to work. And they need to be tackled from the earliest moment that these alignments start to show themselves, or else they're really difficult to solve. Thankfully, in Canada, we have the most robust series of jurisprudence on alienation of any country. We should be able to get a favorable result in a Canadian case. That's kind of where we're at today.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. It's a very difficult problem to solve, and we'll continue to work away on it with our network of experts here in CAFE and CCMF. I think David would like us to go to questions now, so we will do that. One of the ones that I had that came up quite early in our conversation, so I'll ask this now.
Warren, can we go to participant questions? Because there's 5 of them, and
yeah,
I know you've had an opportunity to answer a bunch of questions, but I think our participants really want to ask Brian some questions. I don't know, because we only have 5 minutes before the next speaker.
Okay.
So we're mindful of time.
Okay.
So one of the questions is, isn't the objection to presumed shared parenting a fear on the part of women losing child support? In other words, isn't it an economic objection in some cases?
It's hard to generalize motivation. I think you can just as easily say that there's a fear of losing control. There's a fear of losing status as a primary parent. There's a fear of losing status amongst their peers. It's very different in Quebec, where it's considered progressive to be a mom and share parenting. It's very different in Sweden, where it's considered progressive to share parenting. So that's what I can say. It's just hard to generalize about motivations.
Okay. And the next question is a bit of a long one, but it says, hi, Brian, as a lawyer, are you aware of the MIP required for parents starting the separation and custody process? However, there are certain lawyers advising women not to attend the process, as it could lead to mutual resolution before going to court, and it is against the financial best interest of the involved lawyers knowing and using legal aid to their own gain, but not at all in the best interest of the children or conflict resolution. How do we address this problem? That being unscrupulous lawyers gaming the system for their own gain, as well as women to manipulate or control men to make them settle, either because they can't afford to go ahead with the legal aid funding from the mother, or because the father simply wants to be reunited with his children and willing to settle and give custody to the mother in trade for closure of the court's involvement in seeing and being part of the child's life again. It is immensely one-sided and detrimental to both the father and child's mental health. How to deal with this systemic issue?
Okay, well, there's about 3 or 4 statements bundled in there with about 2 or 3 questions. It started off with a reference to the MIP process, and that's really quite minor. It's mandatory, you can't avoid it. It's really just part of educating participants in the system about how the system works, and that they have options such as mediation, parental coordination, etc., as opposed to pursuing the legal system. And you can't advance a case without both clients doing their MIP. So I think the question is a little bit misplaced. As to the balance of that, there's just so much there. I wouldn't even know where to start.
I guess the main thrust of it is there a way to prevent people from trying to, unscrupulous lawyers from trying to influence it, not to go towards a resolution and to draw it into a custody or a court case so that they can get more legal aid? Or is that something that you've seen?
I would view it this way. I believe people should be informed consumers of medical services, of home renovation services, and of legal services. So you're the client. You have to understand your goals, your objectives, and think critically of advice you're given. And ultimately, you set the strategy on advice. And if it doesn't make sense, or it's a time for settlement proposal, and you're not getting a warm and fuzzy feeling from your counsel, it's time to switch counsel.
Okay. Thank you, Brian. And Warren, I'll hand it back to you to do your closing question or to wrap up. Thank you.
Sure. There was, I just want to ask one final question about women, I guess mothers and child support. One of the arguments against equal shared parenting is that when you divide the time equally, there will be a reduction in the amount of child support or alimony, perhaps that one parent, typically the father, pays to the mother. But how would you answer this? I've heard from others that I've heard an argument actually from some women that the advantage of spending less time being a parent with your child, physical custody, is that you have more time to work and you have more time to earn income and advance your career. So there is actually potentially a female professional argument for shared parenting, but with less financial transfer from the father. Do you have any views on this topic?
I always like to separate the issues of what solutions do we need to protect children from conflict. Fighting over the parenting schedule is the number one source of conflict. So we need to solve that as quick as possible in cases and hopefully avoid conflict there at all. Now, the implications, once you decide what's in the best interest of the children, are self-regulating. So in the typical scenario where one parent significantly out-earns the other parent, even if you had equal parenting and subject to some complexities, you visualize support at that point as each parent pays each other support based on their income. Well, the lesser earning parent is not really contributing that much in relation. So you're not really fighting over that much money. You're going to spend way more money, and the system is going to spend way more money fighting over the parenting. In cases where there would be a meaningful offset, maybe both parents earn roughly the same amount of money, then yes, there's a financial incentive for a parent, could be the father, could be the mother, to try and keep the other parent below 40%. The question is it worth it, and how much are they going to spend to try and achieve that? At the end of the day, from a public policy perspective, an intact family typically operates on a blended pool. So if you have two middle-class type parents, all that money goes into a pot, helps pay for everything. So from a public policy perspective, there's nothing wrong in that continuing post-separation. And that's my take on it. I really like to separate the two issues: children's needs to avoid conflict and have stability quickly after a separation. And the support issues will take care of themselves.
Okay. Thank you very much, Brian, for your answer. I think our time is up now for this session. So we will close and hand it back to David to continue the Momentum Conference. But I just want to say it's been a real pleasure to speak with you. We will put this, of course, on YouTube, and I hope we get a chance to talk again in the future.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, Brian, and thanks, Warren. So now I'm going to be passing over hosting duties to Beth Barbary. She's the director for the CCMF Alberta, the Calgary and Edmonton branches. So without further ado, Beth, I'll let you take it from there.
Thanks so much, David. It sounds like we've had a really great slate of speakers so far this afternoon or this morning at Momentum. I'm really glad to be here for hosting the next segment here with Dr. James Garbarino. And I'll do introductions to him here shortly. I just want to make sure that, have you passed hosting duties over to me, David?
Yes, I have.
Wonderful. I have a mental checklist of all the administrative things I need to make sure I recall here to make sure everything goes smoothly. So given the time, I will jump right in. We will get Dr. Garbarino. I hope I'm saying that correctly. Please do correct me when we get you set up as a panelist here, Sarah, if we as we go here. There we go. More promote to panelist. Here we go. Excellent. So while he's getting things aligned on his end, I will do his introduction. James Garbarino is professor of psychology at Loyola University and author of Lost Boys: Why Our Sons Turn Violent and How We Can Save Them. In 1991, he undertook missions for UNICEF to assess the impact of the Gulf War upon the children in Kuwait and Iraq. The National Conference on Child Abuse and Neglect honored Dr. Garbarino with its first C. Henry Kempe Award. So without further ado, we will hand it over to James for his piece of this afternoon's deliveries. Now, David, are you still there? Because I'm seeing that.
Yeah, it looks like he's on now.
Oh, there you are. I need to pan over. Thanks, David. All right, over to you, James.
All right, well, thank you. I'm glad to be with you today. I know that I am in the United States and you all are in Canada. So I want to begin with a disclaimer. I'm married to a Canadian. So I'm well aware of the fact that Canada is a superior society to the United States. So we can take that as a given and move on from there, particularly when it comes to these issues of violence that we're talking about today. There was an incident that stuck in my mind from, it's at least 20 years ago. A group of homicide detectives from Detroit on the US side of the border went on a field trip to visit their counterparts in Windsor, Ontario, which I assume most of you know is sort of right across the river from Detroit. And when they went into the homicide room, there was a bulletin board, which was entitled Current Homicide Cases. And there were, I don't know, let's say 4 names on the board. One of the American detectives looked at the board and said to his Canadian counterpart, "Boy, you must have had a busy weekend." And the Canadian was sort of perplexed and he said, "Weekend, those are our cases for the whole year." And that's important because it sets the stage for the relative magnitude, certainly when it comes to lethal violence in our two societies. Now, of course, in most societies, certainly in the United States, the overwhelming majority of homicides are committed by boys and men. The figure runs around 90%, sometimes higher, rarely lower. And so at some point, I want to talk about why that is. What is the origins of that gender discrepancy? Now, there is some evidence that the gender discrepancy when it comes to overall aggression has diminished somewhat in the last half century. My 2006 book, See Jane Hit, deals specifically with aggression in girls and why we might have seen this narrowing of the gap. And some of that will become implicit today, but certainly is not really our topic today. If you know anything about my career, you perhaps know that, as the introduction alluded to, I've been involved in dealing with issues of violence, which means principally male violence, for a long time. It's involved the impact on children in war zones abroad and in American communities around the world. And in the last almost 30 years, the focus of this work has been serving as a psychological expert witness in murder cases in the United States. As I said, we have enough murder cases that this could be a full-time job. I want to talk a little bit about male violence in that context, because that's the most extreme place where we have to deal with this. Let me start with a story. One of my cases, I was visiting with a big guy facing murder charges. This guy was so aggressive and so unpredictable and thought to be so dangerous that whenever he appeared in court, they would have 4 or 5 extra bailiffs there too, just in case he exploded, so they could control him. So he's a very dangerous man. He'd been in prison on and off pretty much since he was 15. He lifted weights, so he was physically intimidating. They refused to unchain him when I interviewed him, something that I almost always get them to do, but they wouldn't do it with him. So after we went through the interview, I asked him something that I would often ask guys, and that is, can you tell me something about yourself that people would be surprised to hear? And this big, strapping, threatening, dangerous 33-year-old man thought for a moment, and he said, yeah, I cry myself to sleep every night. And I mention it in part because in his case, there was independent verification for that. The prison he had been in at age 15 was the subject of a federal investigation. And as part of that investigation, they interviewed a lot of inmates, and they happened to interview his cellmate, the young guy who was sharing a cell with him. And in the record was this other guy, this cellmate, saying, you know, I got this roommate. I mean, he's in here for some violent behavior, but you know, he cries himself to sleep every night. So this was something that had been going on for at least a decade and a half. And I mention it at the outset because one of the goals in thinking about violence, youth violence, male violence, is to try to see behind the aggressive, dangerous, scary facade to what's really going on. And one sort of slogan, if you will, that you could take away from this talk today is that the first place to start with most violent men is to recognize that you're probably looking at an untreated, traumatized child who inhabits the body of a scary man or teenager. Probably some of you are familiar with the R&B singer James Brown. There's a biopic about him. I think it's called Get On Up. And it's a portrayal of his life. When James Brown was a little boy, he was abused and neglected, and they show that. And there's one point, there's an 8-year-old actor who plays him as a little boy, surviving, overcoming all this adversity that he experienced. Later in the movie, there's a scene when he's about, 40. He's now a successful musician. In fact, he owns this whole mall complex with, I guess, meeting rooms and offices. And one day he comes to the office, and there's a group, much like this group, that has rented out the office space. And when he comes in, he goes into his office and he discovers that one of the participants has used his private bathroom. And for some reason, this just drives him crazy. He comes back out with a shotgun. He fires it into the ceiling of the room, terrorizing everybody. He runs out, he gets in his pickup truck, he drives off. Before long, he's being chased by 5 or 6 police cars. Eventually, they corner him, in a parking lot somewhere. And of course, the cops come out with their guns drawn. The door opens on the truck, and who comes out? The 8-year-old boy who played James Brown as a child. And I thought it's the most vivid, accurate representation of this concept that inside and driving and motivating, controlling dangerous men is often an untreated traumatized child. And that's an image that you can keep in mind. I think that really captures a lot of the developmental issues that surround youth violence. Now, when I am involved in these murder cases, and this began with the book Lost Boys in 1999. If you're interested in that kind of work, there's the 2015 book called Listening to Killers, Lessons Learned from My 20 Years as a Psychological Expert Witness in Murder Cases. And then the most recent book, 2018, is called Miller's Children, which is the subtitle is Why Giving Teenage Killers a Second Chance Matters for All of Us. So there's a progression of this over several decades that you could follow. One of the things that I was struck by when I entered into this field was that most of the work being done, at least in the United States, consisted of two kinds of analysis. One was a social history, typically prepared by a social worker, essentially a biography. The other kind of work was clinical diagnosis, being done by psychiatrists and clinical psychologists, whose goal was to identify mental illness, personality disorders, and so on in these guys. What I was able to bring, what I think needs to be brought, is a developmental perspective, a perspective that takes the biography and uses developmental concepts to illuminate the causes and effects, the patterns that are going on, so it isn't simply a recitation of events. By the same token, it, in my mind, is an advance on the clinical analysis or clinical diagnosis, because that simply focuses on identifying clumps of symptoms and naming that clump of symptoms. Now this, I have a long-standing sort of concern, to put it mildly, about many clinical diagnoses. One that will occur in my talk later on is the diagnosis of conduct disorder. Essentially, what conduct disorder means from a clinician's point of view is that you have observed a chronic pattern of aggression, bad behavior, acting out, and violating the rights of others. If you observe that over a period of at least 6 months, you can put on this label. You can name it as conduct disorder. But I've always had at least two concerns about this diagnosis in particular, and as by extension, many other diagnoses. Do you really know anything more if you name it conduct disorder than you knew before? Do you? Well, I think probably not. Let me give you an example. And I think this is mentioned in my book, Lost Boys. At one point in the 1990s, the New York State Youth Prison System issued a report from the research office. So it's research. And their conclusion was that 85% of the boys in prison had conduct disorder. My response was, well, duh. How else do you get yourself in a prison except by showing a chronic pattern of aggression, bad behavior, acting out, and violating the rights of others? To me, it's a bit like saying we did research on the football team at your high school, and our results show that 85% of the players are athletes. Well, of course they're athletes. They're on the football team. Isn't it the interesting question, what are the other 15%? And the same thing is true, I think, in looking at violent youth. Probably 85%, at least in the United States, have come out of an almost predictable background of deprivation and abuse and untreated trauma and cultural support for aggression and violence. The really interesting questions intellectually are, where did the other 15% come from? And we may get to them at some point. So this is where this starts. These attempt to provide a developmental perspective on things that in the past were treated either as biography or as clinical assessment and diagnosis. So that's where I entered into this process. And now, almost 30 years later, I think I'm seeing patterns that can illuminate things better. For example, I discovered that one of the consequences or costs of that diagnostic approach is that it runs the risk of dehumanization. It's very tempting, almost inevitable, once you start throwing around diagnoses, to start thinking about the conduct disorder case rather than Billy or Joey, Johnny. And that is an inhibitor for the kind of human connection that I think is necessary to get an adequate evaluation. It's always essential to find a way to form a human connection on a sort of level playing ground before we move into things. I remember in Lost Boys, we're interviewing a lot of incarcerated, juvenilely detained youth. And I remember one of them said to my interview partner, he said, I've been assessed, I've been evaluated, I've been diagnosed, I've been analyzed, but nobody ever wanted to hear my story. And partly what he was saying was nobody wanted to treat me as an equal human being with a human story. And once we began to make it clear we wanted to hear their stories, they told us their stories. So that's the point to keep in mind in all of this. I'll give you another dramatic example. I worked on a case of a man, he was about 40. And one morning he woke up, took out his automatic weapon and massacred his family, killed his wife and his 2 stepchildren. And then, to compound matters, he developed what's called dissociative amnesia. He could not remember doing this. He did not believe he had done this. And everyone who ever checked him decided he was not malingering, he was not faking. He really didn't remember, to the point at which he felt he would never be convicted because he thought eventually they must find the man who must have broken into his house, knocked him out, killed his wife and his 2 children. Well, I wondered how to approach this man. What was the human playing field? And so when I entered the room, the first thing I said to him was, for a start, I just want to say how sorry I am for your loss. Because from his point of view, he had lost his family that he said he loved. And that opened something up that hadn't been opened before. He said, nobody ever said that to me before. And the tears began to come down his cheek. That's why I always bring tissues when I go into a prison, because it's sort of a gross indicator of success if I make them cry. So that's an example. Now, in his case, there was a developmental analysis to help explain why he committed this act of violence. The international research by Ronald Rohner, R-O-H-N-E-R, has looked at the impact of parental rejection on kids. And their finding is that around the world, across cultures, across societies, parental rejection is a kind of psychological malignancy. That's the term that he uses, in the sense that parental rejection undermines the development of positive human behavior, feeling, thinking, to the point that they find in their research that rejection alone accounts for about 25% of bad outcomes in kids growing up. And that's across 113 cultures. Someone else has taken that work a little further. Geraldine Downey is her name, D-O-W-N-E-Y. She has looked at something she calls rejection sensitivity. And by that she means that, yes, everybody is sensitive to being rejected. Everybody hates being rejected. Rejection is this universal psychological malignancy. But some people develop a special vulnerability, a special sensitivity to rejection. And as a result, signals in their immediate social environment, signals of impending rejection, literally drive them crazy. So this is why Downey has linked rejection sensitivity in her research to domestic violence, particularly men who carry this rejection sensitivity with them are highly prone to react with extreme arousal when they see impending rejection coming. This is why domestic violence researchers often point out that if a woman announces she's going to divorce her husband, that's a particularly high-risk period for domestic violence. Well, in the case of this man who killed his family, he clearly had developed this because of attachment issues in childhood. And that's where it starts, a kind of insecure attachment. And what was happening to him was his worst nightmare. His wife had told him that she was planning to seek a divorce. The teenage stepdaughter had told him, well, you're not my real father. I don't have to listen to you. I'm just sort of cutting you out of my life. And then the little boy, his stepson, had discovered the identity and location of his actual biological father and was reaching out to him. So for this man, the 3 pillars of his existence were about to fall out from under him, and it literally drove him crazy. And once you understood that, his actions were very plausible and understandable. It's one reason why I hate the term senseless acts of violence, because in my experience, virtually every act of violence makes sense to the perpetrator, at least at the time they're doing it. And for this man, that was true. The only way he could stop the dissolution of his family was to kill them all. If he hadn't had the amnesia, he probably would have killed himself as well. So this is what I mean by a developmental perspective, bringing concepts like rejection sensitivity into the biography in place of some clinical assessments and diagnoses, which often probably don't really add very much. And as you'll see later, I'll give you some firm examples of that. So what we need is a developmental perspective on violence. And where I come from, intellectually, academically, getting my PhD at Cornell University and eventually going back there as a professor before I retired. The essence of a developmental perspective is captured in this question and answer. If the question is, does X cause Y? The best scientific answer is almost always, it depends. Does X cause Y? It depends. And this is a model that covers all facets of human development. Let me give you a couple of examples, at least one of which might be sort of humorous, and particularly in the context of a men's conference. Researcher named Dinah Maccabee, set out to answer this question. Does the amount of babbling that an infant does predict how smart that child will become? Does babbling predict IQ at age 5? And the answer was, wait for it, it depends. If you answered it depends, I think you're getting it. What she found was that for girl babies, the correlation, the strength of the connection between babbling predicting IQ was quite substantial. The correlation was about 0.6 something, which means that about 35, 36, 37% of the variation in IQ was accountable by the amount of babbling as an infant. For boys, the correlation was 0. No connection at all. Babble a lot, babble a little, didn't predict their IQ. They ended up with essentially the same IQ, but the pathway to get there is different. And this is a model that repeats over and over again, particularly when it comes to gender differences. Let me give you another example. Teenagers who are involved in juvenile delinquency are likely to have attachment issues, okay? But some researchers differentiate among different types of attachment issues. For example, there's a study that I'm referring to here that they looked at what they called preoccupied attachment. And that's attachment where the kid is just preoccupied, overwhelmed with worry about their attachment figure, typically their mother. I can't concentrate because I can't pay attention at school. I'm worried about my mother. Is she okay? Is her boyfriend beating her up? Is she drinking? Whatever. That's preoccupied attachment. The second kind of attachment difficulty they call dismissing. This is more likely the kid who says, my mother, screw her, I don't care what happens to her. I'm not connected with her anymore. She's on her own. Then there was one they called fearful attachment. The real interesting results come in comparing preoccupied and dismissing. Because what they found was that the likelihood that boys and girls who were delinquent had attachment problems was about the same. But the kind of attachment problem they had was clearly different as a function of gender. So for this preoccupied attachment, 40% of the girls who had attachment problem had preoccupied attachment, only 15% of the boys. For the dismissive attachment, it was 31% of the boys and only 6% of the girls. Now for fearful, it was close to the same. It was 42% of the girls and 35% of the boys. So it adds up, should add to about 100. You see the point. If you say, do boys and girls have attachment problems among the population of juvenile delinquents? The answer would be, yeah, it's about the same. It's only when you get down to the context of what kind of attachment problem do you begin to see what's really going on. And that is that girls are likely to be plagued with this preoccupation with their attachment. Boys are likely to defend themselves by disconnecting. Some of you probably know that book by Terence Real back in it's cited in Lost Boys. The book is called, I think, I Just Don't Want to Talk About It. And it's about what he calls covert male depression. I assume a lot of you are familiar with that. The basic message to boys being it's better to be mad than to be sad. And I think these findings are related to that, that a boy who has a inadequate attachment, uncertain attachment, is more able to deal with it by just being angry and dismissive and not being engaged in the process. So that's another example. We give you a third example that's even more directly related to our topic. There is a gene, it's called the MAOA gene, stands for monoamine oxidase. It's a gene that affects the level of a neurotransmitter, a chemical in your brain. Now, this neurotransmitter, this chemical in your brain, is implicated in the ability to deal with stressful events. So to sort of simplify, if you have the normal level of this monoamine oxidase and you're exposed to stressful events, you have the resource of temperamental capacity for dealing with it, managing it, overcoming it, not being disrupted by it. If you have less than the normal amount of this neurotransmitter, you're vulnerable to stressful events. So researchers did a study in which they looked at kids who had the, again, to oversimplify, the gene turned on, which means they have the normal level, or the gene turned off, which means they have a sort of deficiency of that neurotransmitter. But because they came from an ecological perspective, they didn't just say, what's the effect of it being on or off? Because an ecological perspective always says, in what context? So they looked at the context that is most likely to generate problems with aggression, and that is kids who grew up in abusive families. If you're a young researcher and you're looking for a topic, if you compare abusive families with other families, you're almost guaranteed to have significant results. It's worth remembering. So what they did was they looked at kids who had the gene turned on or turned off and were either in abusive families or non-abusive families. So when they had the gene turned off, which means they have the vulnerability, and they live in an abusive family, 85% of them develop that chronic pattern of aggression, bad behavior, acting out, and violating the rights of others that earns them the diagnosis of conduct disorder. If they have the gene turned on, have the normal level, and they're in an abusive family, it was 42%. So the gene being turned on or turned off doubled the risk that child abuse would lead to conduct disorder. But the really, in a sense, from a public policy point of view, the really intriguing finding is that when they were in non-abusive families, the gene became irrelevant. That the level of conduct disorder was about the same and low in both groups, whether the gene is turned on and gene is turned off. This is an important model for thinking about human biology in society generally, that genetic differences can have differential relevance or impact depending upon the context they're in. And once that process starts, it doesn't just stop. So let's take conduct disorder. Here's a question. The kids who develop conduct disorder by the age 10, what are the odds that they will become seriously violent delinquent, again, in the United States? Well, by now, I hope you know the answer is it depends. The finding was that if they lived in safe, pro-social, positive neighborhoods, only 15% of those 10-year-olds with conduct disorder ended up as seriously violent delinquent. However, if they lived in negative, poor, aggressive, gang-ridden neighborhoods, it was 60%. So the neighborhood that a 10-year-old with conduct disorder lives in can affect the odds that they will develop serious violent delinquency by a factor of 4, 15% to 60%. Now, I was talking about just children when it came to this MAOA gene. It's important to know this gene has a sort of differential gender life, if you will, because this gene is located on the X chromosome. So if a girl has this, absent gene on one X chromosome, chances are she has it in the positive form on the other X chromosome, and we don't see the effect. As you know, boys have an X chromosome and a Y chromosome. The Y chromosome is almost empty. And you can even see this under a microscope. The X chromosome is sort of this big Xena warrior princess chromosome, and the Y chromosome is a little pathetic Woody Allen chromosome. And so if a boy has the MAOA gene in the adverse form on his X chromosome, all he has is this empty Y thing, and it doesn't have that gene on it. So every boy who gets it on one has this effect. That's why in this study done by Avshalom Caspi, C-A-S-P-I, and his colleagues, there are no girls in the study. They couldn't find enough girls who had this manifestation of this gene. This, among other things, obviously, has a lot to do with why there are these enduring differences in violence and aggression linked to gender. So there is a Canadian researcher, Ricard Tremblay in Montreal, who went even further back to find out, do boys and girls start out equally aggressive? And basically the answer was, yeah, they do. At the level, when you ask parents when their children are still babies, you ask them, does your child bite, kick, hit, grab, pinch, all these sorts of things? Up through about age 2, it's very, very similar, almost identical. It only begins to diverge then. And then, of course, the differences get much bigger. Why do they get much bigger? Well, 2 researchers who've illuminated that are, their names are going to, the name will come back to me. But what they found was that the 2 forces that are shaping this are, on the one hand, cognitive restructuring or cognitive structuring, which means the ideas that you're given about aggression. And the other is what they call behavioral rehearsal. Patrick Tolan, T-O-L-A-N, that's the name I was searching for. So what they found was a combination of these 2 things, behavioral rehearsal and cognitive structuring, is what generates, which takes the raw material that genetics and chromosomes provide and turns them into these gross differences in physical aggression and violence that we see. If you go to the book See Jane Hit, there's an analysis of why the aggression gap has narrowed because of changes in those two things. So the last thing, I know we're running close to time here.
James, I just wanted to give you a 5-minute notice. So I'm not sure if we'll have time for a few questions here at the end, but I'll let you carry on.
Okay, thank you. As I said at the start, one of the fundamental things to understand about aggression is the biggest issues are likely to come from those who experience trauma. There may be differential vulnerability to trauma as a function of temperament and genes and health conditions and so on. But the core issue of trauma is one that's really worth understanding. And I would recommend to you research article by Barbara Solomon and Kathleen Heide, which is referred to certainly in my 2015 book, I think in the Listening to Killers in 2018 and Miller's Children. They look at the differential developmental impact of trauma when it's one single incident of trauma, which is probably the most common experience of trauma, when it's repeated incidents of trauma, chronic trauma, as it's often called. But they also have a third category, and that is chronic trauma that is severe and occurs in the first 3 years of life. Now, this gets a special category because those first 3 years of life are the time when the human organism is being turned into the human being. And so pervasive, severe trauma in that period has massive, widespread consequences for development. We don't have time to go through all of them, but the good news is single incident of trauma, 85–90% recover within a year. Multiple incidents of trauma, it's a much more complex process, but people do. But people who've been exposed to severe chronic trauma in the first 3 years of life represent a gargantuan rehabilitative task. And in my book, Miller's Children, one of the chapters is called Are There Exceptions? And it deals with the question, are there teenagers who cannot be rehabilitated, who will not get better no matter what you do? And there seem to be 2 categories. One are psychopaths, because they have no moral center, they have no empathy, they have no ability to think morally. The original definition of psychopathy is moral insanity. And the other group are these individuals who are so badly damaged as infants and young children that they never had a chance to become a full human being. A guy in prison once said to me, how can I become rehabilitated if I was never habilitated in the first place? And that sort of speaks to that. So, we're obviously, I could go on for hours about this, but I know we're getting at the end. Let me just see if there's something more in 2 minutes I would like to say. Yeah, I'll just end with this. there is an instrument called the Adverse Childhood Experience Scale. It's 10 questions that deal with a variety of adversities that children could experience growing up. In the United States, about 2/3 of kids get a score of 0 or 1. Only 1 in 100 gets a score of 7 or more. Only 1 in 1,000 gets a score of 9 or 10. In my practice, if you will, interviewing and assessing violent juveniles, the average score is 7, which means that the average kid has more adversity growing up than 99 out of 100 kids. And it's quite common because of that to have scores of 8, 9, and 10, which means they have more adversity than 999 out of 1,000 kids. And the weight that they're carrying around in a culture that tells males it's better to be mad than to be sad, that offers such replete examples of aggressive behavior, that's where that combination comes together. And as they say, it's my mission in life to help them get understood, help them get better, help them get justice. So let me stop there. I don't know if we do have time for questions. We did start a little late, but I will leave it to Beth to decide what happens next.
Thank you very much, James. I think, for sake of engagement, I'd like to see one question. If you could put your hand up if you have a question for James regarding what he's spoken about or his area of expertise. And then raise hand or into the Q&A chat box, please. And it's really unfortunate we have crunch time. Every one of our speakers could, I'm sure, take much more of our afternoon.
And I've apparently bludgeoned them into silence.
Yeah, well, I think that there was a nice flow to your presentation. I think that there's that makes a difference. So we're just getting comments. Really great presentation. Thank you so much. Thank you all for enjoying our time with James this afternoon at Momentum. I think we'll move on then to William Collins. Thank you for your time, James. I appreciate you joining us.
Okay, bye-bye.
Up next, we have William Collins. I'm just inviting him in now. Let me make sure that we have his promotion sufficient here. There he is. Thank you for joining us this afternoon at Momentum 2021. In addition to a PhD in theoretical physics and a successful career in mechanical engineering, William Collins published a book on male disadvantages, The Empathy Gap, Male Disadvantages and the Mechanisms of Their Neglect. And his blog is titled The Illustrated Empathy Gap. William, thank you for joining us this afternoon. Please feel free to show us you're here and unmute, and we'll hand the conch over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Beth. Hopefully you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you fine. Thank you.
Now, for this audience, I don't need to labor the reality of the male disadvantages suffered by men and boys. They are many, most are serious in nature, and most are severe in extent. In my book, I attribute this to the gender empathy gap, not a concept by any means novel to me. In fact, it's a phrase you've heard several times at this conference already. The empathy gap is a muted empathy towards males by society as a whole. Both men and women tend to have reduced empathy for men than for women placed in otherwise identical situations. So I'm going to take that as a given. What I set out to do today is to clarify where this gender empathy gap originates and what we might do to ameliorate some of its worst effects. And the first of those questions is a good deal easier than the second. So let's start with the first one, the origin of the empathy gap. Does the empathy gap originate in biology? Is it evolution? Or is it a natural aspect of gendered psychology? Or is it rooted in some moral precept? Or is it a product of feminism? Or is it leftist politics generally that is to blame? Or is it more a sociological phenomenon related to economics and technological progress? And the answer is yes, it's all of those things. So let's see how they fit together. And let's start with biology and evolution and see how these morph into psychology and morality and feminism. Many people have asked how deep the rabbit hole goes, and in the case of the empathy gap, there is an answer. The rabbit hole is 300 million years deep. It goes back to the dawn of anisogamous, that is dimorphic sexual reproduction. The empathy gap arises out of male disposability. The empathy gap is a psychological disposition in both sexes which facilitates male disposability by rendering it invisible. Now, the idea of male disposability originated in the men's movement, but it's little appreciated that male disposability is not confined to Homo sapiens, but is a biological phenomenon common to maleness itself across all species where maleness exists. Indeed, the very purpose of males is to be disposable. Why has nature become dominated by sexually dimorphic species in which only one sex can bear offspring? It's twofold inefficient compared with asexual or hermaphroditic reproduction. Remarkably, the science is not settled, but the lead theory now is that the success of specifically dimorphic sexual reproduction, which means distinct males and females, lies in three things. Firstly, that sexual reproduction filters out deleterious mutations. Secondly, that the burden of this mutational cleansing falls disproportionately upon males. And thirdly, that sexual dimorphism permits mate selection of males by females. The combination of these three features comprises the male genetic filter mechanism, and that is biology speak for male disposability. The evolutionary purpose then of males is to be disposable. This male genetic filter mechanism is the ground zero of male disposability. All specific later cultural manifestations of male disposability can be regarded as indirect consequences of it. The direct roles of the male and the female in reproduction are profoundly unequal. The woman's physical investment is huge and dangerous. The man's direct contribution trivial in terms of investment. But evolution has found a way to make good use of what might have been underemployed males. Thanks to bipedalism and our outsized brains, human babies are born functionally premature and helpless, and hence make enormous demands upon adult care. In primitive societies, fathers who stick around to help can only enhance the survival prospects of their offspring. This is the pair bond in which men provide protection and resources to the mother and child. There is an evolved innate inclination in men to do this. The inclination in men to protect and to provide is matched naturally by an expectation in women to receive such attentions. The feminist insistence that the human pair bond is essentially men's wish to dominate and oppress women has blinded us to the obvious. The man's role in the pair bond is actually altruistic. And this altruistic behavior is motivated proximately by emotional complexes whose distal origin is genetic. In distal reality, evolution has worked these innate psychological biases as a means of ensuring that resources flow to the child, thus maximizing its likelihood of survival. The roles of the two sexes in the pair bond are grossly asymmetric. The pair bond involves women's needs controlling men's efforts. This is not because evolution has any sentimental preference for women, but because the mother is a proxy for the children, and evolution has a very great interest in children's survival. Consequently, what women say is good becomes men's definition of good. It's a ceding of moral authority to women. This is the most important feature of gender relations, but it goes unnoticed by feminists because they place an oppressive patriarchy in its stead. Now, the flip side of this natural matricentric process is that men's needs are ignored. Thus, the intrinsic male disposability of the male genetic filter is further amplified by this additional evolved mechanism. I stress that this evolved matricentrism should not be seen as pejorative, precisely because it is biologically evolved. Indeed, we probably wouldn't be here without it. Nevertheless, the asymmetry of the pair bond means that whilst the woman, as the prospective mother, has an innate entitlement to male care and provisioning, the man in question has no such entitlement. And of course, they both share this view. That then is the biological origin of the empathy gap. Now, this is all very well, I hear you ask, but all these things go back tens of thousands of years. How come the situation of men and boys has degraded so badly over the last 60 years or so? Well, that's where cultural enhancement of natural and beneficial matricentrism leads to outright gynocentrism, which is far from socially beneficial. Had feminism been an egalitarian movement, it would have recognized the reality of the male disadvantages, readily apparent in empirical data, and also recognize the empathy gap, which has always facilitated the male disadvantages by rendering them invisible. But it was never an egalitarian movement. Feminism is a lobby for women. Now, that in itself is not reprehensible. Lobby groups always lobby for their particular constituents. But feminism has passed itself off as motivated by equality, which was always a subterfuge. Feminism has relentlessly levered the advantage gained from the empathy gap. It's not a progressive movement, it's deeply atavistic, basing its influence squarely on traditional gender scripts of female vulnerability and the irrelevance of male needs. The feminist movement has promoted women's interests, or more accurately, what appears to them to be women's interests, by continually reinforcing the claim that inequality is always to women's disadvantage. Because men and boys have been explicitly, deliberately, and rather maliciously represented as privileged, then clearly they deserve nothing. This is both facilitated by and reinforces the empathy gap and drives worsening male disadvantages, which are either invisible or simply don't matter. But I've still not answered why this has occurred specifically over the last 60 years or so. Why not earlier? The answer is mostly technology and economic circumstances related to technology, plus the politics of the welfare state, which also relates back to said economics and hence to technology. Advances in technology in the 60s precipitated enormous social changes, which contributed to the rise of feminism and the increasing disadvantage to men and boys. There were several ways in which this happened. Firstly, there was the contraceptive pill. I need hardly explain the significance of that. Secondly, there was the de facto non-fault divorce came into being about that time. Thirdly, the widespread deployment of labor-saving devices in the home meant that keeping house was no longer a full-time occupation. Housewives became bored and moved into the world of paid work. And lastly, that move by women into the world of paid work was facilitated by technology, which created a far greater proportion of office jobs or other jobs which did not involve hard labor, together with the expansion of the public sector and the caring and social industries, which provided plentiful employment for women. There was no invasion of male occupations by women historically, when 95% of such work was grueling hard labor outdoors in all weathers and frequently leading to an early death. It's staggering to recall that in the UK alone, and in one industry alone, namely coal mining, that industry killed an average of over 1,000 men per year, and that continued for well over a century and came to an end only in the 1950s. This is the reality of historic male privilege, not privilege at all, of course, but disposability, male disposability made acceptable by the empathy gap. So it was largely technology and the associated economic improvements that precipitated feminism and the attack on all things male when it did. However, politics does now enter the picture because there was clearly a Marxist element in the early feminist movement. Moreover, the objectives of feminism explicitly involve the disadvantaging of men, namely to make women independent of men, including in the domestic context. Thus, the ejection of men from the home and the destruction of the nuclear family are inherent and explicit in feminism. Undermining fatherhood is not accidental. And whilst one might argue that this could have stopped short of the demonization of masculinity, in practice, the vilification of males has been a useful tool to present men as undeserving and hence to widen the empathy gap and so to ensure the ever-increasing male disadvantages remain unacknowledged. Denigration was ever the handmaiden of discrimination. In 60 years, the only change has been that it's got worse as feminists have gained more and more civic and legislative power. The mantras of male privilege and male toxicity are increasingly desperate attempts to keep male disposability from being apprehended, because society has a visceral need to maintain male disposability, which requires it remains covert, and the empathy gap is the enabler. This is why people of the opposite opinion will react with such venom to these observations being voiced. It's essential to the maintenance of their worldview that the gender empathy gap remains unacknowledged. So that's where the empathy gap, male disposability, and the male disadvantages come from. Originating in evolution, these linked phenomena have been amplified by successive cultural forces. Now to the far harder question, what can we do about it? To make a bleak picture seem bleaker still, and I'm sorry if this is too depressing for you, it's no longer possible to view gender issues in isolation from broader socio-political issues. The primary tumor, if I can put it that way, has long since metastasized, and gender issues are now embedded into the cultural hegemony of intersectional woke. And to tackle that with any degree of thoroughness would take us into all sorts of things in a whole different talk. I won't go there. I'll just say this in passing. Don't be misled by the undoubted origins of wokeism in neo-Hegelian cultural Marxism. It's best seen simply as the latest stratagem by the elites to bolster their control, in other words, statism. But let me not go there. However, what is to be done? I'll concentrate on one issue, probably the worst of a whole bunch of very bad issues, the issue of fathers and children. Now, I see that Paul Nathanson is speaking after me. In their epic series, Nathanson and Young opine that in order for any group to have a healthy identity, they must have a group function which is both necessary and distinctive, which only they can fulfill, and hence be a group worthy of being publicly valued. For men, they conclude, fatherhood is the answer to an ongoing positive role and identity. Well, I wouldn't argue, but the trouble is that fatherhood, unlike motherhood, is a social phenomenon. If the culture does not protect fatherhood, then it will wither away. Not only has the culture failed to protect fatherhood, it's been under continual attack. And so it's failing. Fatherhood has become a temporary status conferred on a man on sufferance by the mother and can be revoked at any time, subject to the mother's will. Exactly how the cultural protection of fatherhood can be reinstated socially and legally, I don't frankly know, but that is the challenge to be addressed. What I can contribute to the discussion, though, is this. The power that must be invoked to address this challenge is the power of women. That is why I have stressed where the moral power lies in gender relations and how deep it goes. It will not do to rely upon the power of men to implement policies beneficial to men because, and I will assert this in the teeth of universal incredulity, we don't have any. If we did, this conference would not be necessary. How the power of women can be invoked in this matter, I now outline. Essentially, it's the power of the powerless whose value lies in their labor, the power essentially of strike. The social, legal, and political changes over the last 60 years have destroyed the ability of Western societies to physically replace themselves. It must be brought home to the public that marriage, cohabitation, and family are now far too unattractive to young men, if not downright hazardous. I don't believe in telling people what to do, and I expect you do not either, but I do believe that people should be informed before making decisions about potentially hazardous undertakings. Young people, and young men in particular, still blunder into cohabitation and babies without appreciating the statistics regarding what is likely down the road for them. So tell them. Create organizations dedicated to conveying accurate statistics on marriage, cohabitation, and living arrangements to young people of both sexes. Tell them what percentage of marriages end in divorce, what percentage of fathers live with their biological children full-time during their whole childhood, and what percentage of cohabiting couples split before children reach, say, the age of 5 years or 10 or 15. Give them the data on non-resident parents' contact with their own children and what percentage of these are fathers. Give them the data on maintenance payments and imprisonment for non-payment, if that applies in your country. Give them the data on male suicide and its relationship with parental separation, child contact denial, parental alienation, and false allegations. Give them a reference list of academic studies on the effects of fatherlessness on children. Those academic studies have been referred to earlier in the conference, and my goodness, it would be a very long list. Acquaint them with the soaring incidence of mental disorders, especially in young adults. Invite them to consider why previously robust and resilient young Western people have been turned into melting snowflakes. If the changes of the last half century have been so great, why do they feel so crap? Increasingly, children are no longer their parents, but the state's. There is currently a lot of unrest among parents in the US and the UK too, incidentally, regarding what state-funded schools are putting into their children's heads. Well, what they're intent on putting there is the ideology that the system needs to perpetuate itself, the system with the consequences just outlined. A big win would be to recapture the schools. Meanwhile, couples considering children might want to agree in advance that homeschooling is the way to go. State schooling is, frankly, looking increasingly like child abuse. The reality of their position needs to be communicated effectively to young men. The evolutionary conditions that gave rise to the empathy gap no longer apply. Historically, women were vulnerable in intimate relations because of the risk of unwanted pregnancy outside marriage at a time when this carried crushing stigma. But this has changed. Women now have multiple ways to protect themselves against unwanted pregnancy and are, in any case, rarely subjected to that sort of stigma anymore. It's now young men who are vulnerable in intimate relations. But they're often unaware of this, being fooled by the narrative of male power and privilege until later in life they learn the hard way. So warn them. For 50 years, fathers have been discovering only too late that our culture regards them as unnecessary at best, if not actually harmful to their own children. Gigabytes of academic studies to the contrary have not withstood the cold and deliberate implementation of policies to alienate children from their fathers. Young men need to understand the reality of their position. Just as historically, young women used to be instructed to be very defensive and cautious in their relations with men for reasons of their vulnerability, now the boot is on the other foot. Young men need to appreciate their vulnerability in intimate relations. I do not advocate the MGTOW wholesale rejection of women. Such an extreme response, whilst understandable in those who've been badly treated in the past, is not constructive. It's ultimately nihilistic and hardly fulfills the requirement to be positive rather than negative. I am married myself, and I've been in the same relationship for 46 years. The world was a different place then, though. Now, young men contemplating an intimate relationship must be brought to understand that it is they who are vulnerable, in particular in respect of the status of fatherhood being in their partner's hands. Whilst I'm of the view that marriage and family is a path to fulfillment for a man, that depends crucially on cultural and legal protections that have been destroyed. I suggest this, that young men contemplating cooperating with pregnancy are encouraged to ask their partner outright how they can guarantee their equal parenting as fathers, whatever might transpire in future. Young women need to be brought hard up against the fact that they have no answer to that, other than a personal reassurance, which statistics undeniably demonstrates turns out to be untrue in a very large proportion of cases. The only card men have to play is this one: withdrawal of cooperation with conception and family provisioning under prevailing conditions. I repeat, it's up to individuals what they choose to do with their lives, and I'm not suggesting some sort of organized marriage strike that would never take off. It's a matter of individual choice. But the reality that faces fathers needs to be communicated to young men and women before they find out the hard way, so their choice can be informed. Society has failed to protect fatherhood, and this is a catastrophe which can be corrected only by reintroducing such protection. Women need to be brought to understand that the era of their political power being used only for feminist objectives is over. Women must now accept the responsibility inherent in having political power. And women's political responsibility now is to end and reverse the trashing of fatherhood, because only they can do it. Either that, or Western civilization is over. Now, if that sounds like wild hyperbole, it isn't. It isn't even a prediction. It's just observation. The non-immigrant peoples of all Anglophone and Western European countries are failing to reproduce themselves, and there's reason to believe that average fertilities will decrease further. The reinstitution of cultural protection of fatherhood will never happen merely because men campaign for it. The reason is that in such matters, women's moral authority is unchallengeable. That's why I emphasized that the evolved human pair bond is based upon ceding moral authority to women, an authority that women still possess. Therefore, unless women reinstitute cultural protection of fatherhood and legislate accordingly, Western peoples are facing decline and possible extinction. In the meantime, and to avoid ending in quite such an apocalyptic note, from the perspective of the individual man, things are not so bleak. Your highest duty is, as ever, to your personal integrity and the pursuit of the genuine personal virtues. Always recall that your value as an individual, as a man, is not determined by the approbation of people in general or any person in particular, be they male or female, but by your own personal attributes. If you have one, embrace your religion more tightly than ever. But be that as it may, we all still have access to the richest cultural heritage the world has ever known. So let that be your refuge. Thank you.
Thank you very much, William. We have a question for you, if that suits you.
Of course, yeah.
Excellent. So we have Silvano who had said, congratulations for a really good talk. I totally agree with you. Having said that, have you ever been threatened with physical harm by women's groups? And thank you very much for coming to this conference.
No, I've never been threatened. I mean, I've been blogging for about 8 years, and my blog is reasonably well known, at least in the UK. But I don't seem to have attracted the ire of the feminists. I don't know why that is, but I've been lucky, I guess. In fact, I'm feeling rather inadequate because I've not been cancelled. What's wrong with me?
Thank you for the response there and your humor related to the kind of cantankerous question. Any other questions here for William as we proceed through the afternoon? If you would like to raise your hand, I can activate your ability to ask directly, or if you would prefer to type it into the Q&A box, you'll find that in the bottom taskbar on the app for Zoom. We've got one more comment here from Alexandra Lysova. Great presentation, thank you.
Well, I very much enjoyed Alexandra's as well, so we can have a mutual admiration society. Looks like I might have saved you a few precious minutes on your schedule.
I'm just going through the Q&A box here, if you don't mind pausing for a moment, William. We've got one from Warren, who was on a short time ago. Are there plans to expand the Empathy Gaps data to other countries, example, US, Canada, Australia, etc.?
It certainly can be done. I don't think it's going to be done by me. I think that 700-page book was as much as I had in me. And people have asked for it to be updated for the UK. So I've got a job for several lifetimes there, I think.
Fair enough. We also have Andrew Douglas mentioning, but in Canada, we now have parental leave, not just maternal. Is that now an improvement, and joint custody by law? And that's the question.
Yeah, well, parental leave is a good thing if men take it, but what I think with the experience in the UK has been that if it's a certain amount that you can split between the two parents, it's invariably the woman that has it by mutual agreement, usually. Whether that's because the man is usually the greater earner, so that's financially constrained, or whether it's because it's the mother that wants to be close to the baby when it's newborn, or both of which are perfectly sensible reasons. So that's where it tends to end up, I'm afraid. I think there are some countries, Scandinavian countries, where instead of having a fixed amount split between the two parents, it's a separate allowance. And that is a better way to actually encourage men to take it, I would imagine.
Right, thank you for that, William. We've got time, well, depending how long your response is, William, we have a question about can culture trump nurture? Or sorry, can culture trump nature, from Paul Sando?
Culture can never totally trump trump nature. It can ameliorate it and have some impact on it. But you usually find, even when things seem to be social constructs, you find that what's behind them originally is something in nature, which is then amplified by culture.
Right. Thank you for that, William. And I think that leaves time for this last one. It may be a bit of a longer answer. So Derek Louis is wondering, how do we engage the supportive feminists? Such a hostile and vindictive group at times, especially on campus where students say their professor has sent them to disrupt movie screenings, for example.
Well, I mean, that's why I stressed the power of women. I didn't say the power of feminists, but the power of women, which is not at all the same thing, as I'm sure you appreciate. That's going to be a very much easier win than converting feminists. It's the issue of getting your ordinary everyday woman to see what the position really is. And I don't know what the position's like in Canada, but I can guess it's similar to the UK, in which you're getting more and more young women who've perhaps been focusing on career. They reach 30 and they think, well, I really am quite interested in having children and having a permanent relationship. And then they find it's rather difficult to achieve that. That's the sort of thing I was alluding to. I think women in that position need to, well, before they get to that position, they need to know how our culture has gone so they can anticipate what's going to happen, and perhaps have the option, a different option. I mean, there is a different option for women, I think. It's not for me to tell anyone what they should do, but a better option maybe for the women that want both career and family is to go for the family first when they're still young. I mean, anyone that's had children knows it's an exhausting business, and it's better done young rather than when you're older. So you can always pick up a career later. I know a lot of women that have had their children young and they've not regretted it.
Right. Thank you so much, William. I appreciate you taking the time at the end of your session here to field some questions from our attendees here. So thank you again for your participation this afternoon. And I think that's good timing to move on to our next speaker. Thank you, William. We will be bringing forward Lloyd Hawkeye Robertson and Paul Nathanson. So one moment while I get you folks into the queue here. And I will hand over the platform to these folks here shortly. And there's Paul. Excellent.
Hello, Beth.
Good afternoon. Nice to see you again, sir.
It's been a couple of years, but we've had a plague to deal with in the meantime, so that's why.
That we have. Paul, are you able to join us? I think we've got your mute and your camera off still. In the meanwhile, I will introduce you to Paul, and I suspect that he will introduce Lloyd as we proceed here. Paul Nathanson, PhD, is a retired researcher in religious studies. With Catherine K. Young, he wrote a landmark series of 4 books from McGill Queen's University Press on ideological feminism and its cultivation of misandry in ideological and political purposes. Spreading Misandry, the Teaching of Contempt for Men in the Popular Culture, 2001. Legalizing Misandry, from public shame to systemic discrimination against men. That was 2006. And then we have Sanctifying Misandry, Goddess Ideology and the Fall of Men, 2011. My, you've been busy. And Replacing Misandry, A Revolution History of Men, 2015. Paul Nathanson, welcome. You'll be joining Lloyd Hawkeye Robertson here as soon as we can get your camera and your video, or sorry, your camera and your audio going. This is where people may have thought they had an extra couple of moments and snuck away to the bio break space.
Well, while Paul is getting set up, I'll mention that I'm now and this was not my case before when I talked at the 2019 conference. I'm now president of the New Enlightenment Project. Now, that project is an initiative developed just this last year to defend and refine Enlightenment values from an attack that the previous speaker, William Collins, actually mentioned from wokeism. So that's where I'm coming from. Now, as you've mentioned, here I think Paul is joining us.
Oh, there we are. Well, congratulations, Lloyd. I'll hand it over to Paul and give you to the platform.
Okay, well, I'll just mention that I'm really delighted to have been asked to interview Paul, because I've admired him and his work for a long time. And as you've mentioned, along with Catherine Young, they popularized. No, you didn't mention this, but I'll mention it. They popularized the word misandry in a series of 4 volumes. And they're currently working on 2 new books. The final work, entitled Transcending Misandry from Feminist Ideology to Intersexual Dialogue. Paul, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Paul, I want to ask you about that anticipated final volume. But first, I want to understand how you arrived at this intellectual place. Your PhD, as Beth mentioned, is in theology. Now, that's not a discipline that automatically, at least in my mind, connotes gender studies. How did you come to have a focus on male identity?
Well, actually, my doctorate is not is in religious studies, comparative religion, which is a secular discipline. I don't speak in the name of any religious tradition. So my interest was in the relation between religion and secularity. Most people would choose 2 religious traditions to compare and contrast, and I chose religion and secularity. And my general theory is that the 2 are closely related. There's a murky boundary between the 2. They're not just opposites that have nothing to do with each other. So I chose my first case study was a book on. I wrote a book on The Wizard of Oz as a secular myth of America, in which I said that, you know, the movie functions not because of anyone's intention in Hollywood, but because it just the people in charge of making it were intuitive enough to pick up underlying strands of thought in American culture, and they represented them symbolically. So I think that the movie functions, along with several other classic movies, as a story about going home and growing up. And on the surface, it's the story of Dorothy going home and growing up, but on a deeper level, it's the story of the nation growing up and going home. And at a deeper level still, it recapitulates the classic Judeo-Christian notion of going home and growing up. So I won't get into all that now, but then I switched the focus of my study in about 1985, because that was the 10th anniversary of Vietnam. And it occurred to me that having lived through that earlier period, I had all sorts of questions about what connection there was between being a man and being a soldier or war. You know, I never understood that. And it was, for 10 years, I put it out of my head because I found it too threatening. But then during the anniversary, I really decided just to do that. So I sort of interrupted my dissertation to work on that. And I got, I don't know, a few hundred pages in my private journal. And I showed it to Catherine Young, and she said, well, you know, after you graduate, if you graduate, we should, you know, get a grant and do some research on this, because her interest had been in women in India, in Hinduism. And I was interested in men in the West. And so we were a very good combination to, you know, cross-culturally and historically, we could put that together in a very interesting way. And so that's how I got into the books with Catherine.
Okay, well, thank you for clarifying, first of all, that your PhD was in religious studies. Is feminism, or perhaps I should say, call it ideological feminism, is that a religion?
That's what I call a secular religion. So I started off talking about, secular myths and secular parables. But then I began to realize that these political ideologies functioned in very much the same way as traditional religions, but they were secular. They're not the same, but in many ways they function in the same way. They provide meaning and purpose. They often have scripture, the equivalent of scripture, and special sacred days and sacred places. So the whole panoply of ritual and symbol and myth, they all function in the same way, but they don't mediate the sacred. That's the one thing they don't do.
Okay. Well, religions like Christianity can be divided into fundamentalist and liberal or mainline. Do you make a similar distinction in feminism then?
Yes, and I'm really glad you asked, because I often forget to add little details, and this happens to be a very important one. I think that, yes, from my point of view, and I think from the point of view of men in general, there are basically two kinds of feminism. One of them is egalitarian, and that was the movement that began with Betty Friedan in the early days. And I think they genuinely were interested in sexual equality. Now, I think there are some problems in the way that they began to do work on that area, because they tended to assume that equality meant the same thing as sameness, that men and women were, for all intents and purposes, except childbirth, the same. And I think that's a naive approach. But my problem with egalitarian feminism is simply a practical one. But my problem with ideological feminism is a moral problem, because I think that they really are the fundamentalist equivalent of, let's say, some groups of Protestants, for example, or you could find, or Muslims. You could find fundamentalism in almost every tradition. It's not necessarily the dominant tradition, but the possibility is always there. In any case, I think that feminists have adopted that in the sense that they do not acknowledge the possibility of ambiguity. They don't acknowledge the possibility that you need to discuss and debate and dialogue. It's simply, they have a mythology which they argue is uncontestably true, and that those who don't agree with them are either infidels, which are people who are beyond the pale, or maybe heretics who once had the true faith and have rejected it for one reason or another. So yes, I think that's the parallel I want to make. When I talk about feminism as a secular religion, I mean a secular form of fundamentalism.
Okay, I'm going to follow up on that in just a moment, but first, in your 2015 book, Replacing Misandry, you quote Hillary Clinton as saying, and I'm going to read the quote, "Women have always been the primary victims of war. Women lose their husbands, their fathers, their sons in combat. Women often have to flee from the only homes they have ever known. Women are often left with the responsibility alone of raising the children." What does this quote say about the role and identity of men in the United States and presumably elsewhere in the Western world?
Well, it means that men don't matter. Their suffering doesn't matter. Only women's suffering has a symbolic and political meaning. And therefore, when you talk about human suffering, you talk about it from a political point of view. How are we going to improve the lives of women? Well, it's because you convince people that only women are victims, and therefore that only women deserve the attention and the care and the compassion from society. Men don't need it, which is false. I just think that's false. Demonstrably false, actually. It's not just my contention. The statistics certainly don't indicate that.
Would you classify Hillary Clinton then as an ideological feminist?
Oh, I don't know how to classify her. I think she makes use of whatever is at hand for her purposes. I think she's basically interested in her own career, in power, and she'll use or she'll appeal to whatever group she can. I don't think that I'm not aware that she's ideologically committed.
We heard earlier today Robert Whitley talk about a lack of empathy, and the Clinton quote seems to, as you just said, indicate a lack of empathy. Is this based on what? Male invisibility, or the last speaker, William Collins, was talking about it started with a biological imperative. What's your take on this?
Well, I didn't see the whole performance of Collins, so I can't really say. But I think that the invisibility of men is a combination of many factors. The most obvious one is simply that men have been taught, at least in this culture and probably many others, not to complain, not to whine, but to be independent and strong so that they can fulfill one function, which is basically, or several functions of men, and that is to be, let's say, the providers, people. So you don't want men to grow up always depending on the state or on compassion of society. You want them to be self-motivated, whether it's in the boardroom or on the battlefield, or in the bedroom for that matter.
I'm glad you added that. As I think you're aware, I have published research on the stigmatization of men. Now, is misandry the same thing as stigmatization, or is it something different?
Well, of course, I don't know your precise definition of stigmatization, but certainly misandry does stigmatize. So to that extent, yes, there's a real parallel. Misandry is something that I think flows from another phenomenon, which I find even in egalitarian feminism, and that is gynocentrism. It's the idea that history, all of history, the world, life, revolves around the special needs and problems of women. Now, out of that, you get some people who draw the conclusion that, well, the needs and problems of women are all caused by men. That's where you come into misandry.
Yeah, I would think that stigmatization has a somewhat different perspective, but we won't get into that because this interview is about you, of course, not me. In your 2006 book, Legalizing Misandry, you state, ideological intolerance is already rampant in the university and has been during the entire period of affirmative action. In this conformist and censorious atmosphere, not many university teachers actually encourage independent thought that is based on critical analysis of fashionable political ideologies. On the contrary, many encourage students to stamp out whatever can be classified as politically incorrect. Now, you wrote those words, or you and Catherine wrote those words 15 years ago.
Yes, that's right.
In what ways has this ideology of cancel culture changed since then, or has it?
Well, I don't think it's changed. I mean, wokeism is just another word for what existed then. We called it identity politics or political correctness, but in fact, that was the matrix, the origin of what we now call feminism. And wokeism. So it has a history of at least 50 years. It's been incubated in the universities, but it went mainstream quite some time ago. And I would say, 5 or 6 years ago, just during the Me Too movement and ever after, it's been increasingly virulent. And I use the word virulent with its Latin etymology from the word man, with care. It's not new, it's been there. And in fact, you can look back historically and find various periods throughout history in which there were similar phenomena. So we now have a series of, mind viruses or moral panics, and they're coming with increasing frequency. No sooner has society recovered from one than another one begins. But in each of these episodes, whether it was the witch trials or maybe the McCarthy period, so the name of the enemy sometimes changes, but the mentality remains the same. It's just a matter of finding a target that is convenient. And so what the phenomenon is, at least partly, it's projecting your own fear onto a group of people. I'm not a psychologist. I don't analyze that in psychoanalytical detail, but that's basically what I'm saying.
Okay, thank you. Now, in your forthcoming book, Transcending Misandry, this book, as I understand it, will advocate intersexual dialogue. In fact, that's in your title. Now, feminists have not felt a need to engage in such dialogue in the past. What would incentivize them to engage in such dialogue in the future?
Well, first of all, for various reasons, that book, which is basically written, has not yet, we haven't yet published that, and I'm not sure that we're going to in the near future. And in a sense, it's just as well, because we are as remote from intersexual dialogue as we are from, I don't know, peace in the Middle East, or, I mean, it is so remote that even preparing for it is a difficult task. And that's not due only to feminists, that's due to the whole wokist mentality, which permeates culture at every level. So I think that it's a method. It's not just we developed it not just as a nice sounding ideal, as a synonym for conversation or national debate, which are terms that I hear all the time. We developed it as a systematic approach with rules. It's a method. And we outlined 10 principles, what we call the Decalogue of Dialogue. And they amount to, it sounds pretentious, but they basically amount to a combination of common decency and common sense. If you're going to be able to talk to people, you have to have a mentality that is open to that conversation instead of just ranting at the other. So it is a possibility. I developed it because I had done work in Jewish Christian dialogue, which I think was not particularly successful. I mean, it was successful at the higher ecclesiastical levels, but when it came to the level of ordinary people, they gathered in synagogue basements and church basements and had nice conversations. But I mean, it didn't amount to anything much. And the reason, I think, was because not everybody found it necessary. It was a nice thing to do, but the secular state, Canada, is what guarantees religious freedom. We don't need the goodwill of Jews or Christians. So there wasn't the urgent need for it. And I think that one of the things that I noticed was that the Jews in particular came because they wanted to tell Christians about themselves, but they didn't necessarily want to hear about Christianity. They found that threatening. And historically, they had good reason, but nevertheless. So I developed something much more rigorous out of that experience. something that could be put into use, not just between men and women, but between blacks and whites, or Anglos and Francos, or any groups in conflict.
Now, well, regardless of whether or not we ever get to the stage of having this intersexual dialogue, we do need, as I think you've written already, we need to develop the male identity, which has been damaged. Our identity as a protector and provider, emphasizing things like strength, courage, and bravery, this has all been diminished. On what can we build this new identity that is distinctive, necessary, and publicly valued?
Good. Thank you for mentioning those three criteria, because identity, a healthy identity, in my opinion, must have at least those three qualities, particularly public value. In other words, it's all very well for any individual to form a nice identity, but to have a collective identity is by definition to interact with and contribute to the larger society. So if you can't contribute anything, then you cannot have a healthy identity. And therefore, for the people who cannot do that, they will abandon a society without room for men. They might abandon it by committing suicide, or by dropping out of school and becoming an underclass. They might do it through drugs or crime or what have you, but they essentially abandon a society that does not care about them, that is indifferent to them. And I think that's what we're seeing.
Okay, but I'm still not clear.
Oh, yes.
How do we develop that identity?
Yes. Well, okay. So I think that over many centuries, we're talking about, in one of our books, we went back, about 10 to 12,000 years to the agricultural revolution, which was the beginning of many, many things that we now are just essential parts of our lives. It's the beginning of the rise of cities, the rise of hierarchy, the rise of warfare, because you could store food and people could raid it, or you could go and raid other people. So agriculture was a fundamental change in the human condition, I would say. Now, over the centuries, we've had a series of technological and cultural revolutions. The most obvious recent one would be the Industrial Revolution, but we have others, biological revolution and so on, computer technology. But the one that nobody else talks about, and I think is very important, is what I call the military revolution. And by that, I mean not simply the development of new military technologies, but a fundamental change in the social contract between men and women and the state. And it began really during the French Revolution with universal conscription, but not universal, really universal male conscription. Now that meant that if you were willing to fight and possibly die for the state, for the revolutionary state, then you could be a full citizen of the new society. But if you were not willing or able to do that, then you were also not quite a full citizen. So one of the things that happened was that to be a man, by definition, came to mean being a soldier for the state. And that wasn't exactly a new phenomenon, but it was new in many ways. I mean, men had always been soldiers, but not necessarily in conscript armies. Most people had to produce food in the fields. So there was a limited, amount of their time and energy that could be diverted into warfare. The people who became the warrior class were the aristocrats. Now, so I think that by this time, the notion of men as providers and as protectors has been severely attenuated because the state has simply replaced men. The state is a surrogate man, a surrogate husband, and a surrogate man. Women can do both of those things, if not by themselves as individuals, then with help from the state. Now, the one thing that remains, one of the classic and essential features of manhood that has not yet been replaced is fatherhood. And fatherhood, I must say, is really under threat at the moment, because for many reasons, partly because the definition of fatherhood tends to be sort of assistant motherhood at best. At worst, it's a potential molester. So when I talk to young people, young men, about what it means to be a father, they often say things, oh, well, I play with my children, I do the diapers, I do this, I do that. But none of these things actually is a defining feature of fatherhood. I mean, apart from the teaspoonful of sperm, what is it to be a father? And I argue that it's not the same as being a mother. It's not about infant care. It's something that grows in importance as children grow up and prepare to leave the home. They enter the larger world and they need something that fathers have given them, and that is, well, let me put it another way. Women, mothers, give their children unconditional love, okay? I'm sure that Adolf Hitler's mother would have said, you know, I will love you no matter what you do. I don't just, you know, you're my son, therefore I love. But a father doesn't say that. He might feel it, but he doesn't say it. What he says is, I will respect you if you earn the respect of others in the larger world, if you function honorably in the larger world. And so it has to be earned. And so that is something that children need to hear, both girls and boys, but particularly boys. And I think that when you don't have a father who does that in the home, that is linked statistically with all sorts of social pathologies and psychological pathologies. Once again, this is not my opinion. This is demonstrable. There's something that goes wrong. Children need fathers in the home, enduring presences in the home, not a passing boyfriend, not a figure on a sitcom on TV, but an enduring presence in the home.
Okay, well, that's, as you say, the research backs that up, that children do better if they have a relationship with their fathers as well as their mothers. But there's a lot of political resistance to that idea, irrespective of the research, isn't there?
Well, there is. And it's partly because, especially now, I mean, at first there was resistance from some feminists, maybe not all. I mean, many feminists will say, yes, I want a father for my children, but what does that mean? It might mean just helping out around the house. But the real resistance came from the people who argue that women should be totally independent of men, completely, utterly independent. Autonomous is the word they use. Now, never mind that makes no sense of human existence, because we are a social animal, and that means that we're all interdependent. But just apart from that consideration, which means that autonomy is basically a utopian ideal that makes no sense in the world as we know it. But it means that some feminists resist the idea of conceding that fatherhood is an independent, it's not independent, that it's a necessary part of family life. And it means that they must share their authority in the home.
This whole idea of maleness is under question. Transgender activists erase the biological differences between men and women, and a person with a penis can declare himself to be a woman, thus escaping the toxic masculinity label while gaining access to female safe spaces. And as we've seen recently, things like women's sports, where they can then dominate. And some feminists, of course, are objecting.
And I agree. I agree with that.
You agree
I
with
don't agree with everything feminists say, but I do agree with that. The only thing I would add is that what's in danger is not only femaleness, but also maleness.
Yes. And of course, there these feminists that are putting up a resistance to that transgender ideology, they're looking to us, to you and me and all other men for support.
Yes.
What is to prevent these feminists from re-stigmatizing men or maleness once they have won this battle?
Well, I'm not a fortune teller. All I can say is that it's one thing to sympathize on an emotional level with people who feel uncomfortable in their own bodies. It's another thing to argue that children should be free to experiment with their bodies, that teachers and professionals and doctors should be free to experiment on children without the parents' consent. I mean, that's a whole other thing. That I don't agree with at all.
Now, Paul,
so that makes me, I suppose people are going to accuse me of being transphobic. And frankly, I don't care anymore. I've spent my life as a gay man being accused of homophobia. So somebody has to say these things, frankly.
Okay, now here's my last question, and then we'll see if there's other questions from the audience. I see Beth nodding her head. My last question is this, Paul. You are religious and a self-described conservative. I, on the other hand, I am an atheist, and I'm a humanist and a lifelong social activist who's identified on the left. On what basis can we, you and I, come together to fight this common enemy?
I think the answer is obvious to both of us, and I hope to the viewers, that both of us are deeply concerned about the search for truth and the usefulness of debate and rational discourse. That unites us.
Thank you, Paul. And Beth, you'll notice that I have come full circle because I introduced myself as being someone concerned about the preservation and extension of Enlightenment values. And Paul has just said that that's what unites us.
Exactly.
Extremists on all sides.
I appreciate that you did that, Lloyd. I had it flipped in my head that Paul would be introducing you, and so you kind of didn't get your airtime on you know, your participation here this afternoon. So thank you for coming around on that, and thank you for your contributions, Paul and Lloyd. It was great to have that dialogue facilitated by yourself, Lloyd. We've got one question here, and we do actually have a break scheduled from 10 to the hour until the hour. So this will be our only question. It was submitted by David Rittberg, and he's asking about pathological feminism, meaning a feminist approach where women stand by women no matter what, but now it supports women with false claims as well. Can you discuss your experience in dealing with pathological feminism in our society today and how it affects men and their ability to access support for men by predominantly women-run organizations? So given that I just framed that with a very short window of time to address that, can you give a bit of insight there from your perspectives?
Well, I don't know about insight, but I can tell you from experience. I mean, Catherine Young and I were invited to speak at University of Toronto, or at least at a group that met at University of Toronto. And the subject on the billing was intersexual dialogue. And that was enough to bring out the protesters who refused to listen. And so basically the event was the public aspect of the event was canceled. We did say what we had to say, but we had the police escorts and all that going on at the same time. And the same thing happened at University of Ottawa. So the whole notion of dialogue was enough to set that off. It wasn't as if we came there to talk about, you know, male supremacy or anything like that. We just wanted to introduce the notion of dialogue.
Right. Thank you for that, Paul. Lloyd, any final closing remarks here with your great exchange with Paul?
Well, I just want to thank you for inviting me to do this interview. As I mentioned earlier, I've read all of Paul's books, and I'm looking forward to reading this future book if it is ever published, Paul.
I can show you the manuscript, Lloyd.
Okay, thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, gentlemen. I appreciate your time this afternoon and joining us at Momentum 2021. As I mentioned, we'll break until the hour. Going out, I would like to share with you the video from the shelter, the first shelter for men and families fleeing family violence that is in Toronto, York region. And I mentioned that, I'm just going to share a screen here, but I mentioned that as a segue to announce that we'll likely have the second one in Canada, located in Calgary. So given that I am the executive director for CCMF Alberta, I am thrilled to be sharing that information with you folks at this particular time. And let's walk through this video here with Justin touring everyone through the shelter here in Toronto.
Hello, everybody, and thanks for watching this virtual tour of the Family Shelter for Men and Children here at 26 Mansour Terrace. We are just off of York University in North York, a 5-minute walk from 3 subway stations. So it's a great location, and I'll just pause here actually to show you this garden, which was recently installed actually by a team of residents and volunteers. Beautiful work.
So I'm hearing that there is no sound. Is this correct?
Correct.
Okay, apologies for that. I'm not sure why. It's coming through on my end. So I guess in light of that, I will stop screen share. Thank you for letting me know that, folks. Apologies. I believe that this is available on the YouTube channel. I will put the link in the chat so that those of you that would like to continue with the virtual tour can do so with your own sound, I guess, your own audio at a later time. So thank you for that. We will break until about 2 minutes from now. And we will hand it over to Nicholas Baudin, who is the Executive Director to Ottawa for hosting duties. So thank you for your time. Thank you again, Paul and Lloyd, for this last segment. All right, there you go, Nicholas. I have just made you host. Over to you.
Awesome. Okay, so it is 3 o'clock, so we're going to get started. So our next speaker is Ilan. Ilan, I'm just looking at my notes here, just give me 1 second. Well, first I'll reintroduce myself. Beth said that I am the Executive Director of the Ottawa branch. And so our last segment of the conference will be very interesting. We will be watching a short video followed by a couple of speakers and eventually a panel. So first we have Ilan. Ilan is the CEO and founder of Edgard Watch Co. It is a watch brand known for its strong stance on issues affecting men and its response to the Gillette PSA video that demonizing men and masculinity. Edgard has released their own video titled "What is a Man?" This video celebrates the best of what it means to be a man. Ilan will be speaking for about 12 to 15 minutes, and then we will be taking questions at the end. I'm just going to add him to the panel now. Hello, how are you?
Hey, how's it going?
Good, thank you.
So should I jump in?
Yeah, you can start whenever you're ready.
Great. So Justin wanted me to show the video, so I guess I'll start with just screen sharing and doing the video first.
Yeah.
And then I'll give a little background kind of about all that. 1 second here. I'll just share the screen. This should be.
So I just wanted to ask one quick question. So a lot of the there was no sound for us. Is there supposed to be sound, or was it just supposed to be a?
Oh no, there's sound. Yeah, if you watch it on YouTube, you'll hear it. There's a whole narration. I guess sound's not working on the screen share like the previous video.
Okay.
So if you go on YouTube and you type in "what is a man a guard," it'll have way more of an impact. It won't hit properly without the sound, unfortunately. What is a man a guard on YouTube? EGARD. Did I mute? Is that what I did? Because should I try it one more time and try and unmute? Because I don't have mute on. I don't know why it wouldn't. Should I give it another go or?
If you want to give it another try, we can.
Let me just see if I can share the actual screen where the YouTube videos. Can you cut me off if it's not working? Just say, hey, Len, it's not working.
Yep.
Okay, let's give it 1 second here. Audio, yes or no?
Yeah, I don't hear much. No.
No, you don't hear?
No.
Okay. All right, we're gonna have to do it on, people will have to find it on, yeah, my computer volume's turned all the way up. I'm not sure why, oh, share audio as well. Okay. I see how to do it, guys. That's my own stupidity right there. Let me get that fixed. Give me a second here. Give me 2 seconds because it'll hit harder. Let's go share sound. Optimize for video clip. Okay, let's try that. This should work now. Working?
Yep. Yep.
What is a man? Is a man brave? Is a man a hero? Is a man a protector? Is a man vulnerable? Is a man disposable? Is a man broken? Is a man trying? We see the good in men.
All right, so did it work that time?
Yep, it worked.
Okay, great. So that's the video. That was a response to Gillette. And then since then, I've done podcasts and been involved with different groups. And I have a good friend, Jordan Foltz, who's quite brilliant, who I bring on and we talk about a lot of the issues that we see going on in society nowadays. I guess what I'd like to say is that video was not necessarily just a response to Gillette, but a kind of cultural shift that I've seen happening for quite some time, which I found worrisome, toward masculinity, toward men, toward young boys, where they just don't know how to act anymore, where there's no real narrative or discussion for the positive things that masculinity brings, and just to inherently not see it as a, you know, when people are like toxic masculinity, this and that, it's, you know, masculinity is what it is. It's how it's directed that can become, you know, it's behavior that can become toxic, or it's behavior that can do all the wonderful things in that video. And if we're constantly painting it as a negative thing, all we're going to do is we're going to feed into that narrative. We're going to see more of that negative behavior. And, you know, historically, there have been really beautiful ads for men that have shown the sacrifices that men make, have lifted up the virtues that, in my opinion, keep societies going. Like if you look at what are historically positive virtues for society, especially for the male population in society, it was the ability to sacrifice oneself. It was fortitude, strength. And I don't mean strength as in physical strength. I mean strength is in the sense of, again, moral fortitude, the ability to stand in the face of adversity and to be courageous. And these are beautiful traits which have quickly fallen to the wayside. And you know, a lot of the advertising that we see a lot, especially from corporations, from Hollywood, from media, from news, is just this repeated bombardment of negative rhetoric. And I think it's just had a negative effect for everyone. I think that's the one thing they miss, is that this extreme identity politics with, you know, gender, with whatever it may be, ends up hurting everyone. It doesn't just hurt the people you're targeting. So I didn't want to attack anything in this video. It wasn't meant to be an attack. It was meant to just be an uplifting video. I don't mention anything about femininity. I think femininity is beautiful as well. I think there's wonderful things there too. And so this was just basically to show, I guess, solidarity, and to show there's companies out there, which I felt was very, very important. I felt it was super important for companies, not just a person, to come out and say, no, we still believe in these traits. We still believe that there's, sorry for my computer shaking, it's because I'm at a table and anytime I rest on it, it shakes. But to show that we can still put out these messages, and to show other companies that we can put out these messages and still have a positive, successful response as companies. And it won't destroy us, because there was so much fear around it, which was such a shocking thing. And even when I put out, you know, podcasts where I'm talking about like the wonderful virtues that have historically existed, like I just said, there's always some kind of fear of backlash from people and self-censorship. And if I'm speaking from a place of good intentions, I'm never going to censor myself. You know, that's just how I'm hardwired. And when someone tells me not to do something, it really makes me want to do something. So that was part of the motivation behind it, but just a continuous cultural shift, which I felt I had to start fighting against. And my biggest platform was my company at the time. So that's the inception of that video and what's come after it. It's something I've been passionate about for many years. And the response to it was, sure, we had a little bit of negativity. That's just expected. You know, the accusations of, oh, you're making this video because secretly, you know, you support, we had people say that secretly we support rape culture and like we support rapists and we're just trying to hide what men do. And I'm like, okay, you know what? I don't even bother dealing with people who are that far gone into a video like that. If that's what they got out of it, I'm not going to debate them, but there was an overwhelming amount of positive responses. And the beautiful thing was 50% of those positive responses were from women, mothers, husbands, daughters, whose fathers, husbands, and sons have been firemen, first responders, have just taken care of them, have done things that are wonderful, and they just wanted to see that those traits appreciated. And so I think there's incredible power in this kind of advertising that is greatly missed until today, because since that video, I haven't really seen a shift in culture. If anything, I've seen it go more downhill, which is very troubling. And I just want to put out more positive stories. And we tried to get a really cool thing going where we asked people to send in videos of people in their lives, men in their lives, whether it's a father figure, whoever it may be, who had a positive impact on them, and just to flood the internet with those stories. But again, people don't have the drive, sadly, which is what we were really hoping for to cause this cultural shift, to contribute. And so, I mean, we're going to try and bring that back. I have an ad planned, which is a really beautiful short film, and then I want to bring back the kind of social aspect, which is getting people to contribute these positive stories, because the more positive stories we put out, the more we can kind of, I have a lot of friends right now who are in custody battles, who have been treated unfairly, which is something I'm very passionate about. by the courts. And I see what they're going through, and I see just all these problems that have built up that go undealt with. Especially one of them is men who are victims of abuse, which is just incredibly disregarded by society and not taken seriously and laughed at. And so I think the more we can affect culture, the more we'll affect these causes that I care about, and the more we'll see change. And so I think it takes everyone. I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing, but that was the entire incentive behind everything. So hopefully that was a good little rant that I just gave.
Yeah, thank you. It's definitely something that, as being the executive director of one of our branches, is something we're focusing on as well. We understand that sometime one of the things you said is that you think femininity is beautiful, and I think it's one of the things that we need to understand, that one of our biggest allies of men who have gone through different situations will be women in your life, because there's men and women, and then there's transgender people as well, but one of the other biggest group will be women. So there's no sense demonizing the other gender just because they're women. So it's always something that we need to be mindful of. So we'll take some questions now. If anyone has some questions, you can raise your hand, or you can type it in the chat or in the Q&A section.
I see some questions here. Should I just go through some of the ones I see, or?
Yeah, the ones in the Q&A, can you see, or the chat, can you see those?
Yeah, I see someone asked, why did he show a father's affection for his daughter and not his son? There's really no, to be totally transparent, there wasn't a thought process behind it. When I made this video, I made it by myself because there was a lot of fear from people around me who work with me to put it out. They're like, you're going to destroy your company and your livelihood. And so I stayed up all night making this video by myself. That's my voice on there. So I tried to make it as good as I could, given my abilities and the platform I had. So there wasn't really like a storyboard, and I didn't think each shot through. It just kind of was what I was feeling in that moment. So if that shot stuck with me, that's what kind of I went with. So it caused some kind of emotional response seeing that. And, you know, I feel like the fatherhood aspect is fathers are taken away or not able to see their children. It doesn't matter if they're a boy or girl. The ability of a father not to see his child is, in my opinion, the most terrible thing. Okay, I see. I see a lot of awesome comments, so I appreciate that. I didn't at the time. So I see here the question is, did you see other YouTube videos similar showing positive aspects of men? At the time, I saw nothing from companies. I actually saw more negative advertising, which is what really pushed me. I mean, I did see that there were, you know, people speaking up about things that men go through, widely disregarded. It wasn't like they were getting a lot of attention. And it was kind of on the up and coming of people who now do have like a bigger voice. Like Jordan Peterson has spoken about this kind of stuff to some extent, and identity politics. But no, I didn't see, that's the thing, that's what motivated me to do it, was that I didn't see this overwhelming response in support of men or positive advertising for men. So I found that to be very, very sad. Since then, I have seen some advertising, yeah. And we hope to do a lot more. I mean, we don't want to stop. We want to keep going. Oh, and I really want to bring back that that campaign, the We See the Good campaign, just to get positive stories. So we'll bring that back in 2022. It's important to me.
Awesome. We have time for one or two more questions if anybody still wanted to ask a question. If not, we can move on to our next speaker.
No more questions?
Yeah, I don't see any. So thank you, Ilan, for showing us the video, and yeah, just for sharing what you and your company stand for and the goodness of masculinity as well.
Thank you. Yeah, and thank you guys for all the positive messages here. It really means a lot. Yeah, I see someone's asking where there's a link to the video. If you just go on YouTube and you type in "What is a Man?" Egard, E-G-A-R-D, it'll come up. It'll be the first one on there. It's got a lot of views, so it pops up on top. And my podcast, if you also go on the Agard channel. There's an Agard podcast. Look up anything with Jordan Fultz. I've interviewed a lot of people about masculinity. Like you'll see the actual titles, watch those. Like each one will have a name, but it's on the Agard YouTube channel, the Agard Watch Company YouTube channel. I put the podcast on there and just look for the ones that are anything to do with fatherhood or masculinity. And I have some really interesting people I've interviewed, and they've done a really great job at kind of getting some unique ideas across that I haven't even thought about. So it's been a really good experience doing those podcasts.
Okay, thank you. There was one question from Tammy. It says, this question is for anyone who wishes to answer. So what are your thoughts on women facilitating men's group? Is there a place for women in helping men? So, I mean, it's not necessarily about your video in
So what is my
directly.
view on that? My view on that is absolutely. I think I think there's a huge misconception here in terms of the approach. The approach is that we should all be lifting each other up, right? So to me, it doesn't matter who's lifting me up, and I want to lift them up in return. Now, I think there's a huge place for women's voices in these men's issues, and arguably they have more impact on a lot of people, because people have kind of, a lot of the time, if a man speaks up nowadays on these issues, like you try and bring up suicide rate of men, I've done it. I've said, look at the suicide rate of men. We got to talk about this. People right away just kind of label you, and they don't want to hear what you're saying. Oh, look at you talking about, or like I talk about the lack of men's shelters for abuse victims. You kind of get disregarded, and it's unfortunate, but it's a reality. And when a woman speaks up for you, it allows, I think, sometimes other people to listen. They can't just go, oh, well, you're a man, we don't want to hear what you're saying. They can't say that in that case. So I think there's a lot of power in that. And I think it's wonderful to have anyone who's trying to help you with something you care about. Absolutely. That's a wonderful voice to have on your side. And again, it's not a side thing. I think these are just issues that exist in society. Anything that exists on the other end, I like to acknowledge those issues too and say, how can I help there? But I think there's major issues here, and those have become my priority. So absolutely.
Yeah, we definitely, at the center in Ottawa, we have female facilitators, and we do get some backlash from some people saying, oh, there shouldn't be women in men's group, or there shouldn't be women facilitating it. But honestly, I think women also have a perspective that they can help and share, and why not? They can lift you up just as well as anybody else can. So I think it's very important that we try to access all the resources we can, whether it be from men or from women. So
I also want to say it's an important little story about, the guy who tries to, it's a famous story. It's like I don't know, what are they called? Like
fables?
Fables, yeah, or like, so it's this guy who tries to save a snake, right? And the snake bites him, and like it's in a fire, right? And he grabs it, and then he gets out and he tries to save the snake again. And this guy comes up to him and he goes, why would you try and save the snake after it tried to bite you? And he goes, I'm not going to change my character because of this, what the snake has done to me. The snake is the snake and I mean. Now, that doesn't mean that I think women are snakes. That's not what I'm trying to say here. What I'm trying to say is, if you've been mistreated in your life, don't let that change who you are, and don't let that bleed into other people who you meet who are on your side, who are trying to help you. It's super important to have a clear vision in that there's, regardless of people's gender, there's tons of people out there who do want to help you, and don't allow the negative experience, which is really easy to, and a lot of people do that across the board, to start kind of decaying your view of everyone, of any gender, of any race, or anything like that. Allow the judgment of the person. So I think that's just an important, so if it's a woman and she wants to help you, I think that's wonderful.
Yeah, I can agree. So the last thing before we move on, someone would like to know where they can find your contact information, or if you're willing to give it out.
Sure, here's my email.
Okay, well, everybody who's wanting to contact Elon, you can see his email in the chat. Thank you, Elon, for talking with us, and enjoy the rest.
Parable. Thank you. Sorry, I read Parable. Yeah, absolutely right. All right. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Scott. Scott is a client with CCMF Ottawa. He has joined our false allegations group and is willing to share his experience in what it is like to be falsely accused. He will also be sharing what it's like for his family as well, who have experienced the situation and what it's like for them at the same time. I'm just going to enable Scott to speak, and then he will share his story. Hey, Scott, how are you?
I'm good, Nicholas.
Thank you for taking the time out of your day today to speak with us about your situation that you've gone through.
Thank you. I gave a lot of thought over the last couple of weeks of how I wanted to do this, and one of my hidden talents is I'm a little bit of a writer, and somehow I channeled the spirit of the presentations today. I wrote a poem last night, and the theme aligns very well with a lot of what the speakers have presented. So I want to start with that before I kind of get into my story. The title of the poem is called False Impressions. I, man, am a provider and a protector, a builder and a creator, a leader, a role model, an inspiration. I, man, am a breaker and a destroyer. The family that was, is no longer, never more to be. All the blame falls squarely on these broad shoulders that were never meant to bear such a burden, especially when not all the fault lies with me. I, man, I am your target that you can hurl daggers at in the dark, hoping something sticks, where you can hurl your insults and lies to diminish the object of your degradation. You attack my reputation, my status as a parent, as a father, as a man. Legally, that's defamation. I, man, still stand tall as a provider and a protector. But who provides for me when all is given to fight to defend my honor? Who protects me when I am the one under constant attack? Worse, who protects my children when I am painted as the monster hiding in the closet, the one that they need to be kept from for their own security? Who is there for them? I, man, hold the pieces of my broken world together with string and glue and duct tape. I push forward through the devastation and heartache. I do not cry. I do not show anger. I bend, but do not break. I, man, but just a shell of a man. For all your abuse, your slander, and accusation, I'm nothing. So my story. I am the father of 2 girls, now teenagers. I have 2 adopted children from my first marriage as well. And I'm in a new relationship where I have stepkids. All the kids from my previous relationship, I have no contact with. I have no real relationship with. My biological children, I have not seen in over 4 years. I faced false allegations in the family court system repeatedly in a place where there were outright lies that were never challenged, never questioned. And unfortunately, I'm dealing with a partner who has a target painted on me and is seeking out every avenue possible to cause me harm and pain and suffering, to the point where I now have criminal accusations against me. How has this affected me? I was
Justin told me I had 15 minutes to talk, and I'm like, really? 15 minutes? I could talk for 15 days probably. This is not a fun place to be. I don't know how many hours I have lost trying to document my life, trying to relive situations and figure out where I went wrong, trying to evaluate how much of the lies and insults and accusations that have been thrown against me have any basis of truth to them. How much I've questioned who I am, who I'm supposed to be, let alone trying to figure out how to deal with any of that and move forward in life in any meaningful way. The group at CCMF is called Survivors of False Allegations. I'm a survivor only in the sense that I'm here today. I'm still in the midst of all this. I have not come out the other side yet. There have been moments I was not sure I would make it through. I'm in my second bout of depression. I've had suicidal thoughts. I am paying for a lawyer. I'm working to pay a lawyer right now to try and keep myself from going behind bars. That's what's on me. My family has been broken multiple times. My family was broken when I originally separated and moved out. My family was broken when my children were effectively stolen from me, although people will tell you that they ran away of their own accord. Yeah, it's not an easy place to be. How do I get through it? That's the challenging part. Letting go, acceptance, and forgiveness are probably the key things to get through this. Because I've had to accept that I will never understand this. I will never understand the motivations. I will never be able to reason logically with somebody who is illogical. I've had to accept that things have changed. I've had to accept that my relationships as I thought they were have ceased to exist in the hopes that something else might happen somewhere down the road in the future. And I've had to do an awful lot of forgiveness so that I am not carrying a backpack full of regret and thoughts of revenge and all that other stuff and resentments that are going to weigh me down. But even with all that, my wife and I had a conversation about this not that long ago. Most days, I feel like I am that close to drowning, trying to carry the void of the loss of my children, the attacks against me, the potential consequences that still lie await in the future for me. I've had too many dreams of being in a courtroom in front of a judge, defending myself, defending my actions, fighting for my kids. There is a huge burden that this has put on me and the people that are close to me. I would not wish this on anybody. And I almost, my heart breaks every time we have our meeting and I see new faces in the room. And I see the numbers of people that are showing up with stories similar to mine. I think that's the majority of what I had planned, but I'm welcome for comments or questions there, Nicholas.
Thank you for sharing. I definitely understand it's difficult to talk about, and I really appreciate you willing to talk about it today with everybody here. We do have a couple of questions that have come in. The first one is from Ron. I probably shouldn't be saying people's names just in case they don't want to be known, but he says, are you hopeful for a class action lawsuit against the Canadian legal system? He says that he is, and that many others he has spoken to are as well.
Honestly, as much as that might make me feel better, it's not going to fix the problems. It's not going to fix the time that's been stolen. It's not going to fix the damage that's been done to my reputation. It doesn't make any of that go away. You know, there things like 50-50 shared parenting out of the gate would make a difference because it reduces the level of conflict. The family justice system needs to change so it's not an adversarial type setup, right? As soon as we start pitting one parent against the other, everybody loses, and most especially the kids. And that in a court that's supposed to be putting the best interest of the child at the forefront, we fail miserably, time and time again.
It's definitely something I've heard from. So even though I'm the executive director, I do intakes with clients because I really enjoy being able to help clients as much as I can. So it's something I hear from a lot of clients that, yeah, they understand the system's broken, and even though if they fix it, is it really going to help? But I definitely understand what you're going through. We have a question from Andrew. He says, where did you find your support? Was it a family member, a close friend?
I found support wherever I could find it. And that was probably one of the toughest things. You know, parental alienation is certainly a huge part of this. And when I started this, there was not a lot out there in Canadian circles for it. I'm grateful that I have a fairly good network of friends. You know, I'm far from a saint in all this. So I do have, you know, some peer support groups that were well established with me. Was a place that I leaned on. I'm grateful that I have a strong family that was there to support me, and friends. And I kept reaching out when I needed something more, until I found what I needed. I'm very grateful to CCNF, but it took me a long time to even find them. So, you know, the problem is the resources might be there, but they're not necessarily always well known.
Thank you. We have a couple of comments in the Q&A. It's just, they're not really questions, but I'm going to read them to you anyways. The one says from Silvano, says you need to challenge each and every false allegation, large, small or large, by means of using logic in a third-party witness and documents. Sometimes proving one small allegation that was false will yield great rewards for the main false allegations. He says, don't give up. And then the second one from David says, Scott, you said it, you can't always be logical and try to reason with things with anyone that doesn't want to be reasonable. He says he's been there, he's looked for support groups and found nothing around him. He's had to do it basically by himself, and he's here for you, and he wants you to reach out to him if you ever need anything, or if you want to catch up or share some talking points, I guess. So his question is, what can he do for essentially, what can someone else do to help someone who has been falsely accused?
I think it's been well stated throughout some of these presentations. Be willing to listen to somebody's story. That's where you need to. That's where you need to start. As much as you know, people have talked today about kind of different modalities for what men need. I think men still have that basic need, like anybody else, that they want the chance to tell their story. They want somebody to listen with an unbiased ear. And, if all you can say is, man, that sucks, at least they know they've been heard. Because for some of this, when you're questioning yourself and everything you've done, you feel like you've gone crazy. You feel like you're the only one. When you don't know what it is you're going through and you can't put a name on it because you've never envisioned in your life you would have to deal with something like your kids turning against you, you feel alone. And anything that can be done to help you feel less alone is a great step in the right direction.
Thank you. We have 2 more questions that have come in. The first one was, is your ex using legal aid? I'm not sure if you're willing to answer that, but yeah.
As far as I can prove, yes. So, another one of the injustices of the system, where somebody can continue to use the legal system free of charge, where somebody else has to fork out to keep things going and keep fighting.
Yeah, it's definitely challenging. Another question was, or kind of a statement, it's this person is facing a criminal false allegation as well. And they say it's completely insane that a man's life can be completely destroyed with just a story, no matter how ridiculous, and with zero evidence.
Yeah, I agree. I think a common phrase I've heard in the CCMF support group is, most guys feel like they're guilty until proven guilty, not innocent until proven guilty. It takes very little effort for somebody to lay something against us that will stick until we take the months or years to prove otherwise. And even then, I don't think most people come out not having had their reputation and their lives tarnished and damaged.
I just wanted to mention, thank you for sharing everything that you have gone through. There aren't any more questions coming in, so I'll put a final quest out there. If anybody wants to ask any questions, now is the time. We have about a couple minutes for a couple more. But I just wanted to say, in the new year, CCMF Ottawa will be launching a research essentially into false allegations and how it affects men and also their families. So if you're ever interested, either you, Scott, or anybody listening, if you're interested in helping in any way, please reach out to us. You can reach out to us at ottawa@menandfamilies.org. Yeah, it's something we're looking forward to and being able to help guys out in the future. So there are a couple other questions. So there's one from asking about a national or Ontario support group. So the Survivors of False Allegations support group that we run in Ottawa is a national support group. So we welcome anybody from across Canada or even internationally. If they want to come in and attend, they're more than welcome to. Again, if you want to reach out to the ottawa@menandfamilies.org, we'll have an intake agent set up with time to finish your intake, and then you can join the program. Somebody has asked, are you getting access now for your children?
I have had no access to my kids for over 4 years, even though what's in there is there's access if the kids desire. There's been no demonstrated desire, but they're in a toxic environment where their access with me is not encouraged.
Then one of the last questions is, they want to thank you for sharing your story. And if you win the criminal case, how will it affect your family? Do you think it will affect your family?
I'm not sure how it will affect my family. I don't have any strong hope that should this one fold, that there won't be some new tactic that is tried further down the road. I still have an open case in family court that has kind of been put on pause because of the criminal stuff that I don't know that will resolve. My oldest biological child is now at the age of majority. The other one's not too far behind, but by the time everything gets resolved, they might both be legally adults. So I don't know how much fighting at that point is going to make any sense, or whether it, it will make more sense to let them go out, experience the world, see different perspectives than the one that has been put in front of them and that they've been brainwashed into, to realize that there's more to the world than what they've been led to believe. And maybe they'll come back on their own.
Awesome. We're just going to ask one more question. There's a couple more coming in, but we just have time for one more. I think this one's pretty important. If you can answer it, that'd be great. So this person is essentially saying, what's the best way for a father to protect themselves in the criminal court system as you're going through the false allegation?
I think I think the best way you can protect yourself as an individual, and I would probably get flack for this from a lot of people, do not degrade yourself or diminish yourself by taking the same tactics that are being used against you. Take the high road all the way through, even if that means that you lose access, if you lose contact with your kids. I don't think stooping to attacking the other person or anything like that is a good way to go. There is support for you. You will get through it. Your kids have a long life in front of you. I think you end up doing more harm than good if you start carrying out the battle.
Okay, thank you so much again for sharing this very real and very hard situation that you're going through. And I implore you to continue to reaching out to our program for support if you want to. But yeah, thank you again for sharing with us. It's been great to get to know you even more.
Thanks for the opportunity, Nicholas.
Yeah, you're welcome. Have a great day. So our next speaker is George. George is has served as an officer in the Canadian Armed Forces and held management/executive positions in the telecom sector before founding a 50-person high-tech management consultancy service. He also currently serves as the advisory council on the National Parents Organization, the NPO, and the board of the International Council of Shared Parenting, the ICSP. George will be speaking on shared parenting, the evaluation myths and stereotypes. Again, questions will be held at the end. So if you have any questions, hold on to them until the end. I'm just going to add George to the panel now. Hi, George, are you there? George, whenever you're ready, you can, oh, there you go. I thought,
Can you hear me?
yeah, so we can hear you now.
Okay, and I'm going to activate share screen. And we'll move to okay.
I don't know. Do you want to enable video so people can see you, George?
Okay. Am I sharing at this point in time?
Yeah, we can see your screen. We just can't see you.
Okay. Well, I'm not sure that's a negative. That may be a positive. Okay. I'll see if I can shrink it a little. All right, am I there in all my splendor?
Yep, we can see you now. You're ready to go whenever you want.
All right. Thank you very much, and sorry for the finger problems. So let me reset the presentation. Okay, there we are. So shared parenting, myths and stereotypes. We'll be looking at shared parenting from a public policy perspective as it applies in Canada and with a strong international flavor. And we'll cover shared parenting, what is it? And also look at it from various perspectives. Where does social science stand on shared parenting? What does the public have to say? Where does the legislation stand on shared parenting? And what is the adoption of shared parenting in Canada and around the world? That will then set the stage for an overview of the arguments pro and con shared parenting. As you can appreciate, it's been a controversial topic for many years, and it's been a hard-fought battle, but we're making progress. So, shared parenting. The definition, and there is no standard one, generally adopted, is that it is joint legal custody and joint physical custody with a minimum of 30 to 35% parenting time. A more recent definition that you'll hear, particularly in North America, is equal shared parenting. And that is a narrower definition, which is it's not only joint legal custody or parental responsibility or decision-making, to use the more modern parlance, as well as joint physical custody or parenting time, with maximum practical 50-50 parenting time. That word practical is very important. It doesn't have to be exactly 50-50. Every situation is individual. There are different logistics involved in each family situation, but as close to 50-50 as is practical. Subject to evidence-based consideration of child safety, and this is being held up as the highest embodiment of the best interests of the child standard. Now that last clause may pique a little bit of interest. What do we mean by embodiment? Well, the best interest of the child standard is actually an aspirational standard. It is not defined in any legislation in any country, or for that matter, in the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. At best, what you will find is that there is a factor list. So here are the issues that should be considered by a court for best interest of the child. Okay, what we're saying is equal shared parenting is the highest embodiment of the best interest of the child, and that is consistent with the UN Convention. So where are we? What does the science say, the public say? Where are we in legislation? And the adoption rates. So social science says that the debate is essentially settled. After a debate of extending over 30 some years, shared parenting is deemed to be the best post-dissolution parenting arrangement, period. And it has been shown that children in joint physical custody have better outcomes than in sole physical custody on all well-being measures. And that includes for young children, for overnights, even in high conflict situations, low, medium, or high conflict situations that are not prolonged. And that shared parenting has been found to give greater parental satisfaction, as well as improve the earning potential, and this is particularly the case for women. Okay. It's also been found to improve child support compliance rates. However, it is contraindicated in domestic violence situations. There is no scientific consensus beyond low, intermediate, or limited high conflict situations. That still is a matter of study. But overall, shared parenting is the best post-dissolution parenting arrangement. And how did we arrive at this? Well, let's look at the history. Back in 1994, when some dinosaurs still walked the earth, there was a conference held in Middleburg, Virginia. 18 experts were convened to look at shared parenting. And they came up with the conclusion that parenting time should be distributed so that it would ensure the involvement of both parents. A very lukewarm endorsement. 8 years later, Bauserman did the first meta-analysis of shared parenting studies, and he found the joint custody outcomes were superior to sole custody on all measures. That's 20 years ago. The battle still continues. In 2013, the AFCC, the Association of Family and Conciliation Courts, which is the world's largest organization of lawyers, sociologists, judges, psychologists that deal in family law issues. It's a very conservative organization. And after some years of a lot of criticism levied at them that they had a biased view of shared parenting, convened a panel which concluded that there were meritorious aspects of shared parenting, not exactly a ringing endorsement, but nonetheless, that was the first public recognition by the legal community. So it should not be ignored. 2014, social scientists issued a paper, the Warshak Consensus by Richard Warshak, endorsed by 110 experts, which said that shared parenting should be the norm for parenting plans for children of all ages. So 2 points. Why 110 experts endorsing it? Okay, how often have you seen a paper that's endorsed by 110 experts? I've never heard of it. And the reason is there was so much misinformation or misuse of social science statistics that the social science community decided to drive a stake in the ground and say, here is the truth on shared parenting. And we as a community endorse it. Interestingly, that paper, since
I think we lost George, or maybe I just lost him, but let's give him a little bit, see if he comes back. So I think George must have had some computer issues or Wi-Fi issues, and he's been removed from the meeting from what I can see. So we'll just give him a couple minutes to re-log in and see if we can get him back. If anyone has any general questions you wanted to ask me, I can take some time to answer those if you wanted to. Let's see, why don't we take a, I guess, up to 5-minute break. If George comes back before then we will start, but if not, then we'll just wait till he gets back. So yeah, if you wanted to be back in about 5 minutes, that would be great. We're just gonna try to get George reestablished. So I'll see you all in 5 minutes. Okay, so it's been about 5 minutes, and George is unfortunately in a place, I'm not sure where he is, but his internet died because he is in the storm. So if he joins back, we will go back to him at the end. But for now, I'm just going to do one final check to make sure he's not here. I would like to invite John Robson to speak now if he is ready and willing. I know he's here. So our next speaker is a person who I have had the honor of working closely with for the past year. He is the executive director of the Climate Discussion Nexus. He's a directory filmmaker, National Post, Epoch Times, and Looney Politics columnist, and contributing editor to the Dorchester Review. John is also an adjunct professor at Augustine College. He's also the chair of the board at CCM Ottawa. John is speaking on downstream of culture, politics, and gender equality in 2020 and the 2021 elections. Again, John, questions will be waited until after John has finished his speech. Just inviting John.
Here I am. I think I'm here.
Hi, John. Sorry,
I'm going to turn on the video and see how we're doing on bandwidth.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's a site we're seeing. Okay, that's worth paying the registration fee for. If we start to get poor signal quality, we'll turn off the video because, as you see, I'm not going to put on a song and dance here. I'm just going to talk to you about the subject which Justin had asked me to address. Thanks to everybody for being here, so to speak. You know, I wish we could actually be together in person, but between COVID and Christmas, it's all Zooming all the time. And I wish that I could say that it was a pleasure to offer you some more momentum going forward, but I'm afraid that my view is that there's still quite a bit of work to do. And what's hopeful about my talk is that I think I have some useful things to say about how we develop some momentum. And the answer is not politics. It's culture and it's ideas. The late Andrew Breitbart was wont to say politics is downstream of culture. And I think that culture is downstream of ideas. And that if we can get those things right, the politics will follow. And if we can't, it's going to be very difficult. When Justin asked me to address the conference, he said, I think partly flattery and partly he actually believed it, that because I'm a newspaper columnist, I must have some special insight into politics and the meaning of the recent elections. And I was tempted to say, okay, we're governed by fools because we keep electing them. But although that would have the virtue of brevity and of clarity, I have a feeling that he wanted a bit more. In fact, he specifically said, I wonder if you might also wish to comment on the Biden administration's new national strategy on gender equity. And my reaction to this prompts me to say that people may sometimes think that newspaper columnists don't just have a special practical insight into politics, but that they have some sort of affection for it. And many of them may, but it's not true of me. The reason I spend my time commenting on public policy isn't that I like it. It's because I don't, and I think we need to do something. And I don't think that's that weird. Doctors spend their lives studying diseases, but it's not because they're in favor of them. At least I hope yours isn't. Better check. And again, Cafe is doing what it's doing, not because we think everything's great and it's fun to look at, but because we see real problems that we think need urgent attention, ranging all the way from very practical questions of delivering services to advocacy and analysis and trying to change the environment in which the discussion is taking place. I do, though, I think sometimes that compared to most journalists, I think I hate politics with a particular passion. And I think one of the problems with public policy is that a lot of people who are drawn to it, whether the practitioners or those in sort of outer orbit, actually do like it. That they love being on the campaign plane and discussing the insider details of political strategy. They love covering the horse race and giving endless column inches to pronouncements that are as unimportant as they are vacuous. And I should politics does something ghastly to them. It wouldn't be honest of me to pretend it doesn't to you or just more generally in my writing. With few exceptions, I actually, frankly, don't enjoy the company of politicians because I keep wanting to say, how can you stand to listen to yourselves talk? And that's not a good way to have a pleasant conversation with somebody. And I want to say to them, how could you possibly do so little clear thinking and not feel bad at the end of the day? And unfortunately, that was the good news in my talk. The bad news is that neither the 2020 American election nor the 2021 Canadian election offered us any hope that this situation is going to improve on the subject of gender, at least improvement as the people gathered in this lack of room would define it. It's not just that the winners are peddling the same old, labeled bold and new. It's that the opposition has nothing useful to say except certain segments of the Republican Party that unfortunately don't often find very constructive ways of saying it. And the reason this is the problem that we face is that the cultural framework isn't favorable to other views, and we're not going to get anywhere kidding ourselves. In fact, while I was preparing for this talk, I happened to be going through some old columns looking for something on a completely different subject, and I came across a March 31st, 2003 column, which I wrote and called How the Matriarchy Oppresses Men. By the way, I had the rare privilege while at the Citizen of choosing my own headlines. That doesn't happen much. And I wrote about a Statistics Canada study that said almost 80% of suicides in Canada were men, and it was rising fast, quote, but there has been little, if any, research to find out why, end quote. And by then, suicide was the leading cause of death for men aged 10 to 49 in Canada. And I should say I'm surprised sometimes reading my old columns how blunt we were allowed to be back then. The world has changed and not in a good way. But anyway, example of that, my column ended, true, women attempt suicide 3 times as often as men, but use less lethal methods and have 1/9 the success rate. They're trying to get noticed. As for men, they hardly get noticed even when they succeed, end quote. And because I thought it was extraordinary that with this statistics, it's mostly men, it's rising fast. There'd been little, if any, research. Why weren't people at least curious? And of course, not much has changed since, except there's a lot more wokeness, especially in politics. With respect to the Biden national strategy, Justin had said, per the email below and the links provided, you can see that it's really just a redo of the Obama Women and Girls program. And any talk of men and boys is in the service of improving the status of women and girls. And one thing I think worth saying is it's not surprising that people who take a particular view of the world take that view of the world. You shouldn't be surprised that people think consistently. If they're wrong, they're going to be wrong a lot. But it makes for some how they can stay in the world without being of it. And I'm going to talk a bit about the Biden stuff, but of course, I get lots of press releases about gender from the Trudeau administration, among other Canadian sources. And when they're talking about gender, they're all talking about women and LGBTQ+, which you might say, okay, well, at least that includes men who are gay or gender non-conforming. But that straight men might have issues just isn't on the radar. And as Justin commented, if you look in the fact sheet or the gender that accompanied Biden's gender strategy report or the report itself, and you look for the boys or men, do the computer search, it's not something that these people are concerned about, except insofar as men might be doing bad things to women and there might be ways to make them stop doing it. And, I don't want you to get so depressed that you turn the thing off before I finish my talk. So bear in mind, I'm talking about how bad politics is to get you to devote your attention to places where I think we can do more good. And that's by going upstream to the source. And when Justin sent me the statement and fact sheet links, I try not to be one of those people who knows exactly what it's going to say so I don't have to bother reading it. These kind of universal solvent theories where you know everything without knowing anything. But at the same time, as Richard Weaver said, he wrote a book years ago called Ideas Have Consequences. And it's a good book, but once you've read the title, you've got half of the story, and it's very important. Or there's a line from Jay Budziszewski in his book, The Revenge of Conscience, when he's talking about a slippery slope argument, and he writes, no, the progression is too extreme, someone will protest. People are not that logical. And then Budziszewski replies, but they are more logical than they know. They are only logical slowly. And so what you see in the Biden report and in the statements and policies of the Canadian government and provincial governments is the logical outcome of certain assumptions. And in that sense, it's the predictable outcome. You know, if you assume that the people in question are intelligent enough to reasonably, dependably from premise to conclusion, then you can largely foresee the conclusions from the premises. And so you get stuff like, quote, the Biden-Harris administration issues first ever national gender strategy to advance the full participation of all people, including women and girls, in the United States and around the world, end quote. And I should mention, by the way, one of the things that annoys me about politics is the way everybody these days, even people who claim to be conservative, seem to want a national strategy for any conceivable problem. And a national strategy always means a government strategy. The central government is going to intervene to transform our lives again and again and again until we shine like the sun. And I have no idea what makes people think governments can do that sort of stuff. When you look at their past record, it doesn't strike me as being, no, I wouldn't even say encouraging. It just seems to me it has nothing to do with that kind of vision. But for instance, the Washington Post, which is supposed to be a newspaper, recently said more than a year after President Joe Biden clinched the White House on a pledge to build back better, House Democrats delivered on that promise, voting to approve more than $2 trillion in spending initiatives that would overhaul federal health care, education, climate, immigration, and tax laws. The measure adopted Friday amounts to a dramatic re-envisioning of the role of government in Americans' daily lives. Oh my goodness. But you see, this is nonsense, right? For one thing, the government's been trying to do that in Americans' daily lives pretty much since the New Deal back in the 1930s. And what reason does anyone have to think that they can do it? The Post didn't say, and now Biden has spent a bunch of money, let's see what happens. They said House Democrats delivered on that promise. There's a poem from Oliver Goldsmith called The Traveler. Back in 1764, he wrote, how small of all that human hearts endure, that part which laws or kings can cause or cure. But if you go talking like that today, they all just sort of shuffle away from you on the bench. And maybe even some people in this room, I don't know, some of you may have a kind of faith that if only the government were on our side, things would change dramatically. And of course, some things would change, and particularly the court system, the least scrutinized and least constrained branch of government, and one which I think requires a lot more skeptical attention than it gets. But so as not to get too far afield, we get back to the Biden statement. President Biden and Vice President Harris believe that advancing gender equity and equality is fundamental to every individual's economic security, safety, health, and ability to exercise their most basic rights. It is also essential to economic growth and development, democracy and political stability, and the security of nations across the globe. Ensuring that all people, regardless of gender, have the opportunity to realize their full potential is therefore both a moral and strategic imperative. Yeah, this is cosmic stuff, right? You know, I thought we were basically trying to get our shoes tied, not burn our lunch and collapse into bed with a feeling that maybe we did more good than harm, and then realizing we'd left a load of wet laundry in the basement. You know, you look at the performance of government, you think, good heavens, could you manage to budget honestly and not bankrupt us? You know, could you deliver on fundamental services? Could you have trains that don't fall off the rails? But instead, we're getting this extraordinary notion that we will not only have everybody exercise their most basic rights, but also secure economic growth, development, democracy, and political stability, and the security of nations across the globe, right? Kiribati is going to have security. Kyrgyzstan, this is the way they talk, and it's really, really infuriating. And then the thing goes on to say, yet no country in the world has achieved gender equality, and we're at an inflection point. The COVID-19 pandemic has fueled a health crisis, an economic crisis, and a caregiving crisis that have magnified the challenges that women and girls, especially women and girls of color, have long faced, end quote. Which calls to my mind Mort Saul's old gag about the headline, "World Ends, Women and Minorities Hardest Hit." But these people either don't know that joke or don't get it. And I should say another thing I dislike about politicians is that they have very little genuine humor, even those who have something that you could honestly say was wit. But on they go. This series of crises inflecting, quote, has also exacerbated a shadow pandemic of gender-based violence in the United States and around the world. But fortunately, we have Joe Biden and Kamala Harris instead of the dwarves of yesteryear. Quote, this moment demands that we build back better. It requires that we acknowledge and address longstanding gender discrimination and the systemic barriers to full participation that have held back women and girls. That's why the Biden-Harris administration established the White House Gender Policy Council, charged with leading the development of the first ever national strategy on gender inequality, which sets forth an aspirational vision and a comprehensive agenda to advance gender equality, equity, and equality in domestic and foreign policy, and demonstrates that families, communities, and nations around the world stand to benefit. Get that? They're not just saving America, which you'd think would be enough work for them or any band of superheroes. They're saving the whole world. In cosmic fashion, the strategy identifies 10 interconnected priorities: economic security, gender-based violence, health, education, justice and immigration, human rights and equality under the law, security and humanitarian relief, climate change, science and technology, and democracy, participation, and leadership. These priorities are inherently linked and must be tackled in concert, end quote. Now, if any of you have ever spent time reading the writings of success gurus, this is not a total waste of time, although sometimes you wonder quite how good it is. But one thing they will talk about is that the hallmark of successful people is they understand how to break large problems into small, manageable pieces and do them one at a time, which is something most politicians don't seem to know about. And I don't want to drive you completely insane, but you know, the thing goes on to say stuff like, this strategy also adopts an intersectional approach that considers the barriers and challenges faced by those who experience intersecting and compounding forms of discrimination and bias related to gender, race, and other factors, including sexual orientation, ethnicity, religion, disability, age, and socioeconomic status. This includes addressing discrimination and bias faced by Black, Latino, and Indigenous and Native American people, Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders, and other people of color. And it goes on and on and on and on about strategic priorities and transforming everything. And there's not the slightest hint of humility, of doubt that they could do all this stuff, or that they might not have the whole thing completely figured out. And this just windy and pretentious prose dribbles on and on and on, you know, supporting women's and girls' full participation in social, economic, civil, and political life, and ensuring that they're represented at the tables where decisions are made. So it's not enough that they have full participation in political life, they also have to be represented with decision-making, is essential to progress in every other area and a precondition to advancing strong and sustainable democracies. You know, normally I make the joke an after-lunch world peace, but in this case, well, that's obviously covered as well. Everything is going to happen, and it's all going to happen in the next 4 years because we elected Joe Biden, or Americans did. And yeah, it goes on. In doing so, we will advance economic growth, health and safety, and the security of our nation and the world. So there's world peace. Like the Canadian government, which at the climate talks in Glasgow kept talking about its whole of society, whole of government approach. Like everybody's going to do everything all at once. And then they came home and found that they hadn't remembered to make sure the highways could withstand rain. There's a line from philosopher Nelson Goodman that I read many years ago that we can hardly study at once all the ways in which everything is related to everything else. But these people think they can understand and fix the ways in which everything's related to everything else, and no experience of failure can make them doubt their own omnipotence. And you know what? One reason that they don't start to back down a little bit is that we vote for this stuff. We vote for them. We vote for people who really think they can do all this stuff, but they can't explain why they didn't do it last time they were in power. Tens of millions of Americans voted for Biden, millions of Canadians voted for Trudeau, and most of them didn't vote for somebody with a more modest vision of what could happen. I'm not being partisan here. You'd be very hard pressed to find right-wing parties who say, hey, you know what, government can't do all that stuff. They go, no, we can do it. There are a few exceptions, Ted Cruz being one, maybe Maxime Bernier is another, but by and large, like all these people say, oh yeah, all we need is for Donald Trump to run again. Great. Anyway, I'm not going to go on because you'll disconnect if I talk more about this whole Biden-Harris document. But of course, one thing you'll notice about it is that they're going to solve all the world's problems and they're not going to do anything for men and boys. That's certainly not for those who are, white and cisgender, because they're not part of the problem. They're just not on the radar. And again, it talks a bit about families, but you know what they mean by making families better off. And some of you may be tempted to say, oh, well, maybe we can pry it open by stressing the men who fit into the other categories. Maybe we can get into the pity party. But if you get into identity politics, you're going to find, I think, that it's not a friendly place to be for reasons that I will certainly talk about more in a moment. And there's a line in the Harris-Biden thing about they're going to dismantle the barriers to equal opportunity in education that undermine the ability to compete on a level playing field, recognizing that education affects future economic security, end quote, which is right before the bit about sexual violence being endemic in the workplace. And here you might say, oh, wait a minute, that's something for men. Men are doing badly in school. They have high dropout rates that relate to high rates of incarceration. Women are now 60% of all US college students, which is a record. 65% of women graduate within 6 years, which is higher than the male figure. And here around 56% of university students in Canada are female. And again, if those numbers were reversed, I don't need to tell you what would happen. But again, what's the Biden-Harris plan? Quote, promote the leadership of women and girls in addressing the challenge of climate change, of course, and seek to close gender gaps in STEM fields so that women and girls can shape the workforce of the future, end quote. Well, I don't know why everybody can't do it, but anyway, that's the American government. Politics, as I said, is downstream of culture. And while I was writing this talk, I got an email from a thing called No Camels, Israeli Innovation News, which I'm signed up for. It didn't just come at me randomly. And it said, quote, Israel's DID uses AI to give a voice to victims of domestic abuse. And I thought, they mean women. And sure enough, yep, a chilling clip featuring 5 Israeli women killed by their spouses gives a voice to domestic abuse victims. And I'm not, of course, saying that these women should not have a voice, nor am I denying that more women than men are killed by their intimate partners, and it's terrible, and something needs to be done about it to the extent that we can. But then, nobody in CAFE says otherwise. Nobody in CAFE says it's not appalling that women are harmed by men and that women are murdered by men. No, one of us says, oh, ignore that, take away the money. What we say is there's another major problem. And this problem is that women are physically violent to male partners roughly as often as the reverse, and they are often psychologically cruel. And this fact isn't so much denied as unconsidered. It is not even discussed. Nobody says, oh yeah, we've heard that, but here are reasons we don't think so. It's just not part of the discussion at all. And, I got this press release on November 25th about how the Native Women's Association of Canada launches Answer the Call, 16 days of activism to end violence against Indigenous women, girls, and 2S LGBTQIA people. And again, I would very much like to see violence ended against these people, as I would like to see violence ended against all people. But I wondered, do they not know or do they not care that Indigenous men are far more likely to be murdered than Indigenous women? As CAFE has pointed out, you have this inquiry into missing and murdered Aboriginal women and girls, but there are about 3 times as many missing and murdered Aboriginal men and boys. Does no one want to give them a voice or a face? And if not, why not? And Jagmeet Singh on the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, he said, we are reminded that gender-based violence is still rampant in our communities and we recommit to stopping it. The Alliance des Femmes de la Francophonie Canadienne said à l'occasion de la Journée internationale pour l'élimination de la violence à l'égard des femmes, l'Alliance des femmes de la francophonie canadienne souligne le début de la campagne des 16 jours d'activisme contre la violence fondée sur le sexe. And you see, again, especially if you actually speak French, and if I did, there's an automatic reflex that sexual violence means violence against women. And the association there went on about all kinds of people that they were concerned about, les personnes lesbiennes, les femmes vivant avec un handicap, les femmes vivant dans une région rurale, on and on about these sort of women. And you're thinking to yourself, well, hang on, this is all very important, but what about the men? And I will admit, Harjit Sajjan, who, as you remember, as Minister of Defense, was remarkably indifferent to the harassment of women in the Canadian military. So he got made Minister of International Development. Again, one of these ministries whose existence I question on principle, did manage to say that whether it occurs in Canada or outside its borders, sexual and gender-based violence is unacceptable, which I agree with. And he said in Canada, women are more likely than men to experience domestic violence and sexual assault. And then he said, while anyone can experience violence, girls and young women, Indigenous women, lesbian, gay, and bisexual people, and women living in remote regions are at greater risk of violence. So at least he said anyone can experience violence, but then he went through that woke checklist. And by the way, there's suddenly people are mentioning remote regions. And I was reminded of, there's a Sherlock Holmes story, The Adventure of the Copper Beeches, where Watson talks about a conversation they had on a train. They're going through this incredibly bucolic scenery, and Watson goes, "Are they not fresh and beautiful?" with all the enthusiasm of a man fresh from the fogs of Baker Street. But Holmes shook his head gravely. "Do you know, Watson," said he, "that it is one of the curses of a mind with a turn like mine that I must look at everything with reference to my own special subject. You look at these scattered houses and you are impressed by their beauty. I look at them and the only thought which comes to me is a feeling of their isolation and of the impunity with which crime may be committed there." And he goes on to say that in the city, there's no lane so vile that the scream of a tortured child or the thud of a drunkard's blow does not beget sympathy and indignation among the neighbors. And the whole machinery of justice is so close. But look at these lonely houses. Think of the deeds of hellish cruelty, the hidden wickedness which may go on year in, year out in such places and none the wiser. And notice when he talks about the child and then the thud of a drunkard's blow, again, there's a kind of an assumption here that the problem is that men are hitting women and getting away with it and hitting kids. And in fact, G.K. Chesterton, the great Christian apologist, when he was taking on the materialist view of life, once complained, "In a little while, we shall have you calling the practice of wife beating the problem of pokers." So even Chesterton just takes for granted that domestic violence is men hitting women. And of course, he is horrified by it. He thinks it's vile and savage. The notion that people used to wink at it is, in my view, quite incorrect. But the problem is that we still tend to conflate domestic violence with men assaulting women. You know, and if you're wondering what someone like Sajjan or Jagmeet Singh said on International Men's Day, you're still going to be waiting. And of course, the Prime Minister, today on the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, we come together to condemn misogyny and sexism in all of their forms and remain steadfast in our work to ending gender-based violence here in Canada and around the world. We also recognize the survivors, advocates, and community-based organizations who work tirelessly every day to end discrimination and violence against women and girls and support survivors. Living in fear of violence is a reality for too many Canadian women. And so on and so on and so on. And again, I want to be clear. Yes, it is. And this is a terrible thing. It is not wrong that he wants to fix it. But what about the men who live in fear of violence? What about the men who live in fear of violence from same-sex partners or from female partners? Where are they in all of this? And, there's a big ruckus about invisibility. People who are woke are always talking about this or that being invisible. Well, I found something that's invisible, and that is the men who suffer psychological and physical abuse in relationships. And again, I want to make clear what the politicians here are just following the parade they claim they're leading. Oxfam put out a press release. In Canada, according to reported police data, women are more likely than men to experience intimate partner violence, 79%, and women also accounted for close to 77% of intimate partner homicides committed in 2018. And of course, it's important to realize with homicide statistics, there's a lot of question about crime reporting in a lot of areas, things like theft, and also domestic partner violence. There is very little when it comes to homicides. There are cases where someone is missing and it is not clear whether they are in fact dead, but homicides tend to be identified. So when you get a number, 77, almost 77% of intimate partner homicides committed in 2018 are against women, that is a reliable figure. That is going to be very close to the exact number, and that's a really bad thing. But that women are 79% of the victims of intimate partner violence, right away you'd say, okay, but then what about the 21%? They surely deserve consideration, but also you would say, okay, but what about, do they report it? Are men underreporting? And are they underreporting partly because they won't get a sympathetic hearing? These are questions that ought to be asked. When it comes to the victimization of women, people worry about methodology. They think to themselves, are we counting it right? Is there more of this than we thought? But when it comes to men, it's just like, yeah, whatever, not much of it, probably not very important. They can take it. And if you're wondering what any of this has to do with elections, the answer is obviously precious little. You know, I went to see what the Conservative Party had to say on November 25th, and they were talking about PEI potato farmers the 2 days earlier, and that was about it. And then maybe you think, okay, well, we could vote Conservative, and then there'd be no attention to domestic violence, which would not be an improvement in any case. But that's not what would happen. The permanent civil service, the activists, academia, and the civil society organizations overwhelmingly have this reflex that victim of domestic violence equals woman or girl or maybe a gay man, but probably in that case beaten up by homophobes, not by a partner. And so it doesn't matter who you vote for in this issue any more than it matters who you vote for on climate change or running deficits. You know, it's not just that Erin O'Toole seems to think that the best thing to do is to adopt the woke agenda so as to win in the suburbs of central Canada. You look at Doug Ford, you look at anybody. It's not going to change because of the politics. And I mentioned earlier, you know, maybe you would look at the fact that there is some interest in men who are not white, straight, or both. The Canadian Institute of Health Research put out a press release November 29th, Men's Health, a focus on Black men in Canada. Did you know that Black men in Canada are 2.5 times more likely than white men to develop prostate cancer? And in Ontario, while Black people represent 5% of the population, they account for 25% of new cases of HIV infection. These differences may result from systemic barriers in the healthcare system. And so you might say, okay, maybe that's a way into the issue. Maybe if we can get them to pay attention to men who aren't white or men who aren't straight, then we can broaden the focus. But I don't think this is a promising route. I think this is a blind alley. But that doesn't mean I want to leave you totally depressed 2 weeks before Christmas. So I remind you about Andrew Breitbart. Politics is downstream of culture. If you want to get the political system and the government more broadly, because they're not synonymous, if you want to get them responsive, you need to win hearts and minds. There's a famous line attributed to Ralph Klein, who's journalist, Calgary mayor, and then Alberta premier. He said, if you show me a big enough parade, I'll be happy to lead it. And if I say, well, you know, we need to change the culture, obviously I'm saying there's something wrong with the culture, that politics may not be creating the problem, but it's certainly reflecting it. And if identity politics is part of the problem, it's unlikely to be part of the solution. I'm not saying we shouldn't, for instance, try to get more attention to murdered Aboriginal men. Of course it's important. Every human being is important. And we should certainly get attention to domestic violence against men who are not white, inadequate health services for men who are not white. All of this matters because every human being matters. But this, to me, is where I think the hopeful vision and the productive way forward presents itself suddenly and dramatically. The point is that we need to argue that every person matters. As I said, I think that identity politics is one of these universal solvent theories like Marxism or deconstruction that makes you an expert on everything without any knowledge. There's a story that it's no longer a dog in the fight, but a famous American Marxist in the 1960s, Max Shachtman, looked at the anti-Vietnam War protests and said, oh, it's mostly middle-class bourgeois kids opposing the war, and it's working-class guys and gals supporting it and fighting it in case of the guys. So I guess the war must objectively be in the interest of the working class, and it's somehow contrary to capitalism, so he wouldn't march against it. Again, I don't know exactly how all that was meant to work. Maybe it was going to discredit imperialism or something. But the point of with Marxism, you didn't really have to know. It was that kind of theory. And if you get a counterexample, you say, oh, that just proves how clever they are. And I think that with wokeness is in the same kind of category. It's just not a place you want to go intellectually or morally, even if you think you do see opportunities. And so I want to offer you somebody who fought against Marxism instead. That's Alexander Solzhenitsyn, who wrote in the Gulag Archipelago, if only it were all so simple, if only there were evil people somewhere insidiously committing evil deeds, and it were necessary only to separate them from the rest of us and destroy them. But the line dividing good and evil cuts through the heart of every human being. And who is willing to destroy a piece of his own heart? And again, Solzhenitsyn was taking aim at 20th century totalitarianism, and it was not, in fact, particularly gender-based. You know, Stalin and Hitler were just as hostile to male as female enemies. So this kind of thinking has mutated of late. But I find Solzhenitsyn's rebuke to be just as legitimate. And so that's why I'm going to argue that the way we fight for real gender equity and compassion is to tackle the big philosophical questions. And on that, this is what's odd about it, I'm going to quote Lenin. I don't quote Lenin very often, but here we go. Because he once said, quote, anyone who tries to deal with particular questions without first having solved the general ones will inevitably and unwittingly stumble across these general questions at every step. And if you'd rather, I will quote Einstein, who apparently did say it is. And our problem is that people are unable to observe what's happening, including the need that men have for better services, because they have a theory, a grand theory of gender relations that is wrong. I'm going to quote again here. The line separates all human hearts. This line shifts. Inside us, it oscillates over the years. And even within a heart,
John, I'm sorry to interrupt, but you are cutting in and out more
one
and
small
more.
bridgehead of good is retained, as Gandalf points. Okay, I don't know what we can do about that. I can turn off the video and see. That will help. Okay, let's just see if we guard ourselves against vices that come from being either too sure we're right or too bitter about the way we're treated. We must not give in to that kind of darkness, and we mustn't become too convinced that people we disagree with are actively malicious. Some may be, but even they need to be brought back to the light. And that's why I think that what we need to do at CAFE, what we need to focus our attention is to say every individual person matters. To say domestic violence has patterns that are widely distributed. I mean, with 9 billion people on the planet, we can't each be expected to come up with a new and different way to be mean or unhappy anymore than to be nice and happy. But if we actually insist upon dealing with individual people, each as a precious, irreplaceable, and separate being, then we can get the understanding that men can be violent against men as well as against women, and that women can be violent against men and also against women, that homosexuals and heterosexuals can be the perpetrators as well as the victims in the case of interpartner violence, and that everybody deserves to be free from fear as from prejudice. And we can say, is this so much to ask? The idea here is to get past the Punch and Judy show of contemporary gender politics. And by the way, Punch and Judy shows, I think, are just creepy. I don't know why they were popular. But in Punch and Judy show, it was usually Judy who started the physical fight because Punch had been a terrible dad. And so I think we need to have everybody understand we can all be both. And in fact, I would add, even the perpetrators. And the first thing is to stop them from doing it. But once they're prevented from doing more harm, even they deserve sympathy. Because as a friend of mine once put it, hurt people hurt people. So safety first and then compassion. By the way, something else in Justin's note, he quoted Barack Obama that elections have consequences. And then a link saying that unfortunately Obama wasn't much of a uniter. But I don't think it's all that important that elections have consequences. What I do think is important is that winner take all is off-putting in politics and in life. So let us make sure that as we move forward, for all the vigor of our discussions and advocacy, we do it in a genuine spirit that everyone has legitimate concerns and that it's not a zero-sum game. It is not the case that whatever men get, they steal from women, whether it's money for shelters, sympathy, or privilege. Rather, the vision needs to be that when we have compassion for everybody, everybody wins. That's the message we have to use to change the culture. And if we do it, the politicians will follow along shouting, "Follow me." And frankly, they can have the head of the parade if we get it going in the direction that it needs to go.
Thank you, John. It was very interesting. I myself am I'm in school right now for political science, and it's definitely interesting to hear about everything you're talking about because it is a very big part of what I'm interested in. So if anybody has questions, we are willing to go through a couple. We have about 6 minutes for questions, and then we're gonna conclude, and then you can leave. So if anybody has any questions, please forward them in the chat, raise your hand, or go to the Q&A box below and just type out your question. We do have one question from Warren. It says, if politics is downstream from culture and ideas, should our efforts be directed to supporting pro-male voices in academia and the entertainment industry, i.e. Hollywood? And he says he's seen far more pro-male content creators on YouTube than in either of the two above mentioned sectors.
Oh, I think definitely so. I think we should be careful about what we watch, what we applaud. We should provide courteous but firm feedback if we think there's a dangerous or a foolish message in a Hollywood movie or something else. I think we should watch the old classics like Casablanca. There are all kinds of things that we can do to rebuild the culture, one mind and one experience at a time. Academia, I mean, good luck with that. Yes, we should, though it's a pretty desperate situation there at this point. I think we need private universities and school vouchers to try and get that back in all kinds of ways. But yeah, there's an affirmative thing that starts with what is in the music that we listen to? What do we buy? What do we refuse to buy? Do we, in our individual actions each day, contribute to making the situation a bit better?
I think that's a perfectly good answer. We have David who's wanting to ask his own question. So I'm just going to enable David to talk, and John, you can respond once he is done.
Hello, John. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, well, thank you very much for your insight. It's very interesting today. My question is, I've also heard many ads or media supporting or stating how COVID has made it specifically especially dangerous for women and children, forgetting about men that might be stuck or at home at the same time in abusive relationships. Where do you see us in 10 to 20 years from now if these women with children are the only ones that have voices, but the men are told they're not allowed to have one? So if these boys are being told that they will be supported as children, but as men they are demonized, what future is there in 10 to 20 years from now if this continues?
I think it's a very troubling vision, not least because most people would like, no matter what gets said about family, polls show that most young people would like to find a partner and be with them for life. And most of them, they're looking for a partner of the opposite sex. But when there is so much ill feeling between men and women,
Cutting out, John. I can't hear you.
there is much less press. Worry about women and children, worry about boys and girls, worry about men, worry about everybody. Understand that there's a Chesterton line that when a new baby is born, a whole new universe is created, a new sun, a new moon, and new stars. And there's this old Jewish saying that whoever saves the life of a single Jew, it is as though he had saved the entire universe. And so just to stress, every person is important, every person is valuable, and we should never judge someone as despicable because of characteristics related to race, gender, age, or any of these other categories. That's the argument we hear. Well, that's a good argument. Let's make sure it includes men as well.
Yes, I just see that these boys, when they grow up, they'll be so disenfranchised, they won't even want to speak up, even less than they are now. It doesn't bode well.
Well, yeah, they retreat into first-person shooter games and stuff like that. And then, of course, they don't become attractive partners. And then the young women say, well, where are all the good men? And so, again, yeah, everybody loses. And we just need to, I think it's partly why Jordan Peterson has resonated so tremendously with young men, because he says, your lives do matter. There are things you do need to do. And if you do them, it will be good for you and those around you. And so we need to spread these positive messages, and we need to object when people make negative statements, especially ones that involve cruel stereotypes.
Right. And that was like the last speaker spoke, that the what we need is more women to come forwards and to talk about these women that are actually controlling the conversation or not speaking up for men. We need more women to speak up for men. And that, I think, will be the culture shift.
Yeah, that's another important part of it. We need to encourage that. We're working on programs for that, the We for Heath stuff, because lots of women do see this. You know, when a man gets dragged through an unfair family court proceeding, don't forget that this man will have a mother and sisters and things like that. There are plenty of women who are suddenly exposed to something they may have thought was exaggeration or had never been man, or I know my son wouldn't do that. Why is the system doing this? And so, yes, we want to make sure they have voices. And I've noticed one of the things about CAFE that's interesting, there are some women's shelters or, rape crisis centers where their clients really don't feel safe around men. And so, I think that's fine. That should be accommodated. But in CAFE, when women volunteer and say, I care about men and I want to help, it seems to be enormously welcome, sort of almost a relief. Yes, that's great. So there are many of these voices. And yes, we just need to encourage them and make sure they get heard and noticed.
Awesome. So if anyone has any other questions, you can send them now. I think we just need, if there's time, we can do one more. Other than that, I think that was it. Just wait for a couple minutes for another question. Yeah, I'm not seeing any. So John, thank you very much for this very interesting and insightful presentation. I thank you again.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
So I just wanted to inform everybody that unfortunately George, our last speaker, was unable to reconnect to Zoom because of the storm he is facing. So right now I am copying and pasting his email address into the chat. If you should see it, if you have any questions or want to see his presentation, he will be sending out all of his notes to all of us. So if you want them specifically, you can go to that email and go from there. I just wanted to apologize that we could not hear the rest of his information. So we're just going to start to conclude now. It's been an awesome, well, I wanted to thank everybody for coming to the Momentum 2021. I wanted to thank all of our speakers today. They have been very insightful and knowledgeable on your individual subjects. However, you're also all very much knowledgeable on what the struggles and the issues that men go through as well. We could not have pulled it off without any of the speakers, but also we couldn't have done it without our participants. So you guys and asking your questions and actually being here so that the speakers could talk to somebody is also very important. If you would like to see more conferences like this, or want to support our programs, or like the SOFA program that Scott was a part of, or our legal clinic, one-to-one counseling programs, or even our centers, please consider donating to the Canadian Centre for Men and Families. Again, please, if you do donate to the center or our shelters, your donation will be doubled, or if it's a monthly donation, it will be times by 6. It is crucial for us to continue to open our centers, especially our shelters, because we're able to help men in this more traditional, or not traditional, it's the first of the kind service we offer in Canada. And I think it's just important that we continue to offer these services for years on end so that we can continue to reach as many people as we can. I'm just going to post the links in the chat again for donating to our branches. They are there now. I have also put a link for, if you live near Ottawa, we have our own branch here in Ottawa. If you want to donate to a specific program or the Ottawa branch, you can do that at the www.menandfamilies.org/Ottawa-donate and then / again. Also, if you want to donate to Vancouver, the link is there as well. I also wanted to inform everybody about a Christmas dinner, a free Christmas dinner that is coming up on December 25th at the Old Mill. This is a part of CCMF. So if you want to join this dinner, it is on December 25th, I think I've already said, but just email Justin Trottier to RSVP, and I'll put his email in the link in the chat so everybody can see that as well. His email, for people who maybe can't see the chat, is jtrottier, so JTROTTIER @menandfamilies.org. Thank you so much for coming, and I hope you all have a great holidays and great Christmas. Thank you all.